your home of NRL.
ABC News, good afternoon, I'm Yvette Gray. All Victorian poker machines will need to have pre-commitment limits and carded play under widespread gambling reforms announced by the state government. The amount of money people can put into poker machines will be capped at $100, down from $1,000. Gaming venues will need to be closed between 4am and 10am every morning. Spin speeds on poker machines will also be reduced to 3 seconds per game to slow down the pace of gambling. The Premier, Daniel Andrews, says the reforms are some of the strongest in the country.
We already have a voluntary pre-commitment and carded play system, and this is about turning that on, if you like, and having it mandatory and compulsory for everybody. That is a big, big change, and it will take some time, but we will get there.
Police are investigating whether a suspicious fire at a gym in Melbourne's southeast is linked to a series of arson attacks involving Middle Eastern organised crime groups. Helen Vines reports.
Police say a car was used to smash through the front door of a martial arts gym in Lonsdale Street, Dandenong, shortly after 3:30 this morning. Accelerant was poured through the building before it was set on fire. It took 60 firefighters more than 2 hours to bring the blaze under control. Police believe a car fire in nearby Canberra Avenue a short time later is related to the incident. Arson and explosive squad detectives are treating the gym fire as a targeted attack and are looking at whether it's connected to a series of arson attacks by Middle Eastern organised crime groups and outlaw motorcycle gangs.
Agriculture Victoria is investigating a series of sudden horse deaths around the Mornington Peninsula. The department says the cause is currently unknown and has urged horse owners to report any sudden deaths or illnesses in their horses to authorities. Dr John Russell from the Woodgrange Specialist Equine Hospital says he believes at least 7 horses have died in the past 7 days.
It's important to be vigilant and monitor your horses, see if they're dull, if they're eating, if their manure is normal. And if you have any concerns, take the horse's temperature. If that temperature is above 38.5 degrees Celsius, that's a high temperature, and it may indicate that something's not right.
Federal Treasurer Jim Chalmers says a precarious global economy means Australians can expect a local slowdown in the coming months. In the May budget, Treasury predicted unemployment would go up over the next year as global economies, including China and Europe, battle high inflation. Mr Chalmers says returning inflation to the target zone of 2 to 3% will likely drive up unemployment in Australia. He says the government has a role to play to minimise the harm households feel.
We've always acknowledged that we've got a role to play here, and that's why we've got the first surplus in 15 years. Our predecessors were unable to do that. There have been some developments out of China that we are monitoring incredibly closely. The global economy is a pretty precarious place right now.
Rescue workers in South Korea are searching for people trapped in vehicles after a tunnel was flooded by torrential rain in central Chungcheong region. The BBC's Yuna reports.
3 days of heavy rain concentrated in the central and southeastern regions of South Korea have left at least 26 people dead and 10 missing, said the Korean government on early Sunday morning. Fire authorities reported 5 additional deaths yet to be identified, all of whom found in a bus in the submerged tunnel. Search and rescue efforts are underway in this location as 15 cars have been trapped in a flash flood on Saturday. Around 7,500 people have been evacuated. More than half of them are yet to return home.
Heat waves have set in around much of the Northern Hemisphere, with nearly a third of the United States population currently under heat advisories. Here's the BBC's David Willis.
The city of Phoenix in Arizona is expected to see temperatures of 43 Celsius for the 16th day in a row. Another desert city, Las Vegas, is expecting to match its own record of 47 degrees Celsius. And in California's Death Valley, traditionally, of course, one of the hottest places on Earth, they're expecting temperatures of 54 degrees Celsius. Now, every year, about 700 people in this country die of heat-related causes, and hospitals in some parts of the country are already reporting a rise in admissions.
To Victoria's weather now, mostly cloudy in the south with isolated showers along the southwest coast, dry and mostly sunny across the north and east. For Melbourne, partly cloudy, a top today of 15. Tomorrow, sunny 16. Tuesday, a shower or two, 15. It's 13 degrees. ABC News.
Hi, this is Craig Rucastle. I'd love you to join me to continue the war on waste. I'll be doing some investigating to find out where our waste is coming from.
Half a tonne of food, chuck it out.
And sharing some practical tips on the little, big and somewhere in the middle things that you can do to reduce your waste and protect our planet.
Are you up for the challenge?
Join me for Season 3 of The War on Waste. Starts Tuesday night, July 25 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Grandstand AFL.
The Pies go a game clear on top of the table. Was that second term the perfect quarter of footy? And is it Collingwood's premiership to lose?
Elliott at ground level, tackle by Matt Johnson, spills the way of Nick Dacos, shrugs off one tackle, swings onto his right, snaps on goal to finish.
What about Geelong? The reigning premiers dishing out a reality check to the Bombers. Can the Cats still win it all? And how much of a setback is that for the Dons? Boys now kicks inside 50. Stengels all alone. Redmond spoils. Back into the path of Ollie Henry. Spin move. Kicks it from the top of the goal square. Blowout in full effect. And it's taken just 26 minutes. Essendon is still in 8th spot despite that pantsing down in Geelong, thanks only to the Giants in a come-from-behind victory over Adelaide. Can the G-men ride the orange tsunami all the way into September? And are we giving up on the Crows?
Lloyd unselfishly centres his kick. It'll sit up for Fay. Jones got the spoil, but committed too much. It ricocheted out for Fay, who kicks one tight in the pocket.
This is Grandstand AFL Sunday with Corbin Middlemass.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Oh, I haven't forgotten about you, Blue Baggers fans. Our feature guest today is Michael Voss, Brownlow medalist, three-time premiership captain, and of course now the coach of the Carlton Footy Club in his second season, a resurgent run for the Baggers, just outside of the top 8 as we sit here today. Welcome to Grandstand AFL Sunday. Corbin Middlemass with you at Docklands. We've got a hot hour as we'll take you through the competition, and something a little bit different. We're going to do it in order, in the way that the ladder sits at the moment, given how tight and how flat the competition is across the board at the moment. As it currently stands, there are 8 teams separated by just a game and a half from 5th through to 12th. It's going to be 5th to 13th, you'd think, by the end of the night, with Richmond a heavy favourite against West Coast later today. We've been spoilt with some really good footy, which means we got the 3 teams down the bottom of the ladder still to come today. So perhaps comes off a little bit after the really hot stuff we've had this weekend. First up, it's Hawthorn up against North Melbourne at Docklands, our broadcast game. And then later today, it'll be the West Coast Eagles and Richmond over in Perth. With me in the box here at the MCG, back on Grandstand AFL Sunday, as he has been for the better part of, 4 years now. The Richmond champion, former GWS footballer, who's pretty happy in his orange today, and Brett Delidio. Hello, Lids.
Hello, Corby. Good to be back. I'm refreshed after a little hiatus and been away watching some kids play up on the Goldie all last week, and a bit of family time too over the holidays. And I'm currently watching the country boys get it absolutely done over Metro. It's been a fair while since we've knocked them off too, which has been good. So very happy about that. But no, good to be back here, mate. I'm disappointed that the game, it's the bottom end of it, but there's some good players out there, that we can really focus in on. And I always enjoy watching the kids come out and flourish. We got Wardlaw Sheasel for North Melbourne. Will Day, I love watching him at the Hawks. So, yeah, mate, it'll still be a good game. So we'll tune into that later on.
We've razzed Murph all year about the Blues and their struggles. We get a chance to talk to the boss himself, Michael Voss, to join us.
How good's that? It's disappointing that Murph's not here to defend himself, because I would have been still coming in hot. Port Adelaide had a lot of players out, so I'd still find areas for the Blues to question. I'm not going to go with Vossi, but I would have gone hard on Murph.
I think you should. Maybe that's still in front of us. So no Mark Murphy today, but Australian Football Hall of Famer, 300 gamer from the Saints, Nathan Burke, is with us in the box. Hello, Burkey.
Hello, gentlemen. Very good to be here.
You've had a busy weekend.
I have.
Where have you been?
We've been down at Portsea with our AFLW camp. So we started about 3 o'clock on Friday and went all Friday night, all through Saturday and Sunday morning. And I've dropped the girls off at the spa down at down at
Hot
Sorrento.
Springs.
They're down there for 2 hours, and they probably don't want me hanging around there. So I shot off and here with you two blokes.
You ready to go? What, you got 6 weeks? Is that right? 6 weeks?
Yeah,
it's
about
up
that.
to, and a little bit.
Rumours that the fixture was going to be released yesterday, so we were gearing up for that, and then, as happens, we got another message saying, no, maybe Monday now. So, yeah, it's not far away.
And any word on a CBA, or is that still up in the air as well?
No, I think that's even further away.
Okay.
If I'm a betting person, I reckon we're probably going to come up with another 1 year fill-in, but we'll see.
Seriously?
I think so.
I mentioned how good the competition is and how tight it is at the moment. We'll start with Collingwood, who sit now a game clear on top, given the fact that they won yesterday against Fremantle. Port Adelaide had a slip-up here at Dockland, so not only a healthy percentage of 139, but also 4 points clear on top of the premiership table. 10 goals to 2 in the second term, broke the game open. It looked like the perfect quarter of football. Craig McRae, the coach of the Pies, is that as close to perfect as we've seen?
Yeah, I don't like the word perfect because it means it's never going to happen again. But they just keep doing it. But I think so. I think that's probably as close to what our DNA looks like in terms of all facets of our game. We had high pressure, we had good contested ball, and we won a lot of the territory. So there's a lot of stuff there that makes us feel like we're on the right track.
It's pretty scary, and he keeps saying all year that they haven't had their best 22 out there at any stage. He says he doesn't know what it is.
Yep.
I'm sure he'd have a suspicion, but it feels like he's always missing a key piece. And this is a team without their ruckman and their full forward. So no Myercheck, no Cameron.
Yep.
You take a full forward and a ruckman out of most teams, you'd think, gee, the whole structure and everything falls apart, and how are we going to piece it together? And yet they blew 3 off the park in that second quarter, and it left you sort of thinking, which team in the competition wouldn't they do that to in the form they were in yesterday?
Well, that's a good question, isn't it? I'm not sure if they got Geelong down at Geelong, but that's never going to happen, so we don't have to worry about that. Port Adelaide maybe at home, you'd think full strength, yeah, that might be a good show, but geez, they're just so good to watch, aren't they? I just really enjoy watching Collingwood go about it. Nick Dacos is just, for any young kid that wants to go along and learn how to work off the footy to try and get yourself involved and be involved, make great decisions, please do yourself a favour and go and buy a ticket and watch the show that he puts on. Not just him, but everyone else that's out there for the Pies. They're just impressive.
And it goes to show that great teams don't rely on any particular player. Like as you said, take the ruck, who's for most teams that's a pivotal player. Take the full forward, for most teams that's a pivotal player. But great teams don't care. And there's the old saying, one soldier out, one soldier in. And most people say 99% of the time. That's rubbish. But it's relevant for really, really good teams.
Yep.
For the rest of the league, it's important. But for really, really good teams, you can take one out and put someone else in, and it doesn't really matter.
Do you think he would know? Do you think he knows what his 22 is, as much as he's saying publicly, I'm not sure?
Fly?
Yeah.
I think he has a fair idea what his best 22 is. I thought Ash Johnson would be the one to slide out for McStay to come back in, but he's bobbed up and kicked a couple again. What did he end up with yesterday? He got 3. Jamie Elliott's come back to form. So he had a quiet month, I reckon, Jamie Elliott. Hardly kicking a goal at all. Shoulder injury out for a bit, but 4 yesterday. Tay Adams is the one that's probably surprised me in that forward mix that's been playing mostly like a high half forward up, but then getting looks on goal, which has been really good for the Pies. But yeah, I'm not really sure what their best 22 is called, to be honest. They're blessed with a lot of players playing good footy.
And good teams will always tell you, Berkey, you need a whole committee to get it done, that if a couple of guys go down in September and everything else.
Yep, exactly. And if he doesn't know what the best 22 is, it's because he's spoiled for choice. It's not that he's got to try and fill a hole. Who's going to fill that hole and who's going to fill that hole? It's like, no, I've got 2 plays for that hole. Who's the best one out of that? So that's a completely different scenario than, who's in my best 22? Who's going to fill that hole?
They're the best headaches as a coach, I imagine.
Oh, absolutely. If you get that sort of a headache, you're sleeping okay.
How clear are they as the premiership favourites? So I feel like most people have them on top.
Yeah,
by some way, by a little bit. I mean, people tell us in footy all the time, the gap's never as far as you think and never as wide as you think. So how clear do you think they are as the number one team?
I think they play with gears, don't they? I feel like they're not in top gear at the moment. They're just getting their way through it. Yeah, they put Freo to the sword. I'm not sold on Freo one bit, but especially over here in Melbourne. But yeah, look, they're at full breakneck speed and going for it. I think with a full side, they're as good as any team and should be by probably 4 or 5 goals I would have thought over the next best.
I look for a team that's got a really robust style of play. They're the ones that I'd say they're ready to go. The ones who are 1 week they're doing this and 1 week doing that, but they're accumulating enough wins to get into the finals. I don't really say, hey, they're ready to go, but Collingwood, they know what they're doing. It doesn't matter what the opposition team does. They just roll out their game plan, and 99% of the time they're going to win.
Well, that's right, and that's what they say. We play 120 minutes, they don't stop until that siren goes, and therefore they're in games.
So they're 15-2. They sit on top by a game. They also have a percentage of 159, which is the best in the competition as it stands at the moment. The team that's second on the ladder is Port Adelaide, so they're now a game behind. They still have a 2-game break over Brisbane, given the Lions slip up, so comfortably in the top 2 still. And as much as we talked about being able to replace a ruck and a full forward at Collingwood and one guy in, one guy out, it felt a lot like a personnel thing for Port Adelaide yesterday, that it was just a critical mass. They had too many guys unavailable for them, and that their winning run of 13 straight wins came to a screeching halt here at Docklands yesterday.
Yeah, which is disappointing, isn't it? Because you always like to see teams go on a bit of a run, but it's probably a good time, and when you're at the pointy end, and like Collingwood are at the moment, you can start to rotate your players through, and you're almost to the point where you're guaranteeing yourself a top 4 position. That's what Kenny be doing. He said, well, I've got an iffy 50-50 toss of the coin. If it's that game where they have to win, I guarantee a lot of those players will probably play Berkey. But look, it's a good luxury given that where they are, that they don't have to play every single week, and therefore when it comes to those crunch games, you're a fair bit fresher.
If I'm Kenny, I'm looking at the last 4 rounds only. I couldn't care less about losing right now, couldn't care less about who's playing right now, but I want to get my best team ready for those last 4 games, because that generally, history tells you win those last 4, you go deep into September. Yep. If you're losing those and you're limping into the finals, it's really, really tough. So he can afford to just take the foot off the pedal now and then reload from round 20, 21 onwards.
How much do you rely on, taking the foot off the pedal but not losing that momentum and that winning nature that's well ingrained in the boys at the moment? I think that'd be the fine balance that you probably toy with as a coach.
You've got to do it secretly. You almost got to do it without them knowing that you're doing it. So somebody who is 50-50 being the team, well, you probably make it a little bit worse and say, can't play this week. But, as you said, if it was an important game, they'd be in. Yep. So you sort of secretly manoeuvre things that take the slow down slightly. But and if you win, great. If you don't, well, no harm done.
So no Horn Francis, no Dixon. Unlikely they'll be back next week against Collingwood for the top of the table clash. So fascinating game. Feels like a little bit of the gloss comes off it with Port Adelaide missing some key personnel. Trent McKenzie expected to be back. Burn Jones concussed yesterday. Rioli misses for personal reasons, so unsure as to whether he comes back in the team. But that's next Saturday night, which will be a good gauge, particularly the fact it's in Adelaide. Collingwood were talking tough post-game where Braden Maynard came out and said, look, we're the best team in the league. They'll want to bring their best to try and beat us, which I love. That a little bit of theatre from Braden Maynard. They'll be walking into enemy territory, so at Adelaide Oval next Saturday night. Back to the Friday night fixture, there was a whole heap in this. So it felt like Brisbane was slow to rise and went to bed early. They conceded 4 goals out of the gates in the first 8 minutes, 4 goals at the end of the match, completely dominated everything else, where they'd kicked 16 goals to 8 in the middle portion of the match and ultimately fell 1 point short. The hoodoo at the MCG continues. They've lost 14 of their last 15 at the home of footy. Here's Chris Fagan in defeat.
Yeah, probably the hoodoo lives on. Unfortunately, it wasn't that far away from not living on, but it does. So we just have to take that feedback and try and do a better job the next time that we play here. I'm not a great believer that what happens tonight, if we're good enough to get the finals and we have to play here again, that's going to be on our mind. I think we can deal with that. We were close tonight, about as close as you can get, but didn't quite get there.
Is it a big deal, Berkey, or no big deal?
Depends where you look at it. You look at it like we should have won. We pushed Melbourne on their home ground right till a point. We were 4 goals up with 6 minutes to go, something like that. If you really review and stress how you did that, well, then it's probably not a big deal. But if you if you start looking at the numbers, 13 out of 14 and got run over and couldn't hang on, well then it becomes a big deal. So this is where the psychology of a coach and his ability to manipulate the mindset of the group really comes into play.
The one thing that really stood out to me, particularly with the way that Max played and obviously Petrarca, is they were able to will Melbourne over the line. And as good as Brisbane were for the whole period, who's Brisbane's guy that does that? So in big finals, when the game's on the line in the last 10 minutes, who's the guy that's going to impose himself on a contest?
It's probably the guy that wasn't playing. Josh Dunkley would be the guy that I picture laying that big tackle, going back with the flight, manages to find a way inside forward 50 to kick a goal. I think Ashcroft will probably be that in time. I thought Cam Rayner might have been that. He's that enigmatic, forward that can really light up and do something miraculous. Charlie Cameron probably a little bit as well, but yeah, they probably lacked for that. Whereas Maxi, he's got that in spades. A big mark down the line, ability to find that the free mid. The same with Petrarca. He's just got stardom written all over him. His last 2 weeks have been very impressive, his ability to go forward, kick goals, and not just be that one-trick pony mid.
I don't know what Oscar McInerney's personality's like, but I saw him a couple of weeks ago. He tore Rowan Marshall, who's a very good ruck, who's playing some really good football. He tore him apart here, and then he goes and does that. You've got a guy that big and that capable. He's got such capability in him to then get flogged on a night. I'd be looking straight at that bloke and saying, the difference between your best and your worst is far too far apart, and because you're around the ball so much, you've got to get that worst up somewhere close to your best if we're going to be the team that we want to be.
I didn't see a lot of the game, so what was the difference with McInerney? Because it says here, if you're looking at numbers, he had 33 hit-outs to 39. Yeah. So he's tried pretty hard in the ruck, you would have thought, but is it the follow-up, the around the ground, being able just to nullify Max's influence? Because how many ruckmen get it 29 times these days? And that's a pretty impressive performance from Maxi Gawn.
Well, it was just a standard case of when the umpire's got the footy, let's come together, and when it goes, we'll go apart. And they just came together when the umpire had the footy, but Max actually, his football smarts completely outsmarted Big Oscars.
Yeah.
And he was getting to where the ball was, he was getting behind the play, he's getting in front of the play, and he had one of those nights where it did follow him around a little bit, but if your opponent is having one of those nights, you have to have the ability to recognise that and then counter it somehow.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Brisbane, it's been a little bit of that whole year where it feels like their season won't really start until September. They've been there repeated years. They're going to qualify high enough, you'd think, to get a double chance. They go back to the Gabba this week to play Geelong, which is an interesting game at a good time next Saturday twilight. So they're still a game clear in third spot. They've won 45 of their past 49 regular season games at the Gabba. So only 4 losses, and one of those was against Essendon, where half the team had COVID and missed. So really, they've lost 3 games in 4 years of regular season footy at the Gabba. Melbourne in 4th spot, so big win for them. It means they're now a game and a half clear of the chasing pack, so that's the gap between 4th and 5th. Really, all the questions around Melbourne is, what do they do with Brodie Grundy?
Yeah.
So he spoke to Mitch Cleary on Channel 7 yesterday. Here's a little of what Brodie had to say when he rolled up to play for Casey in a practice match at VFL level.
He played really well last night, didn't he, in that role? So it's an exciting prospect, and we just got to get it right. And starts with me having a crack here today, and seeing what I can do.
That's Brodie Grundy speaking about Max Gawn's performance on Friday night. So he did play yesterday. Just so happens they played against Sandringham, which is St Kilda's VFL team, and how lucky are we? We had Brendan Goddard working for us last night, who was there to watch the game, and so we turned BJ into a little bit of a pseudo-reporter, and we asked him for his take on how Brodie Grundy went.
He was okay. It was a kind of unique circumstances we had at the start of the game. Well, they had, 17 players. We had 12, and they gave us a couple of players. So it was like under 10s back in the day. To answer your question, Grundy played majority forward. He did some nice things. I thought Tommy Highmore, who played on him most of the day, did a pretty good job.
Kicked some goals?
They were a strong outfit. I think he might have kicked a couple, and they were a pretty strong outfit.
What was Grundy's mid-ruck forward split?
Roughly? I'm going to say 80-20 maybe. Might even be 90-10. 90-10.
Yeah, 90-10 forward.
Forward ruck.
So two-time All-Australian, 2-time Best and Fairest winner. Basically, Melbourne have come out quite publicly and very transparent and said, look, we're going to try and turn him into a forward. I
haven't seen much of it in his career to date to suggest that he's a forward or got much forward craft. other than being a long target down the line.
You'd think Ben Brown would have better forward craft as that tall, and you can't really afford to play both of them.
Nah. So he's going to toil for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I'd be picking Ben Brown, give him a run at it. When Ben gets a run at it, he provides a good target, he leads at the right time, he'll kick 1 or 2. He's not going to kick you 6 or 7, I don't think, against good teams, but I don't think Brodie's going to do more than that.
Or I'd play none and just have Van Rooyen and Max Gawn.
Wow.
So you're not that big down there.
I mean, it's a huge story, and we only have to go back a couple of weeks to the King's birthday game where Simon Goodwin quite publicly came out and said he's at a club now that values him and what he brings to the team, and sort of repeated that on numerous occasions, almost just trying to niggle at Collingwood before that big game. A few weeks later, he's all of a sudden playing in the reserves. This is a guy they've got on a 5-year deal, who's come across on big money, albeit Collingwood are paying part of his salary, and now quite publicly, it's almost... it's a bit embarrassing for Brodie that all of a sudden they've said, hey, we don't think you can do it as a ruckman, or we want this one guy to go it alone in the ruck in Max Gawn because we feel like that brings out the best in Max, and so we might try and turn you into a forward, and let's see how that goes at VFL level for a few weeks with finals just 6 weeks away.
It's a bit NBA-like, isn't it? No, we don't want you, so we'll waive you, and then the next team can come along and grab. But you've got multiple clubs paying some of your salary.
I'm saying, he could go to St Kilda, who need a second ruck badly, and have Collingwood and Melbourne pay for him to play at St Kilda.
Dual All-Australian, dual best and fairest that they're paying $200,000 for, and he's getting his full whack from 2 other clubs.
As good a player as he is, you can't make an AFL calibre forward, can you, in 2 weeks of VFL footy?
I can't imagine. Not to be... Yeah, that's been too disrespectful to what Ben Brown has done already in all of his career so far. Tom McDonald will come back at some stage, you'd think, as well, maybe. I don't see how it works.
So is he at a third club in 3 years next year?
I didn't, until I saw it on Twitter that someone else had mentioned that. I did not even contemplate it, but now you'd have to say, well, depends how much he wants to toil and how much he sees himself as that number 1 ruck or the second ruck. It's going to be completely up to Brodie.
I think you can. There's teams out there definitely need them, and again, I'll point to the Saints. They're refusing to play a second ruck. They've got Mitch Owens playing in the ruck.
And killing the poor kid.
Yeah, playing the whole season as a second ruck, and they've got Tom Campbell and others toiling around in the reserves. I'm tipping Brodie might be jump ahead of those guys for that second ruck.
Geelong, Port Adelaide. I'm sure there'd be a number of contending teams that would think, well, if you don't want Brodie Grundy, we could.
Yeah, that's interesting actually. Yeah, because he's a South Australian, isn't he? I think he's pretty settled here in Melbourne, but. Yeah, I think we're becoming more and more open to that flexibility of where players play, and we're not getting tied down to just one club, the one club loyalty anymore. It is changing, which is good, I think, for the game.
And teams don't seem as precious when it comes to things like the salary cap too. So they sort of think, look, we can cut our losses, and if it takes $200,000 in the salary cap to free up $700,000, we're better off doing that than we are sort of carrying this guy on $900,000 that we don't really have any use for. They're just, I don't know the figures. I'm just using round numbers.
And you look at Jack Bowes coming out of Gold Coast. Like, if you sat back and just looked at that deal on paper, you're going, what are they doing? But I think we're getting to understand that, and the way that Collingwood offloaded all of those players, and how well have they come out of that? At the time, we're saying, Collingwood are mad. They've stuffed up their salary cap. Look what they've done. But look what they've done. So those sort of out-of-the-box trades and moves and that sort of stuff are probably becoming more acceptable.
What does it cost a club to get Brodie Grundy pick-wise in terms of compensation?
That's a good question.
Yeah. Is he first rounder? Well, if he's playing the twos, he's probably not, is he? But his salary would suggest that he probably might be. So
early second?
The D's will be asking for something more than that.
Yep.
Otherwise, I say, no, we'll keep him. So, I don't want to play in the twos for the next 3 or 4 years, however long Maxi's are.
How old is he now?
He's 29.
29.
So he's got probably about 4 years, maybe?
4 years.
Minimum, I'd say. Maybe a few more.
Something in the 20s. Potentially, for a straight swap.
So that's the top 4 as it sits at the moment. So then we've got a 6-point break from Melbourne through to Geelong. Huge statement last night. They showed the competition what they're still capable of, but dished out a huge reality check to the Bombers. We had the clash of the Scott twins, of course, in the coach's box. Chris Scott, firstly, in victory last night. This is his take on Brian Myers, who is the number 1 trend in Australia on Thursday. He's had a busy week. 100th game last night. He leads the competition in goal assists, and he was amongst the best players for the Cats again last night in victory.
I'm smiling because you're not supposed to have favourites, but it's hard not to like him as a coach. He's a unique player, and his decision making is elite. He takes some options that sometimes don't come off, but at least from my perspective, he has that licence. When you go for some of the options that he takes, you're going to miss some of them. But on balance, it's clearly a net positive for us.
He's had an awesome season. He got 2 votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year last night, and yet he's kicked only 4 goals. He's kicked something like 4 goals, 9 for the year.
You're kidding?
He's got 30 goal assists.
Wow, that is so impressive. You look at him and you're just like, he's just a guy who hits the scoreboard every week.
Yep.
But he's really just serving him up on a platter, isn't he, for his teammates, which is great. But 4 goals.
Yeah, I just like anyone who's slightly unorthodox. Yep. The way that he kicks the ball and where he kicks the ball, it's unorthodox. We need those sort of people in the game.
He tricks everyone, doesn't he, with his ability to go across his body, sideways, little dinky ones that you don't think he's going to go for. Very similar to a guy who's in the box next to us, and Stevie J. He used to be like trying to deceive you with his eyes and where they were going, and then pull it across his body and find something that no one else is even noticing.
Michael Voss is going to join us shortly, the coach of the Carlton Football Club. Can they win it, Geelong? Can they defend their premiership from the position they're in at the moment? So they're undefeated in the last 4. Their draw's fascinating. So in the next 4 games, they play the top 3 teams. Starting with Brisbane this week, they've also got Collingwood and Port in that stretch.
Well, ask me again in a month.
In a month, yeah.
That's the short answer to that. But I always thought their best is you don't go from winning a grand final, like smashing a grand final, to no good the following year. You lost a couple of senior players, but the crux of them are all still there, and you have got a really good young crew coming through. So, their best is certainly good enough.
We had 3 teams all on 9 wins entering the weekend, and none of them took the opportunity. St Kilda, the Western Bulldogs and Essendon to round out the top 8. First of all, the Saints, a huge slip-up against a caretaker coach in Stephen King and the Gold Coast Suns up north. Here's Ross Lyon on whether his Saints deserve to play finals or not.
To be honest, we don't. How we've been playing, well, particularly today, we don't deserve to play, and we won't earn the right. We play like today, we won't challenge North Melbourne next week. So I just take the feedback, and early in the year we earned it. At the minute, not even thinking about it, because really how we play today, you're not going to beat many teams, to be honest. So I hear that narrative and I understand we can turn it around quick, but gee, I think it's a longer. We spoke about a year of exploration. I just feel when our top flights aren't really going there, there's not enough quality to step up and take the load off them, as harsh as that might be. But we're thrilled with the development of Windhager and Owens. And gee, Philippou and Caminiti have taken a big load this year. It's just overwhelming them a little bit, I would think.
They're clearly in another dip, so another hot start to the season. They were in the top 4 at the halfway mark, and now they're in free fall. They've won 1 of their last 5. That win was a narrow one against West Coast, in which they were flat out getting out of there with the points, and they've scored fewer than 60 points in 3 of their last 4 games. So it's come right off for the Sonas.
There's 2 ways of looking at this. You can go, ask the average football supporter who Caminiti, Philippou and Sharman are your 3 key forwards with Owens. Most of them would say, I don't know who they are. So there's one reason that, you're trying to build a forward line around those young guys. But if you dig a lot deeper, you look at, midfield. Midfield is what really builds a really good team. And they're getting beaten in there. And there's a sameness about the midfield. And there's not an exuberance about that midfield. And certainly don't have anyone like a Nick Dacos, not many people do, that can throw in there and just be different from everybody else. And so that's my worry. Yes, those young fellas playing up forward, they've done a mighty job, and 2 of them in their first season. Sharman's in his second, Owens in his second. But it's the other 2/3 of the ground that really concern me.
I think there'll be a big clean out at the end of the year in terms of their list. I think Ross has got his guys that he likes and thinks he can take the club forward, but then I think they'll be looking to trade and bring in a little bit of experience maybe, but refresh and get some better players in. The problem is they're going to finish middle of the table, so you end up in the teens for the first round, and then late 20s.
He keeps mentioning that the year of exploration. Who's exploring? Is it him?
Yep.
Am I exploring my list?
I think so.
And as a player, not a great position to be in.
You wouldn't want to be on the fringe, would you, at the moment?
No, and Ross does have a lot of players on the fringe. He's very reluctant to turn players over and bring new players in. So there's a great deal of players who always sit on the fringe of a Ross Lyon team. And so if he's going, hey, this is all about exploring, there'll be a whole bunch of players sitting there saying, well, how about sort of exploring with me? Give me a bit of a go. So I just don't like that phrase. I don't think it would set a great mood within the club.
The Bulldogs and the Bombers on our agenda next, and Michael Voss is going to join us as well, the coach of the Carlton Football Club. All still to come on Grandstand AFL Sunday, live from Docklands, ahead of the Hawks and the Roos.
The World Game is here.
Great touch on the edge of the box, right foot strike, he scores! Unbelievable!
The FIFA Women's World Cup 2023.
Near the corner post on the left side, dribbles to the edge of the area, strike! Oh, it's in! What a wonderful goal!
Live and commercial-free coverage on radio and on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the World Cup button.
Kerr intercept, dribbles into the area, Kerr strike! The Aussie captain scores!
The FIFA Women's World Cup 2023 starts Thursday.
Grandstand AFL.
This is Grandstand AFL Sunday with Corbin Middlemass. AFL.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Fogarty, hand pass on hands and knees to De Koning, inside 50, Curnow leaps, Aaliyah, dropped at the last minute, Curnow onto it, looking to snap, bends it back, he's got another!
What a night for the Blue Baggers for Port Adelaide. Their 13-game win streak is over. Welcome to Grandstand AFL Sunday. For those of you joining us for the first time, Corbin Middlemass, Australian Football Hall of Famer Nathan Burke and Richmond champion Brett Delidio. The SMS number 0437 774 774. Michael Voss is going to join us shortly, the coach of the Carlton Football Club. We're working our way through the ladder. It's an incredible season. There are 8 teams separated by a game and a half from 5th through to 12th. You'd expect that to be 5th through to 13th by the end of the day, with Richmond heavy favourites against West Coast. So the bottom 3 teams in action today. The first up, the Hawks and the Roos. There is a late change. Max Ramsden has been replaced in the selected side by Lloyd Meek. So Meek in for Ramsden for Hawthorn. The subs are Jack Zeeble for North Melbourne and Denver Granger Barras for the Hawks. So that's our first game for broadcast, and then later today the West Coast Eagles up against the Tigers. We're up to 7th spot on the table as we work our way through. The Western Bulldogs, so we won't spend too long on them given it was back on Thursday night, but the big question that's come out of it, given a Meek Baines' comments that this is a top 4 list and we're targeting the top 4 finish, are they squandering this era with the group that they have available to them for what they're getting out of it, given they've never finished in the top 4 despite having played in 2 grand finals in 7 seasons?
Yeah, I feel they are. I feel like the talent that they've got in terms of their midfield, even their front end, I think that where they lack is their back end and their ability to actually get the most out of the special players that they've got. The dropping of lob, like I can sort of understand that, but you get a player across, you think that you give him every chance, which they have. I just think that he gives them another target. It's not all left to Aaron Norton up front. But in saying that, they're thereabouts, but they're just not quite good enough. And that shouldn't have been a game that they let slip or be anywhere near, I don't think, on the weekend.
My observation is they have got that high-end, top-end talent, but then the gap between that top 6 on the ground and that bottom 6 on the ground and what's going to replace that bottom 6 on the ground is too far apart.
Yep.
They get not much from their bottom 6 every week.
Yep.
And without Liam Jones in that back line,
it makes a big difference.
Some of those bottom 6 have to play in that back line, which is why they get scored against in runs. So they've got top end, they've got some really good 3/4 end, but then they're down to the quarter end, which is not quite top 4 standard, I don't think.
Yeah, interestingly, it was interesting comments from Meek Baines that he believes they're a top 4 list. I don't necessarily think that. I like that they're aiming high, and I like the fact that the CEO comes out and says, look, this is what we're headed towards, but it doesn't scream sort of top 4 list just on our observations of it. Quickly on Essendon, Michael Voss about to join us. Bit of a reality check for the Bombers, and for people that might have been getting
smacking, wasn't it?
A little carried away after the effort last Sunday. But Brad Scott here in defeat last night. This is how he was able to sum it up.
I don't think we'll lose any belief
in what we're trying to build. We just couldn't execute, and we came up against a team that they were red hot early and really solid throughout the game. So, it wasn't just a matter of we weren't quite up to it. They were exceptional, and we were a bit off. And when you play an exceptional team and they're on and you're a bit off, you get a result like that.
So that's the top 8 as it sits at the moment. Darcy Parish laid a dangerous tackle on Tanner Bruin, so that'll be one that we'll watch closely to see what the MRO has to say about it. On the other side of the 8, the Blue Baggers are knocking on the door big time. They sit 2 points outside of the 8. They've got a healthy percentage, a sensational win yesterday over Port Adelaide to end their winning streak and continue one of their own. So the Blues have now won 4 on the bounce. And I'm very pleased to say their senior coach, one of the greats of the game, Michael Voss, joins us on Grandstand AFL Sunday. Michael, congratulations on the win and appreciate your time.
No worries, thank you.
How do you put yesterday into words?
It's nice to walk away with the 4 points and see some of the things that we've obviously been reinforcing throughout quite a difficult time come to life. And to see the players be able to execute in the manner that they have has been really rewarding.
So you're playing some really attractive footy. I guess the media lens or the outside sort of look at the Blues is this significant improvement and you've changed the way that you go about it, or is it the pressure's off and now we're seeing Carlton play a little bit freer? How do you analyse it?
No, I don't think the pressure's ever off. I think it's always right in front of your face. But we had an opportunity to be able to step out against a really good football team that won 13 games straight and put on show what we've been able to work on. So you're always trying to work out how you test your system and whether your system's going to stand up against some very good sides, and we've sort of been nipping away out of that over a period of time, and something that's becoming obviously quite clearer in the way we need to be able to execute, and we're quite pleased with some of that progression that we've made in those areas, but also when you play against opposition like Port Adelaide, you get to go to work on the things that we need to get after next, and they gave us that.
Vossi, Brett Lidio here, mate. This is a big deal for me. You're one of my absolute favourite players as a lad, so thanks for jumping on. I've just noticed that you guys look like you're going forward out of stoppage a little bit more, less numbers and handball back. Midfielders getting big numbers, more damage. Has that been a focus for you guys?
Yeah, it's a good assessment. We one of the things that we went to work on, I've got a timeline-wise, let's say round 6, round 7, was that we were getting a lot of the ball, but we weren't as effective, and certainly the quality of possession wasn't as damaging as what it could have been. So, we have no problem winning the football, but our quality of possession and the direction we're taking it, we're just overusing it and not getting rewards. So one of the refinements that we had to make was obviously just how we make that more penetrating and obviously hit the scoreboard a little bit more. And that took a little while to try and make that really clear for the players, but something they've gone to work on and now starting to transfer.
Well, one guy that has been damaging for you, I think, all year has been Adam Cherry. You must be pleased with the form that he's been and what he's been able to do for you in your midfield for the whole year.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. He's been our best player this year. His level of consistency is, he's just turned up every single week. And as a coach, when you look at somebody, you don't have to worry how they're going to turn up, because they just prepare the same way and they turn up the same way and they compete the same way. It's just it's a nice luxury to have in your team, and he's been that for us this year.
Vossi, Nathan Burke here. Good to chat, mate. How are you?
Good, Burkie.
Your time is obviously very limited. There's a lot to get through as a coach during the week. How much time do you sort of put down to, okay, I've got to work out how we're playing the game, and then how much time to what's the mindset of the group as a whole? Because as a coach, obviously you're sort of responsible for that, and how do you sort of break that up? Do you find yourself getting consumed with one or the other?
Yeah, I think the tendency is to dive into the X and O's pretty quick, but I think what we're dealing with something that was a fairly significantly more than that. We had a large group of our players there for a period of time that were really struggling with their own personal form, and there's probably a lot of reasons for that. But ultimately, where you spend your time is pretty important. Some of that is around role clarity and being able to give them that clarity that they need, and some of it's just around belief and confidence and being able to get yourself back into form. So giving yourself enough headspace to be able to to be able to explore and stay curious and be vulnerable and look what the next level of improvement is. So I would say that we've spent a fair bit of time in the refinement of our game on our system, a fair bit of time in the refinement of our roles. But I would say where we've spent most of our time is obviously just giving the players enough space in their head so they can go to work.
There's always that great unknown in the rooms before they run out to play. Everyone sort of stands there and go, are they on today? Are they a bit off today? And how good are you at sort of picking that one?
Horrible. I was horrible as a player, and I'm horrible as a coach. So it doesn't mean you go around and ask the question. You sort of say, are they hitting the bag hard? How's their voice, you know? And so you do your head an assessment. But what I think you get your confidence from is obviously clearly the work that you've done. And what we've tried to do is we've really tried to lean into our training as a starting point. And it seems like such an obvious thing to say, but there's some clear things that we want to make sure that in training we could execute as a priority, and it took a little while to transfer that onto the grass on game day, but thankfully we stuck at it, and I've really got the coaches and the leaders to acknowledge there, because the work they were able to do and the work they're able to do on the training is now starting to transfer over.
Michael Voss, the coach of the Carlton Football Club, with us on Grandstand AFL Sunday. We're lucky enough, Michael, to work with Mark Murphy on Grandstand AFL, and he made an assessment of the Blues earlier in the year, where, sort of going back to the month of June, where he said, look, I'm not involved at the club anymore, but it looks to me that Carlton have heavily invested in the stoppage game, which is what worked in the first half of 2022, and that the competition has significantly changed, and now they're trying to alter what they do in season into this sort of more turnover game and the high risk sort of ball movement that we see in modern footy. Is that a fair assessment as to what went wrong for the Blues in the front half of the year?
Look, I think there's certainly been an adjustment around our ability to pressure the ball. I'd say that's been the most significant change. And you need a full buy-in on that from as a collective. So, not just what we train, but, clearly our intent on game day, and we weren't getting it to the standard that we needed. So, clearly we've missed something there. But we've been able to get that significant shift. Now, interestingly, that's probably shifted our profile in every phase of the game. So, we're not just talking about stoppages here and how we're able to win those important balls, but, we're putting ourselves in better positions on the ground to score from. And, coincidentally, I should say, the scoreboard's starting to tick over.
Have you got an update on Harry Mackay for us?
No, well, we know his knee, so we'll obviously get that scanned. So we'll have some more updates tomorrow. Obviously, we go through a bit of a process around who he needs to meet and, what sort of scans we need to have. So we'll go through those over the next 24 hours and, be a little bit clearer. So rather than throw out small patches of information, we'll get it all together and obviously provide the clear direction for him.
I think in some of the broadcasts initially there were fears of an ACL, but from what I sort of took from your post-game press conference, you were a little more optimistic than that?
No, more minor end. More minor end. So we're hoping that there's nothing too structural there, but we can certainly say the ACL is not a factor.
Jack Silvani, his game yesterday, so 4 goals up front, a career high. He's off contract at the end of the year. Sort of, what does he bring your group? What do you get out of Jack Silvani as that sort of Swiss Army knife kind of guy?
Well, I think what we've been really pleased with our role players is that they've come in really clear with what we expect, and he's shown an appetite for the contest. He's up against it. He's up against it on the weekend as well, being undersized ruckman, which he faces every time he plays pretty much. But they've been able to get after that and give the mids a bit of a look on the ground. He's impacted that. He's been able to go up forward. And, I think the real shift for us is that we've had some players come into our team that have been able to sort of take that on as a role and accepted their role and what they need to be able to do. And as a result, we're making each other look a little bit better. And, Sauce has been one of those. Fogarty's come in and done that job. Jack Martin's come in and made a significant difference for us. David Cunningham has been down there. And so we've had this continuity of this group down there now for a few weeks. And, they've been able to establish that cohesiveness. And as a byproduct, with a little bit more settlement, Jesse Motlop comes in, he kicks 4 in the first half. So it's... so what a surprise that was. But, he's been in some good form as well. So some role players coming and getting their jobs done has certainly helped.
And we're now, I think, 6 games left in the regular season, and hopefully for Carlton fans something beyond. But Tom De Koning still off contract. We haven't had an update as to sort of where his future lies. Do you have anything for us?
No, they'll just be ongoing conversations. So we're certainly having those, which is pleasing. But the time frames we're not. We obviously haven't tied anything down on that. We've maintained right throughout the year, and so is he, is that we just want to make sure that we get the best out of him. And, for him to be able to come back in, I guess as that more recognised ruckman certainly helps, and he's bringing so much energy to us. And I think everyone's just really sort of firmly locked in what we need to be able to do next, to be honest. I don't think we need to drift out on who's in contract and out of contract and, what finals mean or don't mean. We've just sort of been through taking each little sort of day as it comes because, we're doing it pretty tough there for a while, and we know if we don't look at the thing in front of us, then, we'll get a bite on the bum, that's for sure.
The Blues are the hottest ticket in town when you're up and going. 4 in a row for the Blue Baggers, and next Saturday you have a home game up against the West Coast Eagles. It is Junior Baggers Day, so the opportunity for pre-game activities outside Gate 7 before the start of play. So I'm sure another huge crowd expected with Carlton back at Docklands next Saturday. Michael, always appreciate your time. Congratulations on the winning run, and we'll chat to you soon on Grandstand AFL.
Thanks, gents. Take care.
Michael Voss, the coach of the Carlton Football Club. They're certainly up and about at the moment, the Blue Baggers, and Curnow was sort of down in the first half. Mackay was injured, and yet they were able to find other avenues to goal, and Motlop and Silvani both bobbing up to kick 4 each. They're all of a sudden a player in the season, so they got West Coast next. They could very well be in the 8 next week. And then their fixture in 2 weeks' time is a Friday night date with the Magpies. What a game that could be. Catherine off the SMS 0437 774 774. If Carlton play like they did against Port Adelaide, can the Blues win against Collingwood on July 28?
Well, it'll be an interesting game. Nothing pleased me more than what happened last year, late in the season, sitting next to Murph, of course. But yeah, I don't know. I think that was a fair question that you asked in terms of is the pressure off, and now. Because I've been in that situation before at the Tigers. I remember 2014, I think we were 3-9, and we come home with a wet sail and won 9 in a row to make the finals. Ultimately not good enough to continue on, but when that expectation of playing finals had sort of been released and it was like it was a free hit every game, you play freer, and therefore you're just having a crack. And that's where I feel like, yes, Vossi answered it as a coach would, but it was a fair question.
So kids go free game too next Saturday here at Docklands, so they could get a monster crowd on a 4-game winning sequence to play the Eagles next week. Carlton. A couple of other issues in the competition. So Luke Ball last night, we're down in Geelong. We weren't treated to the closest game we were probably hoping for, 5th versus 8th in the Bombers and the Cats. And Zach Merritt had a guard of honour and was chaired off the ground. This is what Luke Ball had to say about it. Dirty night for the Bombers and for Zach, and not the way I'm sure he'd want to celebrate his milestone.
The Oppo team, we're doing that now for 200. The Oppo team line up.
Not defending,
200.
will we?
I don't know. No, not for 200.
What's the minimum
250.
required? Okay.
Yeah.
I agree.
Not for 200. Doesn't want the guard of honour for 200 games.
Absolutely.
No, and especially when you're being smacked like that, I'd be like, no, I'll just walk off, I think.
Yeah.
Unless it's a 100-point win, then you can lap it up, but not when you're being smacked by 70-odd points.
You might get 2 of your teammates sort of grab you and chuck you on the shoulder and you walk 3 steps off the ground.
Yeah, and that'll do. Yeah,
that's
thanks.
about it.
Well, guard of honours, they're everywhere in the competition.
Mate, it's a bit much. Yeah. I agree with Bally, 100%.
Brett Roseberry got a guard of honour yesterday for his 500th game. That was a bit different, maybe.
Who chaired him off?
No one chaired him off, but he walked off with the match ball.
He's a ripper, Rosie.
Both teams. He's feels like every player's favourite umpire, Brett Roseberry.
No, he is, because he talks you through what it is, but he also sees the game really, really well. He's always up for a chat in the rooms, which is good.
Milestone night for Lockie Whitfield. Celebrated 200 yesterday, and it was a huge win for GWS. Come from behind to beat the Crows for the 2nd time this year. Here's Adam Kingsley in victory.
They want to play really well for their teammates. Lockie Whitfield's 200th tonight. And you ask the guys to play like Lockie with a bit of courage and dare, and it's exactly what you get to a man. And I think that's probably a reflection of how much the group and the club loves Lockie Whitfield.
So that's the winning, the losing Matthew Nix, coach of the Crows. So much optimism trying to go to 5th spot last Sunday here at against the Bombers at Docklands. Since then, they've lost back-to-back games. They're now down in 11th on the table.
I think our opposition took their game to another level, which was higher than ours.
I'm not saying that we were really poor, but it was a long way from our best, a long way, which is the most disappointing part. I think that's where the majority of people who were here today were so disappointed because we'd done it for 3 quarters up to that point.
So here we go. I'm going to put you both on the spot here. So in that mid-table treadmill, we've got Geelong, 9.5 wins. St Kilda, 9 wins. Bulldogs, 9 wins. Essendon, 9 wins. GWS, 9 wins. Carlton on 8.5 in 10th. And then Adelaide and Gold Coast both on 8 wins. As we sit here with 2 games to go in round 18, who are you leaning towards to be the 4 teams to make up the lower portion of the top 8? Or maybe the lower 3 teams. I think everyone's got Geelong in, do we?
Yeah, I got Geelong in.
All right, give me the other 3.
The Giants, the Dogs, and I'll say the Bombers sneak in.
Ooh.
I've got the Saints dropping out.
Okay.
The deciding factor is who they play.
Yeah.
In a season like this, I don't think we talk enough about who's playing who twice and who's not. Who's got West Coast? Carlton got West Coast twice between now and the end of the season.
They've already played them once. They got them again. Yep.
So that's a bonus.
The Bombers get them again.
Bombers getting in. I think the Saints have got a fairly easy run over the next month where if they're good enough, they should win 3 or 4 of those. So to me, I can throw a blanket in terms of skill over 6 teams, but it comes down to who they're going to play.
So can you see the Blues getting in there?
Depends on who they play.
So Carlton will be the only ones, and Essendon and St Kilda dropping out. I'd say the Blues are probably a little sniff.
Yeah, so they've got West Coast next week, but then they play 3 top 8 teams, Collingwood, St Kilda, Melbourne.
And that'll sort them out. And
then the Suns and the Giants to finish, so they're all sort of 50-50 games for the Baggers.
Yep.
So without you doing your ladder predictor, you're not going to just give us 3, are you?
Saints won't and shouldn't. I think Western Bulldogs will.
Yep.
I don't care about Essendon or Giants or Carlton or Crows. I don't like any of them, so I don't want any of them to get in there. No, that's not true. Look, I think Adelaide, when they played Collingwood at the G, everyone's going, oh boy, how good is this team? This team's top 4, top 5, maybe top 6. But to be sitting down at 11th now, that's a big drop. They're putting in some shockers. They're the disappointing one for me out of that lot.
They got Melbourne at the MCG next Sunday. They're going to have to start winning some of these games that you wouldn't have banked them just to keep themselves in it. This is Grandstand AFL Sunday. Hi boys, enjoy the program. Carlton playing West Coast twice. What is that all about? Yes, I'm a Pies supporter from M in Melbourne. Of course, there's 5 teams or 6 teams in the competition. You play twice, the way that the draw works, which, as we know, it's a fixture. It's not a draw. It's fixed. It's uneven, and that's why some teams get to play some sides twice and others don't. This is Grandstand AFL Sunday. We're counting down to the Hawks and the Roos as North Melbourne make their way out onto the ground first. Before that, though, it's time for the Top 10 Cheesy Game Show. All right, rapid fire today as we're 3 minutes away from the start of our broadcast. We're looking for the youngest 10 teams in the competition from round 17. So who are the most youthful sides in the competition by age?
Hawthorn.
Hawthorn were the youngest team last week, 23 years and 353 days.
North?
North are the 3rd youngest, 24 years.
Essendon.
Essendon are in there. Yep, they are the equal 6th youngest.
The Swans? No.
That's
disappointing. Freo are the youngest. Oh, because he keeps talking about it all.
Swans are the 4th oldest, actually, in the competition. I would have taken Fremantle. They're the 2nd youngest. West Coast are the 4th youngest. Adelaide 5th. St Kilda 6th. Not Collingwood. Gold Coast, 7th. Then the Bombers and the Lions are actually the 8th youngest, and then Port Adelaide in 10th.
Port Adelaide, they're in a good spot, aren't they?
Yeah. So the Collingwood actually the oldest team at the moment, which that's how the trend's going. Last year we saw Geelong the oldest team in the comp and the oldest premiership team ever. All right, milestone last night for one Bomber. What we're looking for are the most best and fairest won at the Essendon Football Club.
Most.
Who's won the most B&Fs?
Jimmy Hurd.
Yes, he's won 5.
Tim Watson.
Tim Watson's won 4.
Job Watson.
Job's won 3.
Justin Madden. Simon Madden, sorry.
I'll give you that. Simon Madden, he's won 4.
Well, Zach Merritt's won 3, so he has to be in there.
He's in there.
Terry Danaher.
No. Would have taken Dick Reynolds, Bill Hutchison, Tom Fitzmaurice, Wally Buttsworth, John Burt, Barry Davis or Graham Moss? All right.
No one else either there.
Deciding category. It's probably not a good one for you, Berkey.
Okay.
The most streamed artist on Spotify.
Oh, God.
In 2023.
Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift's on the list. I'll give you that. Number 3.
My girls will be very impressed with me for that one.
Drake's number 10.
Oh, wow.
Okay, now we're struggling. Nicki Minaj.
No, Nicki Minaj, but I like the guess. I would have taken The Weeknd, who's number 1 at 100.9 million monthly. Miley Cyrus, Rihanna, Shakira, Ed Sheeran, David Guetta, Sam Smith, Caesar is the rest of the list. So that's the top 10. So
I thought The Weeknd is what we're in now.
I know.
100%.
Nathan Berg sticking around for the game. Thanks to Lauren back in the studio. So is Lids. Matt Clinch coming in to head up the call, and Ben Cameron on the boundary. It is the Roos and the Hawks. Next.
The World Game is here.
Great touch on the edge of the box. Right foot strike. It scores. Unbelievable.
The FIFA Women's World Cup 2023.
Near the corner post on the left side. Dribbles to the edge of the area. Strike. Oh, it's in. What a wonderful goal.
Live and commercial-free coverage on radio and on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the World Cup button.
Kerr intercept. Dribbles into the area. Kerr strike. The Aussie captain scores.
The FIFA Women's World Cup 2023 starts Thursday.
What's the best thing in the world that's also on the ABC Listen app? The footy. This season, get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
Right through for a goal.
AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered.
She's got it. Bye-bye. See you later.
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
Set. Bingo.
AFL and NRL, live and ad-free. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The Raw will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet.
This game is electric.
Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited. Oh, the home fans like that. What a game. It's got everything. On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game.
Cause here it comes, here it comes.
One bounce at 60, one bounce at 40, one bounce at 20, and he goes.
He plays on from 52 out. The package bangs it through.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
On the left boot, he's welcome to the big time moment.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
Turn steady, go.
Something big is coming.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Durham to win it. Goal.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
Gets onto it, and away it goes.
Tapped it twice with his left hand, gathered in the right forward pocket. That is brilliant.
Here they come.
That's class. Oh, he's a star. What a game. Brilliant.
He goes.
This kid is going places.
Hand pass to Sarong. Sarong pulls the trigger. Boom. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Curls it around. What about that?
Hand pass to Elliott, back to Hill. Superb finish.
55 out. He's given this plenty. That's a magnificent strike of the football.
He dribbles it along the ground for an incredible goal.
Grimes goes long. Bolton. High altitude fly from Showbolt. Snap from 35, and boy does he love it.
Good for Humphrey. Here's Humphrey to put the Suns 8 points clear.
To take the lead. It never looked like missing.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
It's 17th against 16th on the AFL ladder as Sunday afternoon footy for round 18 of the AFL, with both Hawthorn and North Melbourne desperate for a win as two rebuilding sides meet under the roof of Docklands. The Kangaroos are searching for their first win since round 2 of the AFL. North Melbourne Premier President Sonia Hood today spoke about the fact that the last time they faced the Hawks in round 3 in Tasmania, North have not only lost 14 matches since then, the club has also lost their president, their coach in Alistair Clarkson, the equal second longest winning streak for the Roos since 1972. Meanwhile, for the Hawks, they've had a few good moments in their rebuild, but having last beaten Brisbane before the bye, having lost their last 3 matches, they're now keen to try and get back under the winners list as to prove who is the most improving side in season 2023. An eye to the future and an eye to the now. Hello, welcome to Sunday afternoon footy on Grandstand AFL. The roof is closed here at Docklands. There is one late change with Lloyd Meek coming into the side, with Max Ramsden out with illness for the Hawks, and Jack Siebel will be the sub for the Kangaroos, and Denver Granger Barras for the Hawks. Corbin Middlemass, as you've heard earlier, will call the action alongside me. Welcome to you, Corby.
Thanks, Clinchy. As you touched on in the opener, North aren't going to get too many opportunities to win some in season 2023, certainly not on the run home. I think they've got a game here against the Hawks, a game against West Coast, and that might just about be it. So Brett Ratton, since he took over, they haven't had a victory as yet in his time in charge, and they've now on another losing skid. So since he's taken over, they're 0-7 with an average losing margin of 31.5 points. Maybe today. Let's see what we get from North Melbourne against a team around their station.
On ABC Sport, Brett Delidio's here for a Sunday. Welcome to you, Lids. How do we try and cast our judgment this afternoon to the young Chargers who will be hoping will be the stars of the competition in the next few years?
Yeah, thanks for having me back again, Clinchy. I thought I was gone to the wilderness up there, up on the Gold Coast, enjoying a bit of time away from the studio box, but no, I think what we look for today is just the development and the excitement of the young kids, and they come out and play. I spoke about it on our show just before. Wardlaw, Sheasel for North Melbourne, Archer back in today, and then Will Day. I love watching him play. A couple of the other young, exciting mids with Will Day, Newcomb, Warple back playing some really good footy for the Hawks. I feel like the Hawks should get it done with their midfield strength and then with their targets up front. But look, you're right. It's got to be an opportunity for North to see whether they can get a victory.
And alongside Lids, Australian Football Hall of Fame member Nathan Burke is here. Burkey, the Roos have 4 father-sons featuring this afternoon. So we'll get a look at that. Kuma Harvey's son, Cooper Harvey, is out there alongside Bailey Scott in action for the Kangaroos this afternoon. Luke McDonald and Jackson Archer. So the Kangaroos may be young, but they have some proud history lining up this afternoon.
Yeah, that's great to see. And we've seen with Geelong and Collingwood in particular what father and sons can actually do to your team. So I'm sure the North Melbourne people will be thinking, hang on, let's hope for a dynasty like the Cats had and what the Collingwood are going through at the moment. So don't want to put too much weight on the young fella's shoulders, but it's great to see them out there. And I think there's been a little bit of a changing of the thought process with the North Melbourne coaches the last couple of weeks with Goldstein sort of going out, Siebel being the sub tonight. I think they've made that definitive line in the sand. Let's just give these young blokes a go for the rest of the year. And if I'm a North Melbourne supporter, I'm certainly more excited by that than seeing the old stages run around.
Yeah. The handball numbers are insane for Hawthorn. So this was raised during the week, I think, by Lee Montagna. So 4 of the last 8 games, Hawthorn have had more handballs than kicks. There's only been one other game all year that's happened, and that was that Fremantle game against Brisbane where they tried to change their style and went way over the top with the handball. So they're way out their numbers like we haven't seen, where their kick-to-handball ratio for the season is almost 1-to-1.
I like it, not necessarily because, hey, this is the way to play, but I like what Hawthorn have done as a club. They've gone, right out, let's get rid of their senior players, let's play the young ones. And also, while we're at it, we've got a free crack. Let's try and invent something new. Let's try and be the forerunners of the next style of football that's going to be played and see whether we can get a head start on it. So obviously Sam Mitchell is a very, very smart football person. He's gone, radio. Maybe the Bulldogs did it in 2016. What's old is new again. Cycle comes back around. We might be playing that sort of handball run and gun again. So why not us be the forerunners of it?
Who are you most intrigued about this afternoon? Is it the Kangaroos or the Hawks?
No, I think it's the Hawks for me. Because everyone made such a song and dance about where they were at the start of the year and, the clean out and what's Sam Mitchell doing. He's not going to see it out, But they've shown that their ability to compete, the inclusion back of Sicily after suspension's massive for the Hawks. I feel like he gives them such direction and guidance from the back end. He sets them up and he marks it. A couple of his games this year have been huge, 42 disposals in one of them. I just enjoy watching that. And the Hawks, we're still not sure where they're at, in terms of their head coach isn't back yet. They're under Brett Ratton still. What's their best mix, and I think we're still waiting to find out what they actually are going to be capable of, because they've been down the dungeon for a little while now, haven't they?
Final member of our team sitting in the front row of the grandstand this afternoon is Ben Cameron. Welcome to you, Ben.
Hello, Clinchy. Hello, team. Good to be down here under the roof. A little bit chilly still, I would say. There is a late change for Hawthorn as well. Max Ramsden is out with illness. He's been replaced in the team by Lloyd Meek. Denver Granger Barras will be the sub for the Hawks. No late changes for North. Jack Zeeble, the sub for a second successive week. North Melbourne back in their royal blue and white stripes. Hawthorn in their Legends jumper, which is predominantly brown with the yellow, or gold V, I should say, on that. The top tier of the ground blocked off for the crowd predominantly, except for the far side of the ground to the broadcast side, keeping up TV appearances. We have an umpire debut, Harrison Birch on debut. And Hawks kicking to the right of the broadcast position to start, having won the toss.
Thanks, Ben. The Roos were smashed in centre bounce clearances last week. Who can get 4 points in the battle between Hawthorn and North Melbourne? Here's Corbin Middlemass.
Sherry and Reeves contest the first bounce. Reeves wins it down. Newcomb just knocks it forward for the Hawks. Reeves gets a second go at it. Kicks inside the forward 50. Clean bowls a couple. Young went without it for the Roos. Now Wingard puts his head over it in the brown long sleeves. Can't collect. Newcomb extracts it for Hawthorn. Hand pass went out to McDonald. He gets a couple of goes at it. Hand pass to Impey. Knocked away. There's a free kick. I'm not sure that was for. Advantage is applied. Scrimshaw hands it away to Warple. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Getting back Tucker. Spoils for North Melbourne. Last line of defence. Runs onto his preferred left peg. Kicks out to half-back. Curtis flies for it. He clean bowls him and a couple of others. And Impey can pick it up on the wing.
Needs support. Tries to get the hand pass to Scrimshaw, who's held when not in possession. And the Roos will take it on the broadcast side in front of the Hawthorn bench. Opening minute of the match. And it will be 50, yes. Not coming back on the mark, Paul Curtis.
He was actually standing. And the umpire had called stand, and he stood, and then for some reason he thought, well, I'll go outside 5, and just tracked backwards 3 or 4 steps. And the umpire was trying to say, don't move, but he kept moving, and it was an obvious 50 in the end.
What was the thought process there? Can you take us through that?
There wasn't one.
Yeah.
No, not a lot of thought. He's probably had 3 involvements so far. He gave away the free kick. He completely mistimed the mark and then gave a 50. So not an auspicious start for the young man.
The simple instruction of stand. Jarman Impey with 2-2 so far for the season. Back in the AFL lineup, comes in for the opening goal of the match. Just misses to the right-hand side, wrong side of the right goalpost. And the Hawks are on the board with a behind through 90 seconds. The Kangas yet to score here at Docklands.
Sheasel with the kick-out duties. Goes on a bit of a stroll. And the long driving kick up to half-back. And Scrimshaw floats through from the side, takes the intercept mark. Looks to centre half forward. Kick for Brockman. Hands to it. No mark. Follows up ground level. Good tackle. Davies Uniacke pinned the arm. Ball comes out up. Says play on. Pack forms behind him. Davies Uniacke has a word to the umpire. He's not really listening and grabs the footy and he's going to chuck it up. Centre half forward here for the Hawks to the Coventry end of the opening term.
Tossed up in the air. Reeves wins down the tap. A chance for the Hawks. Can't break clear as Davies Uniacke lays the tackle and Will Day is locked up. 48 metres out from the Hawks' goal as Reeves tries to take it out of the ruck. Can't get a disposal away. Davies Uniacke tackled and dispossessed. A chance for Moore. Gets the hand pass for the Hawks to Day. Long kick towards Mitch Lewis. It clears him and Mackay and trickles out of play up against the right behind post. The boundary throw in with the Hawks having it locked inside their forward 50. 5 inside 50s to none through the opening 3 minutes.
Good battle, that one, I reckon, with Mackay and Mitchy Lewis. Both very athletically gifted. Have his work cut out for him today, Mitch Lewis.
Sherry and Lewis through the ruck work, boundary throw in. Sherry wins it down, dangerous spot. Warple collects, runs into Wingard, his teammate, and the ball spills out of bounds. A throw in, same spot.
Interesting also that the Bull Cam Zerha starting on ball today. Started up front last week, only the 3 touches in the first half, finished with 25, so a bit more aggression and explosiveness there for the Roos, hopefully.
We like that. Game number 99 for Cam Zerha. Both the rucks wrestle with one another. Ball spills through to McDonald. Jams it on the boot for Hawthorn. To the top of the goal square. Archer spoils. Down to Ben Mackay. Hand pass to Core. Weighted hand pass back to Archer on a jinking run. Kicks out of the defensive 50. Good body from Hardwick. Just shopped aside. Young Cooper Harvey takes the intercept mark for the Hawks. between wing and half forward. Hawthorn one behind, the only score through 4 minutes.
Another inside 50 as he kicks for Reeves. Can't quite take the mark with Zurhaar in front. A chance for the Roos to try and clear. Quick hand pass from McDonald. He's able to link up with Howe. A long searching kick out towards the wing. Mark is taken by Scrimshaw, who looks to veer into the middle of the ground. He spots Warple, just has to get it to him. In from the side, Harvey spoiled it down. Zurhaar can't gather. Warple with a gather. Hand pass to Carl Lamont. Links up with Day through tight confinement. Hand pass to McDonald. Fires on goal and misses out to the right-hand side. So 2 behinds for the Hawks through the opening 4 minutes, but it's all one-way traffic. 7 inside 50s to none.
Having trouble getting it over halfway, North Melbourne. They're bombing the ball out of their defensive 50, but it's Scrimshaw mainly who's just getting in the way each time. He's going to have another crack here.
McDonald on the kick out, goes long up the dockside wing. Ford in the pack, flies for it, spills through to Davies-Uniacke, hand pass to Young, so North with it on half back. Handball to Stevenson, to Sheasel, sweeping hand pass to Zurhaar, back to Stevenson, all by hand through the middle. Now Eddie Ford with it, by hand dishes it off to Young Archer. He kicks inside the forward 50, Larkey's down there, body on Frost, it's out the back. Larkey tracking it, goes to ground. Ball hits the deck, up says play on. Still right there for the Hawks in the end is McGuinness. He's going to hand it out wide and the kick comes out of the defensive arc. It's a good one. Up to half back. The Hawks have a chance to work it out now through Green.
1-2 with Moore, and then the kick up towards Brockman. Couldn't take the mark. McDonald down to Zeeble. Kick partially smothered. Archer couldn't take it cleanly. Charging in there is Newcomb. Still a chance for the Roos. Zeeble with a hand pass forward to Davies-Uniacke between wing and half forward. Not a lot of options one-on-one further afield. So back to Sheasel. A high kick towards the top of the 50. Newcomb's there. Day provides the block, and Jai Newcomb takes the uncontested mark at left half back for the Hawks. They lead by 2. Into the middle of the ground for Impey. Sliding down low, didn't complete the mark. Has time to gather as Curtis came late. Hand pass to Scrimshaw and out to the wing for Carl Lamont. Looks up towards half forward. Wingard in the long sleeves. In from the side, Young. And Young spoils it out of play for a boundary throw in. 60 metres out from the Hawks' goal. Hawthorn 2 behinds to North Melbourne yet to score.
We've had some tremendous footy already this weekend. Sort of rich with storylines and heap of movement in that mid-table treadmill, and today we sort of had to eat our veggies a little bit. We got the bottom 3 teams in action, just 2 games, starting with the Hawks and the Roos, and then West Coast and Richmond later today. From the boundary throw in, Stevenson dishes off a hand pass to a teammate who's immediately set upon and tackled by Connor McDonald. It's Bailey Scott, so a ball up centre half forward for the Hawks. 2 points to nothing, Hawthorn's way. Up it goes. Sherry grabs it off the deck in the end. Hand pass out to McDonald. He flares it wide by hand in front of the interchange. All collected. Spin move. Wardlaw does very well. He's had a haircut. Sends a hand pass down to Zurhaar. Hooks the kick back into the corridor. Dangerous ball. North with the numbers here. Harvey collects. Hand pass away to Stevenson. Floats a kick inside 50. Larkey one out in the cage. Hands to it. No mark. Hits the deck. Picked up. Snap goalward. Tucker for the first. He's kicked it. The lefty puts through the first of the day. And it's Darcy Tucker. North Melbourne 1 straight 6. Hawthorn 2 behinds. Somewhat against the flow in the first 7 minutes. North by 4 points. Nathan Burke and Brett Delidio.
It was a nice snap, wasn't it? Good ability. I was going to give you a bit of a backside story to the George Wardlaw haircut. He got done in Kangalotto during the week, and you're supposed to completely shave it all off, but I think he's left a bit of a fringe, which I don't think the bull who runs it was overly impressed with. So,
how does Kangalotto work?
Well, all the balls, your number goes onto a ball into the big wheel, and you get drawn out. I'm not sure whether it's all legit, Berkey, but every week or every month they get someone else. But
that's
great start for the Roos. Great finish from Darcy Tucker. Good for a guy that's been in and out of the side.
Only won the 6 quarters so far in the last 6 games, North Melbourne. So looking to try and make a promising start here with the opening goal. Day gets the hand pass forward to Green. Hand pass to McDonald inside 50. Warple trying to break the tackle from Young. He does so. Gets to the outside of the boot and finishes with absolute class. James Warple not being brought down by these young kids. And the Hawks have their opening goal in response. It was 9 inside 50s to 2. And the Kangas kicked a goal in their second inside 50. Now Hawthorn have some response for all their dominance. 1-2-8 to the Roos, 1 straight 6. Down on the boundary, Ben Cameron.
Yeah, thank you. I've got eyeballs on that haircut. Definitely the scissors rather than the clippers through the hair of George Wardlaw on top, Lids. But a serious point, Jack Zeeble operating as a quasi-coach on the bench. I mean, he speaks to all of the players as they come off, gives them significant instruction. So some added benefit to that sub-role for him.
How good was that finish from Warple? His form this year has been really good after being in and out of the side last year. Bit of faith from the coach goes a long way.
Best and fairest went it back in 2019. We got a horrific bounce in the middle.
Was that the debutant?
Unfortunately, It is.
Yeah.
Early nerves.
That's all right.
It's a bit
Get him out early.
It's a bit like your mate Zach Bailey's bounce on Friday night. I don't know
it's a fair beat to hit, and he got himself square on it.
He was the young Brisbane Lions forward practicing some centre bouncing pre-game and did a bounce and came back, hit him straight in the bonce. As Sherry tries to throw his weight around, takes on a tackle, took on Wardlaw and took on Warple and lost. And the goal kicker, James Warple, will get the free. The 24-year-old, he goes out wide to Ward. It's top 10 pick from a year ago. Flares the kick out wide, hits up Nash. He looks deeper in the forward pocket. Oh, Wingard trying to make some contact and throw his body back at it. Couldn't control the footy. And a hand on it too from Green before it spills out of bounds. Forward pocket for the Hawks. 1-2-8. North Melbourne 1 straight 6, 10 minutes into the opening term.
Pretty good crowd for the only Sunday afternoon match in Melbourne. We had two cellar dwellers in action. Sherry doing the ruck work against me. Comes down to Wingard. Hand pass to Bruce. Dodging and weaving. Can't get past a lunging Taron Thomas, who lays the tackle and wins the free kick in the right back pocket for the Roos. Luke Bruce just threatening to put through another goal for the Hawks. Switches to the left back pocket and Sheasel takes the mark. The young Roo looks up towards half back. Kicks towards Curtis, had to fly against a couple of Hawks. McDonald tries to work at ground level. They have the numbers. Hand pass comes out. Worked away by Finn McGuinness. Gets the hand pass to Nash and now to Warple. Onto his right-hand side, inside 50. Lewis couldn't get a run at it. Spoiled away by Core of the Roos. It ricochets out to Nash. Top of the 50. Hand pass to Day. Swings onto his right-hand side like no one was getting a hand onto him. Long towards the goal square and it's rushed through by Sheasel. Getting back through for a minor score. The Hawks 1-3-9 to North Melbourne 1 straight 6. 10 minutes gone, opening term.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Young for North Melbourne has just limped off. The doctor's even having a look at the vision just to try and work out. I'm a little impeded, but it looks like an ankle issue, so I'll keep a close eye on that.
Thanks, Ben. Shields against his old team. Floats a kick down the wing. It's intercepted, and Frost gets across to take the intercept mark. He's got it for Hawthorn. He's going back deep inside the defensive 50. To Amon. And the switch is on out to the City side. Ward marks at half back. Hawks by 3. Couple of early lead changes. 1-3-1 straight. Long kick down the wing. Day in the pack. Crashes his way through. Ball comes out towards Wingard. Stolen off him by Taylor. Ball back into dispute. Now a pack forms behind him and the ump says, I'll have it. Ball up City side on that outer wing. Sheasel's previous haircut sort of looked like the fifth Beatle, didn't he? Had the sort of long...
I didn't recognise it,
Wardlaw,
to be totally honest.
Who did I say?
You said Sheasel. Wardlaw.
Sorry, Wardlaw.
He did.
Chance for the Kangaroos. Davies Uniac gets the hand pass away to Zerha. Links up with Scott. Up towards Larkey at half forward. Spoiled away by Frost. McDonald gets the hand pass. Weddle tucks the footy under his arm. A bounce that won't come back. He still has it though at half forward. Inside 50. A beautiful pass to Green. The footy always threatened to get away from Josh Weddle, but he was able to gather and then hit a teammate inside forward 50 for a chance of the Hawks second.
It's one of the best parts of our game, if you ask me. I love when the guys back their speed in and go for a run and bounce. It just opens the game up so much. You saw Weddle there, the ability to tuck it under his arm. The bounce didn't come back to him pure, but great work to finish off. Lace out Green.
2 goals in each of his past 2 games. Fergus Green out to the right, shooting from 35 metres out. Just leant back and it dragged to the right for a minor score. So the Hawks dominant inside 50, 13-2, but 1-4-10 to show to North Melbourne's 1 straight 6.
Core plays on to the back pocket on the kick out. Hand pass to McDonald. Handball out wide as the kick comes back inboard from Gota. Manages to find Shields, and now they continue to switch across the half-back line. Stevenson centre half-back. Long kick out to Scott. Defensive side of the wing. Sends North Melbourne down to half-forward. Taylor and Impey there. Impey spoils it out of play. And a throw in between wing and half-forward for the Roos. We mentioned the late change earlier, Clinchy, so Ramsden out, Meek in. Sam Mitchell has just done an interview with Fox Footy pre-game, said Ramsden actually got hit in the head with a footy yesterday and he's actually out with concussion.
Oh, wow.
So he'll miss next week as well. So, that's a That's a huge blow. So unfortunately, Max Ramsden would have been just his second game hit with the footy yesterday, out concussed.
It's disappointing.
Not good luck. A chance for the Hawks, who take the advantage from a free kick in the ruck. Day takes it. Hand pass forward, almost ran himself into a dead end. Hand pass to Moore, kick missed Bruce. Wingard tries to gather with the hand pass to Bruce. Can't pick it up. Free kick going North Melbourne's way.
For a throw.
And a throw, so it's going to be Jackson Archer who will take the free kick in the right back pocket. Son, of course, of one of the shin boners of the century. Sends it long towards half-back in the direction of Coleman Jones. Can't take the mark. Put a big knee into the back of Hardwick, and a free kick. In fact, it's going to be balled up as Shields locks it up on the outer side, up against his old side, the experienced Kangaroo.
Roos trail by 4 points despite kicking the first goal of the game midway through this opening term. Hawks by 4. And the restart, Zerha bottom of the pack, and we'll do it all again. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Lockie Young all good. Got that ankle re-strapped, did a couple of change of direction run-throughs and ready to go. So Lockie Young, front of the bench, will return to the game.
Hawks by 4. Sherry wins it down. We'll do it all again. Another pack forms as Zerha laying a big tackle in there on Newcomb. Third go at it. Same spot, high half forward for the Hawks, city side of the ground. Comes down in front of Ward. Somehow got a hand pass out to Meek. Hand pass goes wide to Nash. Kicks back into the corridor. Brockman's up and marking. And Tyler Brockman has it. Centre half forward, 35 out.
I was watching the North Melbourne defensive setup then. So there was 6 Hawthorn forwards and 6 North Melbourne defenders. North were trying to create a loose play to stand in front of the Hawthorn Tools, and Brockman was the one that they left free because they wanted his player in the hole, and Hawthorn found the free player. Great forward craft, poor defensive craft.
One of the feel-good stories of the year for the Hawks. Young Tyler Brockman, what a season he's having. He nurses it through, and the Hawks' early lead grows. 15 and a half minutes into the opening term, they lead by 10 now. 2-4-16, North Melbourne, 1 straight 6 in the inside 50s. 15-2. Oof, that is lopsided. Nathan Burke and Brett Delidio.
Well, if they can just get into your forward half, I think that'd be that lopsided even more, Corby. The Roos just look all at sea in terms of their forward setups. I know they've injected Zerha into the midfield, but they're losing that conduit to really help connect their mids and their forwards. The person I want to just highlight quickly is Connor Nash. He's gone from just a bit part player, not sure forward, not sure back. Now he's running around the midfield, getting it, 20, 25 times a game, and really being that link player that the Hawks can work off with Newcomb, Day and Warple in there as well.
I think he likes the handball game too. He'd much rather handball it than kick it. So this has really brought him into the style of play that Sam Mitchell wants. Nathan
Burke and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. Coleman Jones won down the tap and then tried to follow up his ruck work. He locks the ball up just to the left of the centre circles. James Sicily on return. The Hawthorn captain hasn't had a touch yet. That being said, it's only been inside the Kangas 50 on 2 occasions. Spills down from the ball up the way of Connor McDonald. Kicks towards Green at half forward. Can't take the mark. Clears Mitch Lewis. Mackay for the Roos. Hand pass to Core. Off balance. Kicks into the defensive pocket out in front of Scott. Getting a kind bounce for Shields. He gets the hand pass away to Scott. He looks up towards Harvey at half-back. Hardwick knocks it away from him. Eamon with a clean pick-up, but he's locked up by Harvey and Scott. And the umpire will ball it up at left half forward. The Hawks 2-4-16 to the Kangaroos 1 straight 6. 17 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport.
All the Hawks early in this game from the boundary throw-in. Nash dishes off a hand pass, sold his teammate straight into trouble in Newcomb, who's drilled in the tackle. Another ball up, another stoppage. Up it goes. Coleman Jones reaching over the back, wins the hit out for North Melbourne. Knocked forward by Sicily though for the Hawks as Moore hits up for Hawthorn. Hand pass through a set of hands, got to Ward. His hand pass in reverse though was a turnover, so Shields got it out to Scott. Gee, hot footy at the moment, tackle dispossessed. Ward wins it back for Hawthorn. Hand pass to Nash, kicks inside 50. Green flies in the air, no mark, falls down to 4 to the Roos. Hand pass to Mackay and he puts it out on the full. He's had a dirty season. That off-contract free agent Ben Mackay has gone from one of the elite key defenders in the game to now sort of at a mixed year as he kicks inside the forward pocket for Amon. Up against the boundary line. Luke Bruce. That's his bread and butter. Kept it alive, swung it back on the right peg, and from a tight angle in the left forward pocket, kicks truly. And another highlight in his decorated career for Luke Bruce. Goal number 510. Hawks now by 16, 3-4 to 1 straight. 18.5 gone opening term.
Time in forward half is now at 85% for Hawthorn, which is amazing that they've only kicked 3 goals forward, to be honest. They should be a lot further in front, but Luke Bruce, he just read the ball going over the back. I'm not sure why Mackay didn't actually smother it. If he had been a little bit more desperate, he potentially could have.
Oh, yeah, the old short, the old T-Rex arms.
Yeah.
Big Ben Mackay. I'm sure they're a bit longer than that. How good's he been as a consistent small forward? Him, probably the tip rat, Stevie Milne, Eddie Betts. I'm missing a couple probably, but geez, they've been clever.
Luke Bruce, the 3-time premiership player, 4-time leading goal scorer, 6 times he's kicked over 40 goals, free kick in the middle of the ground, another one Hawthorn's way. Nash takes the advantage, he kicks for Bruce again. Body contact on Archer, made separation and takes the mark in the left forward pocket. This would be the concern for Brett Ratton, as they absolutely got thumped in the centre bounce clearances against Geelong last week. Bruce steps out, looking to double up with his second. He hits the very top of the left post. And a minor score, and maybe the only thing keeping Roos fans engaged is the fact that Hawthorn haven't been accurate. 3-5-23 to the Roos 1 straight 6. Hawthorn by 17 points, 20 minutes gone opening term.
He was pretty frustrated too, Brett Ratton, at quarter time in that game, saying to the television broadcaster, by chance, can we just win a centre bounce? And then probably realised he had his coaching voice on and sort of settled back into the interview. See Roos working all the way down that City wing, and it's out of play. Frost knocks it out, so a neutral ball situation. Boundary throw-in, City wing.
Well, Coleman Jones is in the ruck, and it'd help it if he actually jumped. He just runs in, sticks an arm out, and Reeves is actually taller than him, and he's jumping. There's no chance he's going to get his hand to the ball.
3-5 to 1 straight. Hawks all over the Roos as Reeves palms it down again here. Warple ushers it out to Newcombe on his feet. Hand pass away. Back edge of the stoppage to Amon. The 1-2 with Reeves. Amon still going. City boundary line. Kicks inside the forward arc. Mackay's up. Takes the intercept mark. And Ben Mackay. Chance to get something going on the counter-attack for North.
The out-of-contract rule at season's end goes short to Davies Uniac, who spots a free option. Shields, he won't get it to him in the middle of the ground. Newcombe takes the intercepting mark for the Hawks, goes short. Mark is taken by Connor Nash. He's probably almost within range. Davies Uniac stands on the mark right on 50. Nash has got other ideas, puts it out in front of Mitch Lewis. He got hands to it, couldn't take the mark. Archer came charging in, chopped his arms in the eyes of the umpire. And it will be another Hawthorn shot on goal, Mitch Lewis.
He didn't even, though, because he'd already dropped the mark. That's not a great call, that one, Berkey. I know you love the umpire, so I won't go too hard, but I'll just... That was that late, that call. Connor Nash, though, let's sing his praises. You know, we said he likes the handball. He's had 5 kicks, 5 handballs, and dominating in the midfield at the moment.
Goalless last week against the Giants for the first time since his return late to the season. Out to the right, Mitch Lewis. It's offline from 35 metres out on a 45-degree angle. The Hawks 3-6-24 to North Melbourne 1 straight 6. 22 minutes gone. Opening term.
Inside 50s, 20-2. At least they've been efficient. 1 goal. They're scoring 50% of their entries. Amazing. They've only had 2, though.
Sheasel brings it into Core, who's in the back pocket, the former Giant. Spears his kick out to half-back onto the chest of Cooper Harvey. The second gamer and the son of the game's record holder, Brent, and he kicks long down the wing. Flying forward is Ford, no mark, fingertips to it. Through to Amon, hand pass away to Finn McGuinness, to Ward, hand pass back to McGuinness. Now down the wing to Warple, who's running in the wrong direction, then kicks back inboard to Impey. Hawks are going to work it through the corridor. Short kick to Wingard. Wingard looks out towards the dock side to a one-on-one. Lewis was there, knocked away by Mackay, falls to Newcombe, and more clever, just taps it to the advantage of Scrimshaw. He can kick inside the forward arc now. A little bit of body movement, a free kick here for a shove. It's going against Bruce. It's going to go to Goda, and he'll get it at half-back for North Melbourne. So Hawks by 18 points. It could be a whole lot more. 3-6 to 1 straight. Time on opening quarter.
Go to one of the players who's back in the lineup for his first time in a while, having not played since round 3. Into the back pocket, he kicks to Sheasel. Takes the mark just a few metres out from his defensive goal. Around the boundary line to Young. He was almost brought down. The tackle put the pressure onto him. A chance for the Hawks with Carl Amon. Beautiful one-handed pickup. Hand pass to Ward. Chips it inboard to Wingard. He marks still 2 kicks out from goal, out to the left. He looks inside a congested forward 50. Bruce leads to the pocket. He's got Lloyd Meek at the top of the goal square. He goes for Mitch Lewis into the pocket. Can't take the mark. Off hands, it stays in play. Davies-Uniacke gathers. Hand pass to Sheasel. Hard against the boundary. Works it forward to Curtis. He's tackled by Wingard. Wanting to step it over the boundary line. The umpire says throw it in. 45 metres out from the Hawks' goal. 22-2 inside 50s. The Hawks leading by 18 points.
Part of the third tier here at Docklands actually closed off on our side of the ground, the broadcast side. Actually looks okay with the camera panning back in the other direction with the third tier well populated. There's only some general admission seats there. From the boundary throwing, comes Matt Hart and a ball up again forward for the Hawks.
And the Lockett end as well, all the way up over there. That's a Lockett end, isn't it, to our left?
Yeah.
That's what they used to do for TV, make it look good for cameras.
Just one step short of bringing the curtain across for the top tier.
All the tops.
Newcomb, hand pass away towards Impey, shakes out of the tackle, settles from 55 but misses. Behind for Jarman Impey. 3-7 to 1 straight. Hawthorn by 18 points. They are completely dominating this game. Inside 50s, 22-2. Lopsided already. And it could be much worse on the scoreboard.
Core into Gota and now to Wardlaw, who marks at left half back. George Wardlaw with the haircut, black boots, looking into the middle of the ground for Stevenson. He marks at centre half back, has Taylor over the top, hand pass to him. Hawks come choosing towards him, chips a kick over the top, and Curtis takes the mark inside 50. Ford's on his own, misses him and Larkey. Larkey races after it, slides in. Frost lays the tackle. Ford can't gather and it goes out of play. In the right forward pocket for the Roos. They gained some territory, but lacking a bit of polish with their clean disposal inside 50.
It was good by Wardlaw to get the ball into the corridor and actually create something rather than going around the boundary like they were. Nick Larkey needs to learn how to keep his feet. Every time he tries to handball from the ground, he just dives on the ground and takes himself out of the play.
Just their third inside 50. As Sherry gathers, hand pass to Zerhard to the top of the goal square. Frost spoils it away from Larkey. And through from Ina score. The Roos 1-1-7, trailing Hawthorn 3-7-25. 25 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport.
There's that efficiency, Berkey. 2 scores from 3 entries. For the Roos, as Sicily on the kick out, bangs it up the halfback, turns it over. And Curtis Taylor takes the intercept mark, so they'll get repeat forward 50 entries here, the Roos. As Taylor kicks to the top of their goal square. There's a pack which all flies for the footy. No one able to mark. Spills through to Finn McGuinness. Hand pass away to Amon for the Hawks. Away to Ward. Hurried kick to halfback. Dangerous. Swatted down by Lockie Young. Curtis. Hand pass picked off. Taken by Wingard. He kicks into the middle of the ground. As Lewis hitting up the take-up for the Hawks. Hand pass out to Moore. He kicks to the wing and Brockman has it for Hawthorn. Hand pass inside to Moore. Runs back onto his right side. Cores back as the goalkeeper for North. He's sitting underneath it. Oh, he spills it. Bounces straight off his chest. Top of the defensive goal square. Archer's got to help out. He's almost run down. He was legged. The tackle slipped. Oh, gee. Aiden Core.
Big apples. What are you doing, big fella? Vaseline all over the mitts.
Just spilled that. And Luke Prost with the chase down tackle gone wrong. So fortunately North get it in the slow play. Archer short back to Core in the back pocket. Hawks by 3 goals.
And he is taking some deep breaths, leaning over the footy, 29 years of age, signed till 2025. The experienced Roo. At a moment there, he kicks up to Lockie Young, who takes the mark at right half back. No damage done though as he comes inboard and Davies-Uniacke marks. He's at right half back for the Kangaroos, who trail by 18 points. Approaching quarter time. Sends it as far as he can up the wing towards Larkey. In front, Frost spoils it down and then gathers his footy. Hand pass away to Brockman. Trying to feed the hand pass boundary side. Links up with Nash. Hand pass to Scrimshaw. Over the top to Weddle. He loves to run. Now gets to the attacking side of the wing. Up towards half forward. Archer's in front. Can't take the mark. Flying in from the side was Bruce. They have the numbers though. Core gathers for the Roos. Back up the wing. Sliding in. Scrimshaw couldn't take the mark. On his backside gets a hand pass away. Spills out to Sicily. The Hawthorn captain back to Carl Amon. Back to Sicily under pressure. Good pressure coming from the Roos as Young tried to win the ball back. Spills down the way of Nash. Can't pick it up though. Hand pass for Core. Works it back to Bailey Scott. To Sheasel across half back. To Stevenson. It's all under pressure. Finds an avenue back to right half back as he chips the ball. And Wardlaw takes the mark.
No one stands the mark, so he keeps it moving. Wardlaw. Gee, dangerous kick to a one-on-one. Fought the target and in the end knocked away by Frost in a boundary throw-in Right on halfway, City wing. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Jarman Impey earlier on in the game came off, had a little bit of an issue with what appeared to be a knee. He's then subsequently gone back out on the ground, now come to the bench again. Just had some discussions with the doctors. I'll keep a watch on Jarman.
For the boundary throw-in, Sherry gets a couple of goes at it. In the end, hands it away to Scott. Hand pass to Zerha. Kicks inside the centre square. Hardwick knocks it away from Taylor. Sherry picks it up, runs straight at the tackler, tries to fend off. Ball comes out in the process. Newcomb picks it up. Taylor's got him. Ball up, Logo City wing. Hawks by 18 points, 10 scoring shots to 2, 24 inside 50s to 4. So Hawthorn could well be in front by much more than 18.
Sherry tries to win down the tap to Davies Uniac. Newcomb's got him. We're going no further. Could Brett Ratton take it as a bit of a win, given the damage that could have been done?
What inaccurate kicking.
I'm trying to give them some sort of positivity, given it was 8 goals to 2 at quarter time down at Kardinia Park. Newcomb's hand pass to Warple. He feeds it to Nash, sends a high ball inside 50. Wingard's outnumbered. It gets to the back of the pack though. Mackay didn't get a hand onto it. Wingard lunging forward. Was it in the back? A free kick for a hold, and it's going Hawthorn's way. And Chad Wingard will get the shot on goal. No one's in the goal square. He thought about for a moment, just snapping it across his body. And now he'll take the set shot.
Yeah, this is probably the one they don't want to give up, given there's only a couple of seconds to go in the quarter. The Hawks just really lack for an extra key forward, don't they? The big ruckman's not the answer. No doubt that's what they'll be looking for, either trade or draft at the end of the year. But Chad Wingard, these are the goals you want to kick if you're in and out of the side.
Out of contract at season's end. Wingard comes in, slightly right of centre, and just drags it to the right-hand side. So 11 scoring shots to 2, and the Hawks lead by 19 points at the first break. 3-8-26 to North Melbourne, 1-1-7. And the scoreline only telling half the story of the Hawks' dominance, with 25-4 inside 50s, despite only having just 10 more disposals for the term. The goal kickers for the Hawks, Bruce Brockman and Warple, while for North Melbourne, their lone goal scorer. The first goal scorer of the match was Darcy Tucker, so the Hawks did the last 3 goals of the match. On the SMS, 0437 774 774, if you want to get in touch with us, as Jan has done. I love your footy calls on the ABC. Go North. I'd love to see Ben Cunnington and Todd Goldstein out there. And that's always the debate for the coaches to whether they go with the more experienced side or stick with the youngsters. And Lachlan is giving us an update from level 3. How can Team 16th on the ladder make Team 17th on the ladder look so amateur? Also, not enough food or seats on level 3. So we'll keep an eye on that, with a section of the seating on the top level being blocked out to try and make it look as appealing as possible. Hawthorn by 19 points at quarter time on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
We are one, but we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream, let's sing with one voice.
You're listening to ABC Radio.
You are, we are Australian. We are Australian.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Dangerous ball. North with the numbers here. Harvey collects. Hand pass away to Stevenson. Floats a kick inside 50. Larkey one out the cage. Hands to it. No mark. Hits the deck. Picked up. Snap goalward. Tucker for the first. He's kicked it.
Day gets the hand pass forward to Green. Hand pass to McDonald inside 50. Warple trying to break the tackle from Young. He does so. Gets to the outside of the boot and finishes with absolute class. And the Hawks have their opening goal in response.
Meek. Hand pass goes wide to Nash. Kicks back into the corridor. Brockman's up and marking.
North were trying to create a loose player to stand in front of the Hawthorn Bulls, and Brockman was the one that they left free because they wanted his player in the hole.
Young Tyler Brockman, what a season he's having. He nurses it through. And the Hawks' early lead grows. The inside 50s, 15-2. That is lopsided.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Quarter time at Docklands. It's 16th versus 17th, and it's fair to say it felt like that at patches of the opening quarter. And that inside 50 tally at the end of the term was 25-4 Hawthorn's way, which is equal the biggest differential so far this season, 21. It was also the same as Geelong against Hawthorn back in round 4, in which the Cats were dominant in the opening term. Last week at Cardinia Park, the Cats are able to put on 8 goals to 2 in the opening term. Brett Ratton at least count his blessings that Hawthorn were inaccurate in front of goal. 3-8-26 to the Roos, 1-1-17. 1-1-7. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass calling the action. Ben Cameron down on the boundary. The thoughts of Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke, your experts on ABC Sport.
Well, that's a positive, isn't it, that they've been inaccurate for Brett Ratton and the Kangaroos. But I've been impressed with the Hawks, their ability to not even allow the Roos to get their ball movement up and going, but to defend the ground really, really well. They've stopped them almost at halfway. If they haven't won it at the centre clearance, they've gone inside 50 and it's come back and been, Scrimshaw. Sicily hasn't had a heap to do just yet. I thought Frost has defended pretty well down there as a key back. But if you're the Roos and Roos supporters, as I spoke about, Cam Zerha has been injected into the midfield, but they're missing that next player. Larkey's really deep. They can't get it across half forward. He needs to almost come up the ground and then just leave someone else that can run around and be that small forward, maybe with a bit of zip. Eddie Ford, maybe he's the guy that could be that. But I think Larkey needs to get up a little bit more, be that guy, that just be that presence, that target, the old school Matty Richardson, Nick Riewoldt type, where you can just have someone to get out of trouble with. And, with Zerha on ball, they're sort of missing that a little bit. But, look, they're trying, but it's, you can certainly tell what position on the ladder both these sides are, Berkey.
Yes, you can. And I think you're dead right there with Larkey, because I've made a note here that coming out of 50, they're trying to hit a guy like a Curtis, who's not your get-out kick. And what I really like about Hawthorn, especially the way Hardwick and Impey play, is that they don't concede a lead-up.
Yep.
They're always right behind that player coming forward, and we've seen several spoils. They bring the ball to ground. Whereas if you're going to play a Curtis and that, you need to play against defenders who will allow them to get up the ground, take an easy mark, and then they'll stop the ball at half-back, whereas Hawthorn are stopping the ball higher than half-back because their defenders don't concede any easy marks. The only easy marks that North Melbourne have been right in their defensive area, just chipping the ball around. As soon as they get over halfway, there's been no easy ones at all, and I really like that about Hawthorn's game. Ben, you're down on the boundary line. You've got some interesting stuff for us.
I do. Just on Jarman Impey, it looks as though it might have been a rib injury. So took some Panadols. They brought out some padding and I think put that on the left side of Jarman Impey's ribs. So a little bit of discomfort for him.
Definitely Panadol, was it? You saw that?
I don't know. Some kind of painkiller lids.
Thank you, Ben Cameron, down on the boundary. Second quarter underway. Hawthorn leading by 19 points. It's going to be called back. Interestingly, the 21 inside 50 differential back in round 4, Geelong and Hawthorn, the Cats booted 10 goals to none in that third quarter. So Hawthorn had a promising start, and from that point onwards, Geelong got their season going. Zerha trying to break away. He's locked up by Day, and the umpire will ball it up just slightly North Melbourne's way from the centre circle. Tossed in the air, a lot of numbers around it. Bounces off the head of Reeves in the end. He tries to follow up with a tackle which fell right in the middle of the back, and Tristan Sherry will take the free kick. So a chance for North Melbourne to go inside 50 for just the 5th time so far in this match. If he's looking for the most direct room home, he plays straight into Moore. Tackled and had to get the hand pass away. Maybe they won't get inside 50. Bruce tries to knock it away. Sheasel gathers. The youngster spins out of traffic. Kicks inside 50. Lucky has to fly and spoil against Scrimshaw. It spills to the right forward pocket. Ward taps it to his own advantage for the Hawks. He's tackled by Tucker. And it's socket out of play. And a free kick going the way of the Hawks. It came off the boot of Cooper Harvey, and it's going to be a free kick for Sicily in the left back pocket.
Ambitious that.
Just like his old man, anywhere near the goals, I'm having a crack.
Throw a boot at it.
What do they say about the apple and falling from the tree? Sicily goes long up the wing. Hands to it from Reeves. No mark for Hawthorn. Green knocks it back towards Newcomb. Went without it. Spills to Lockie Young, though, of the Hawks. Hand pass away to Shields, the former Hawk. Handball to Tucker, away to Sheasel, 13th touch, kicks inside the forward 50, Hardwick the double fister, back to Sheasel, hand pass away to Curtis, gives it back to Sheasel again, kicks top of the goal square, Ford goes up, can't complete the mark, he's going to get a free. But his arms chopped, top of the goal square, he's going to play on by hand, and the ump says no, you're not. And Eddie Ford's going to have to go back and have a set shot, 15 out, dead in front.
I'll let you call that one, Was it a chop of the arms?
Wow. Yeah, I think Sis gave himself up essentially after he'd hit him. He got caught out of position. Eddie Ford was primed from where that was, but Harry Sheezel was the one who set that up. His ability to be involved 3 or 4 times and then just find Eddie Ford wasn't the most delightful looking kick, but got the job done.
So Eddie Ford to try and put the Roos into gear. He goes back, pops it through, and North have their second. And in a game in which they've been outplayed throughout, they're only 13 points down, 2.5 minutes into the second term, 3-8 to 2-1. Hawthorn by 13.
That's where Brett Ratton's ability to be glass half full comes into play. Terrible first quarter, but good news is, hey, we've got 3 quarters to go. And we're not that far down. We can change a few things. One of the things I think they needed to change was they fell into Hawthorn's want to handball. So Hawthorn had 54 kicks, 56 handballs, whereas North Melbourne had 49 kicks and 51 handballs. I don't think that's North Melbourne's game, but sometimes you can get sucked into the way the other team are playing, and North, I think, did that a little bit.
Also seems to have a defensive job on the Hawthorn captain, James Sicily, Eddie Ford. So just the 4 disposals for Sicily making his return after 3 matches of suspension. It's going to be recalled after the bounce in the middle of Docklands, and the umpire will throw it up.
Oh, young Birchie, if he wasn't scarred by his first bounce in the middle, second one might.
We love our whistleblowers. Brett Roseberry with his 500th game yesterday. Got a guard of honour. He's going to continue on though. As Scott gets the clearance for the Roos. Kicks inside 50. Clears Sicily and forward. Gets to the back. Harvey trying to gather. Can't get it on first attempt. Now he does. Hardwick lays the tackle. And the umpire will ball it up 35 metres out from the Kangas goal.
What do you reckon happens with that, Berkey? Does he have a third go at it, or is that it now? Just puts the bounce away.
Yeah, 3 strikes, I reckon.
Yep.
And then
one more go.
You're out.
Work his way out of the rotations. Give someone else a go.
Jaden Stevenson doing the ruck work against Reeves. You can tell who won that. Reeves, the 214-centimetre giant, pulls it down, hands it to McGuinness, and he's tackled a ball up. Centre half forward here for North Melbourne, kicking to the Coventry end in this second term. Hawks by only 13 points despite their dominance. Reeves wins the hit out, down to Impey, gets it out of the defensive arc, long kick to Bruce, 1-on-1 with Core. Core gets a fist in there to spoil. Loose footy city wing, McDonald picks it up, he's tackled by Shields, holding the ball. Free kick for North, and Liam Shields, the 3-time premiership Hawk, to take it in his new stripes. And the white and blue for North Melbourne to put them back inside forward 50.
The 32-year-old runs as far as he can, sends the Kangaroos inside 50. Reeves going back, spoiled by his own teammate. Here's a chance. Davies Uniacke dodging, weaving and Coling. The Kangas put 2 on the trot and close the margin back to 13 points Hawthorn's way. 3-8-26, an inaccurate Hawthorn to the Roos 3-1-19. All of a sudden, it's all going the Kangas' way. 5 inside 50s to none in this second quarter, and the margin back to 7 points.
Well, it's a big mark that Ned Reeves would probably want his time over again. Had the protection of Sicily behind. Just felt that contact of Sicily coming in just as he was trying to protect him. I may have mentioned earlier in the call about, Wardlaw and Sheezel, but this guy, Luke Davies-Uniacke, they certainly miss him in their midfield when he's not playing. His ability to sidestep and create space just through his power is as good as anyone in the comp, if you ask me. I love what he brings week in, week out in the side that's been battling for a number of years.
All of a sudden, the Roos landing some punches here to start this second term. 3 goals each, 3-8 to 3-1, back in the middle. Centre break for the Hawks. Warple extracts it for Hawthorn and then kicks down to half forward. Sheezel knocks it away from Wingard, close to the boundary line and out of play. And a throw in 70 out from the Hawks goal. It's a sort of tale as old as time in footy, isn't it? Where you dominate for large periods, 21 more inside 50s. 11 scoring shots to 2. And
it's a big wind out there, I think. Better check with Benny.
5 to zip the inside 50s the other way in this quarter after the Hawks' dominance in the opening term. All North Melbourne to start the second from the boundary throwing. A stoppage win. Shields keeps it in front of him. Hand pass to Stevenson. Kicks to Larkey at half forward. He's forced to spoil. Ball comes to ground, but Scrimshaw wins it. Peels off half back for Hawthorn.
Hand pass out to Nash around the boundary line for Impey. Looks up towards half forward. Has Newcombe all on his own. He runs to right half forward. Sends a kick inside 50. It's wide of Wingard and Sheezel marks on his chest. The Roos are playing much improved footy. Possession number 19 coming up.
Well,
Hawks have only touched it 8 times. They might get another one here. Kick missed the intended target, Young. Gathered by Green. Hand pass away to Moore. Links up with Day. Hand pass back to Green in the left forward pocket. Good pressure. Young laid the tackle. Play on's the call. A centering ball from Mitch Lewis. The Roos have the numbers. McDonald gathers. Hand pass away to Sheasel. High kick up towards Larkey. Frost made the body contact. It gets to the back. Little toe poke was crucial there for the Roos. Gaining ground, Harvey. But Eamon gathers for the Hawks. Sends them back inside 50. Mitch Lewis sets himself. Reeves is there. It spills to the back. Lloyd Meek trying to knock it on. Newcomb emerges. Swings onto his right. Just misses to the right-hand side. The Hawks' first score of the second quarter is a behind. And the margin is 8 points. Hawthorn's way at the 7-minute mark of the second quarter.
Sheasel on the kick out. Goes short to McDonald, back pocket. McDonald, the co-captain, off on a little bit of a trot. City boundary line, goes long up to the wing. Hands to it for Coleman Jones. No mark, spells it straight into the path of Sicily. Handball to Newcomb. Hand pass inside to Warple. Runs, carries, kicks inside 50. Lewis the target, reaching for it. No mark. Sheasel had it, lost it. Broken up by Moore. Kept it alive. Hand pass away in the forward pocket. Warple shoots goalward, misses near side. A behind.
Sheasel's going to have 50 today.
Oh, yeah. 3-10 to 3-1. The Hawks lead it by 9 behinds. 8.5 played, second term.
17 for the match, 6 in this second quarter.
We're
for Harry Sheasel.
5 minutes in. He's up to 17.
A Hawthorn player down behind play.
That's Mitch Lewis.
It's a bit of a winded pose.
Right in his back, wasn't it? That last contest.
Put Harry Sheasel down for another one, Lids, as he kicks out to the City wing. Gathered though by Scrimshaw of the Hawks. Hand pass to Connor McDonald, one way then the other. Sends a high ball towards the 50. Flying was Green, outnumbered. Was he dragged down? No whistle. Chance for the Roos. Tucker squeezes the kick through the middle of the ground. Works. Coleman Jones marks. Now towards 50. Zerha couldn't quite take it. Slipped over. He wanted the kick over his head. In the end, it was in front of him and it allowed Hardwick to take the mark for the Hawks. Out to Sicily at right half back. Up the City wing. Warple takes the mark. Feeds the hand pass to Carl Lamont. Hand pass to McGuinness and now back to Eamon. Looks out to the dock side. Has Will Day all on his own. Kick is over his head. He gathers at left half forward. Looks inside 50. Lewis wants it short. Swings onto his right. Chips it to Wingard. He marks 50 out. Slightly left of centre. Thought about the pass into the pocket. Now he spots Lewis. Can he get it to him? Mackay comes late. Lost his footing. Core sees it out of play. Mitch Lewis was on his own for a long time. Just couldn't quite get the kick to him. And a boundary thrown in the left forward pocket. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Green is just being helped off by the Hawthorn trainers at the moment. Doesn't look like he's in a good way. Can put no weight on his right leg. So 2 trainers helping him off.
It's no good at all. Fergus Green. Another one of the feel-good stories of the year as Meek wins it down to Moore. Took on the tackler, caught. Umpire gives him the benefit of the doubt. And Fergus Green, it's a listed free agent, kicked 50-plus goals in the VFL last year and played his first AFL game in round 1 since 2018. And unfortunately, hobbled at the moment on the Hawks bench in the restart. Sherry wins it down. Moore sits on top of it. Sheasel burrows his way in. Ump says, I'll have it again. Another ball up left forward pocket for Hawthorn, kicking to the Lockett end. Up it goes once more. Sherry wins it down. There's a free kick spotted here as he's off and away. A high tackle. Never have 3 ball ups in a row. There's always on the third one. Just get it out of there. And it's going to go to McDonald.
Wow.
No. Luke McDonald trying to kick it across the goal face to switch. He's missed Ben Mackay probably by 15 metres and has kicked it out of bounds on the full.
He saw the bloke sitting over the fence and thought it was Ben Mackay. And he's laced him out. You've got to keep it in the field. Lukey. Wow.
And so
hang on.
Gift
Free
from
kick.
Mitch Lewis, who snaps and hits the post.
Free kick against Newcomb. Knocks Sheasel over.
Right.
20 metres out from goal. It should be a North Melbourne free kick.
And now there's a melee. There's about 8 players that are ripping each other's jumpers, in particular Newcomb and Curran Thomas, and everybody else is there to say, hold me back. And Sheasel's going to get the footy, and Luke McDonald gets one hell of a let-off in what is one of the clangers of the season, trying to switch play across his goal face, put it out on the full. Hawthorn led it by 9 points somehow, 11.5 minutes into the second term.
The Roos should have thrown caution in the wind. Instead, Sheasel, possession number 19 to the back pocket for Tucker. Up towards Coleman Jones. Can't take the mark as it's spoiled away. And Scrimshaw sees it out of play. Hawthorn by 9 points. 3-10-28 to the Roos 3-1-19. As always, your contributions welcome on the SMS 0437 774 774. And Neil was on your page lids, and Coburg, Roos back momentarily. They've got the breeze in this second quarter, under the roof, of course, but they've had more inside 50s, 8 so far in this second quarter, than they did for the whole first quarter, as the tackle is laid by George Wardlaw, who locked up Bruce and wins a free kick for holding the ball, much to the North band's delight in front of him. And the Roos will take the free kick at right half back, with Hawthorn leading by 9 points.
So Wardlaw long in front of the benches. Coleman Jones competes. Weddle just knocks it away from him for the Hawks. It'll turn out okay for Warple. He picks it up, high half forward, kicks to the top of the goal square. Lockie Young goes back, knocks it through for a rush behind. He went up uncontested, and a minor score for the Hawks. They led it by 10, 3-11 to 3-1. Ben Cameron's on the boundary.
Fergus Green straight down into the rooms, and Denver Granger Barras just up and in motion. The doctors hustling back and forth. They have just come up and given the thumbs up, and Fergus Green is back, so it looks like he might be okay, in fact.
Oh. Kick in from Core, low and flat towards half back. It's brought down by Zerha. And running the boundary is Thomas. He looks up towards half forward, tries to kick it over the head of Curtis Taylor. Racing with Weddle, taps it to his own advantage, has Larkey over the top, slaps it to his advantage, outside of the boot. Great finish! Nick Larkey able to make something out of nothing. And he'll go and congratulate Paul Curtis. They ran the boundary inside forward 50 and eventually got the ball in the hands of their sharpshooter. All of a sudden, Hawthorn's lead is just 4 points. And the Roos have kicked 3 goals to 3 behinds in this second quarter. Hawthorn 3-11-29 to the Roos 4-1-25. 13 minutes gone, second quarter on ABC Sport.
I know that the rule of a defender is to come forward. So when the other team are coming at you, you have to go forward and meet them. And I think Frosty, if he had his time again, wouldn't come forward so quickly, because what happened was Taylor just knocked the ball over Frost head to his opponent, who put through a lovely goal in the end, but
got an impact, don't you?
Yeah, the ball was too much of a 50-50 for him to actually come and impact that contest.
45 goals for the year, and a team that's won 2 games. An amazing season for Nick Larkey. Back in the middle, Will Day takes on the tackler, kicks out to the wing. Brockman went without it. Meek goes in, collects, hand pass back in front of Brockman, inadvertently sockers it inside 50, hitting up Goda, can't collect, still a loose footy. Cord knocks it away to McDonald's advantage. North back with it. Young, hand pass back out to Goda, and he's up and running, has a bounce, feeds a hand pass along the line with the pressure from Hardwick, and it's out of play. In front of the benches and in front of Ben Cameron.
Some concern here for George Wardlaw. He's come down and gone straight into the rooms. Not 100% sure what the issue is as yet, but Jack Zeeble warming up.
Thanks, Benny. Granger Barras and Jack Zeeble, the subs this afternoon. As Bailey Scott tries to get a kick forward, not 15, and Taylor's tackle. The umpire will ball it up on the AFL logo, with Day and Impey laying the tackle on the dock side. Hawthorn leading by 4 points. Got out by 16 points and 18 points, 19 points at quarter time. There's a quick kick forward. Lloyd Meek trying to do the work as Newcomb's bumped off it. Cause had some moments against the boundary. Hand pass for the Roos inboard to Young, to Scott, all under pressure, to Shields, works it to Davies-Uniacke, back to Core at half-back, outside of the boot, up towards Taylor. Almost juggled the mark, he did, in front of Jarman Impey. Great mark.
They had to take that, didn't they? It was almost they were away again, Hawthorn, if he didn't make that mark.
First game since round 9 for Taylor. He kicks down to half forward. Sicily easily holds out Eddie Ford, takes the intercept mark.
Oh, 50 again.
Ford shifting on the mark.
Yeah, the umpire had said stand, and he thought, no, I don't want to stand, I want to go backwards. But once they say stand, you've got to make up your mind instantly which one you're going to do, and he just wandered backwards a couple of steps.
Had it in reverse, needed to put it in park. Free kick for Sicily and 50-metre penalty, so he's on the outer edge of the centre square. Hawks by 4. Sicily kicks into the pocket to a one-on-one. Bruce caught at the back, forced to spoil. North at the drop. McDonald, hand pass to Davies-Uniacke, kicks to half-back, and Taylor's got it again. Hawks by 4 points, despite having 21 more inside 50, 16 gone. Second turn.
North have got to find a way to get the ball switched to the other side or through the middle of the ground. Coming down the skinny side, one side of the ground, it just plays into Hawthorn's hands. They've got to take a risk somehow, get the ball the other side.
Taylor to Ford, now to Thomas, kicks out the wing, and Bailey Scott marks. Right half forward. Much improved effort from the Roos in this second quarter. And Scott looks inside 50, puts it in the direction of Nick Larkey. Coleman Jones is there as well. In fact, it was Sherry who flew. Spoils down the way of the Hawks. Ward gets the hand pass to Warple. Up the wing, doesn't get to Moore. Thomas gets a hand to it, spoils it out of play for the Roos. And a boundary throw-in in front of the Hawks bench. It's still going on with Moore as he comes towards the bench. Bouncing into Taron Thomas and a boundary throw-in. Hawthorn leading by 4 points. The Roos with 3 goals to none in this second quarter.
Hawks by 4. Boundary throw-in. It's a little crooked. Sherry wins the hit out. Now becomes the tackler as he holds up Warple. Hawthorn this year have only led on 4 occasions at half-time. They've got a 4-point lead here, 17.5 minute mark. In a game which they previously led by 19 and dominated the inside 50s, plus 21 in the opening term. In the restart, Warple took on 1 too many. And caught by Davies Uniacke, free kick. Holding the ball, the decision from the umpire, so Davies Uniacke to take it. From the logo, kicks down to half forward. Zurhaar the target. He had to call his teammate out of it. Zurhaar spills the mark, follows up by laying a tackle on Ward. Still alive, half forward for the Roos. Day wins it for Hawthorn. Hand pass to Amon, handball away to Ward, and the lefty just pokes the kick along the boundary line. Finds Warple.
As Ward running the boundary, feints the hand pass around Davies Uniacke. Now gives it to Josh Ward, trying to chip it towards Wingard. And Young takes the intercepting mark for North Melbourne, right half back. Hawthorn leading by 4 points. 3-11-29 to the Roos 4-1-25. Kick down the wing, set Davies Uniacke a task, and Will Day floating over the top. Takes the intercepting mark for the Hawks. Matt Clinch and Corbin Minimas calling the action. Ben Cameron down on the boundary. Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport. Just the 2 games on this Sunday. As Day works it forward to Moore, takes the mark, and now to Warple. Kicked a great goal in the opening quarter. James Warple out to the left. Reeves wants it deep. He'll send it in that direction eventually in the end. Bruce comes out as well. In from the side, Mackay laying the tackle. It was over the shoulder. And the Roos will get the free kick against Ned Reeves, and Luke McDonald will no doubt be a bit more careful with this kick.
Again, they're just going to come straight down this skinny side of the ground.
And a long contest kick again. Coleman Jones in the pack, flies for it. No mark. Sicily had a hand on it. Bobbles away through the legs of Moore to Davies Uniacke. Moore skills it back. Hawthorn with it. Hand pass to Dave, back to Moore. He runs straight into the corridor. Handball to Amon. Weighted handball, a hospital one to McDonald. Somehow got it out to Moore. Another touch in the chain. Hand pass to Amon. Kicks wide. Wingard at full stretch. Can't reel it in. Follows up as it hits the deck. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Banking back Mackay. He's dragged down by Newcomb. Up says play on. Tucker's got it. Stolen from him by McGuinness, who's helped over the boundary line. And the ump says chuck that in. Right forward pocket for the Hawks. Hawthorn by 4 points, approaching time on second turn. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
George Wardlaw is out of the game. I think it's an arm issue. We're just waiting to have clarification from the Roos. Jack Zeeble about to come in. Fergus Green back out, right knee strapped.
Wow. No good for one of the future stars of the competition. Subbed out of the match. Free kick going the way of the Kangaroos from the boundary throw-in.
Had to be after that tackle, you would assume, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
He was a late out last week, wasn't he, with illness? And yeah, unfortunately, his day lasted a quarter and a half here.
Played the 7 matches, George Wardlaw, so far this season, having been held back. Archer with a long clearing kick. It's wide of Taylor and Sicily. In fact, that's forward alongside Sicily, and it goes out of play. He's having a bit of a joke, Eddie Ford, with Sis when his stats were favourable earlier in the quarter. The Hawthorn captain. Does it take you a little while to get back in the groove when you missed
a little bit
through suspension?
Yeah, and certainly when you've got someone who's trying to stop you from getting the footy, can make it a bit harder.
Boundary throw in. Coleman Jones wins the hit out. Day gets his arms free, and now he's tackled. Ump says ball up. Davies Uniacke laying the tackle there between wing and half forward for the Hawks.
What did he miss? 3? Does take a little bit of time.
3 plus the bye.
Yeah.
From the restart, Connor McDonald kicks to centre half forward. Scott tries to knock it down. More there for Hawthorn though. Hand pass trying to feed Brockman. Can't get it to him. Here's Davies Uniacke for North. Hand pass away to Scott. The second generation Roo kicks out wide for Taylor, and he marks in front of Weddle. Right on halfway, broadcast wing. Hawks by 4 points. They led by 19 earlier and had 21 more inside 50s in the opening term, but North right in the game. Short to Zurhaar. Hand pass to Goda. Kicks down to half forward. It never went out. Hardwick to Amon by hand, and now to Nash across half-back for the Hawks.
Oh, not his best kick, the Irishman. Puts it out in front of Connor McDonald. Races after it in the right back pocket. He's corralled by Tucker and is able to chip it out of defence, where the mark is taken by McGuinness at right half back. Finn McGuinness looks up towards Brockman. Around the city wing, he takes the mark at right half back. Hawthorn by 4 points. The Roos with 3 goals to Hawthorn's 3 behinds in this second quarter. Kick to Amon. He had to juggle the mark and then regather it. Hand pass to McDonald and now to Warple. Through the centre square, a long kick inside 50. Green sport it down against Mackay. Tackle late by Wingard. Ben Mackay can't knock it out, and the umpire circles and will ball it up. 40 metres out from the Hawks' goal. Hawthorn leading by 4 points. Sicily had a 40 disposal game in the 3 games before he was suspended. Previous 2 were over 30. That tackle on Hugh McCluggage, who was out through a concussion and missing 4 weeks, the Hawthorn captain, in which the Hawks haven't won since. Scott with a clearing kick for the Roos, up towards half-back. Carl Amon creatively threw his left boot at it. Toe poked it, though, straight to the boundary. Umpire says throw it in. Won't be penalised for his acrobatics.
Both these teams obviously towards the bottom of the table, desperate for some wins and some pretty grim numbers. Touched on, Hawthorn's recent losses. Chad Wingard, by the way, is 0-9. He's actually got 1 win in his last 17 games he's played for Hawthorn, so he's sort of been there at the wrong time. From the restart, wanted a free kick, the Roos fans. In the end, Warple picks up the footy, shoots goalward. Actually, all just parted for him. At right half forward, ran into the goal, but missed out to the left, so another behind. They've kicked 4 of them, Hawthorn, their only scores in this second term. Hawks lead it by 5, 3-12 to 4-1. Hawthorn by 5 points, time on second quarter.
Harry Sheasel with the kick in, up to 20 disposals. Into the back pocket for Scott. Sends it up towards the wing. Shields had to spoil it down against Weddle. Spills down the way of Day. Hand pass back towards Weddle. It's knocked out of play as Young sees it across the line. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
The official word from the Roos on George Wardlaw, hamstring tightness. So hamstring tightness is why he's out of the game.
Thanks, Benny. Hawthorn leading by 5 points. Thrown in. Coleman Jones wins down the tap against Reeves. Trying to link up with Thomas. Kicks into the middle of the crowd for the Roos. Good pass. Just hacked it forward to Taylor, who spots Zerhard pushing forward. He marks it right half forward. Juggled the mark. Newcomb was trying to hold him up. Umpire says Zerhard will have to gather the footy and get back behind his mark. And right half forward for the Roos. They couldn't possibly be in front at half-time, could they? Zerhard kicks into the pocket. It's over the head of forward. Taylor ricochets off him and out of play in the right forward pocket. The throw in with the Roos inside their attacking 50. 24 minutes gone, second quarter. Hawthorn by 5.
They need to hold the ball up this end for longer than 30 seconds, which is all they've managed to do so far this game. So give themselves multiple opportunities to score.
Ford drops back to players are loose behind the ball for North from the boundary throw-in. Newcomb at the stoppage pumps it forward but turns it over, and Josh Goda takes the intercept mark. And Ford, in fact, is not playing as the spare. He's coming off the ground, so that's why he's hovering there behind play for a moment. Zeeble is on for his first minutes as Goda kicks wide. Ward knocks it away from Scott. It's out of bounds, so a throw-in half forward here. It means that Zeeble's going to go to full forward. He's going to go stand on James Sicily. They've had a bit of a defensive role on him today inside their forward arc, North Melbourne, to try and keep him honest.
From the throw-in, landed in shallow in front of the 2 rucks. Newcomb gathers for the Hawks. Half pass to Warple. Found a path forward around Bailey Scott. Kick towards Newcomb. Slipped over. Onto it Zerhal. Passes into his own teammate. Gets the half pass away to Core, and the kick is smothered. Mitch Lewis sees it out of play. And a boundary throw-in on the Dock side. Hawthorn by 5 points, approaching half-time. The Hawks 3-12-30. To the Roos 4-1-25. Jack Zeeble into the match for George Warlaw. Denver Granger Barras the sub for the Hawks this afternoon. Thrown back in. Reeves wins it down to the front. Thomas is onto it though for the Roos. Hand pass to Scott. Kicks end over end towards Harvey and Weddle. Weddle taps it towards the boundary line for the Hawks. And it's seen over by Connor Nash. Bouncing into Jack Zeeble. And a boundary throw in just short of half forward for the Roos.
Last goal in the match at the 13-minute mark. Just 13 minutes ago. 26 travelled now, second term. Hawks by 5, boundary throw-in. First clean touch for Zerha. Kicks inside 50, Scrimshaw. Takes the intercept mark. He went to play on. He kicked it into Larkey, who was running by. Wanted some sort of 50 or free kick. Said play on. Sicily trying to mop it up, threw it over his head. Got it out to Hardwick. Hardwick kicks to half-back, and the Hawks out of a dangerous moment. Impey takes the mark, back flank, hand pass to Moore, kicks beyond the wing, back peddling. McDonald got a hand on it to knock it away from Green and now follows up with a hand pass to Mackay. North back onto it, hand pass to Archer. Sweeping hand pass down the wing to Tucker. Handball to McDonald, City side. Kicks looking to try and hit up Taylor. Couldn't take the mark. Sicily did well to break it up and then Taylor's tackled front on by Moore. Free kick for Curtis Taylor. He wants to move it in a hurry. Hand pass away to Tucker. Kicks inside 50, turns it over. Straight to Scrimshaw. Intercept mark half back for Hawthorn. Hawks by 5, 27.5 gone, second term.
Inside 50s in this quarter, 13-11 Hawthorn's way. Roos with 3 goals to Hawthorn's 4 behinds. Interestingly, the free kicks, Berkey, 10-0 North Melbourne's way in this second quarter.
It was 4-7 in favour of the Hawks at quarter time, so that's an over adjustment in my mind.
Weddle in the back pocket for the Hawks, trying to find an avenue out. He takes a bounce and tucks the footy under his arm. Ran away from Cooper Harvey. Hand pass to Nash, to Impey into the middle of the ground. Good option. Found Reeves. Hand pass to Moore. Attacking side of the centre circles. Pulls his kick and finds Fergus Green. Directly in front, 55 out. A laser-like pass that finds Finn McGuinness directly in front. 35 metres out from goal.
Well, it looks like Finn McGuinness has been given the job of trying to quell Harry Sheasel down there, given that he's played a few tagging roles. He's not your likely forward type, Finn, but good change of direction. I like Weddle's ability to tuck it under his arm there across half-back and get it inside to the big ruckman. Find this kick here into McGuinness.
Hasn't hit a goal this season. Can he break the duck for the Hawks in this second quarter? He can't. 5 behinds as they lead by 6 points. Don't forget Choco down to Waverley. 3-13-31 to North Melbourne. 4-1-25. Each club would have their own goal kicking coach, wouldn't they? Someone who would take the responsibility.
Someone who would specialise in it, yeah.
Core kicks out to half-back and Cooper Harvey takes the mark.
I don't think you need a coach. It's more just time spent working out a routine.
Short kick to Shields. Shields knocks it back to Harvey. Harvey hangs it inside the boundary line. Hand pass away to Scott. Ugly handball on the ground. It could work out okay for Tara Thomas. He runs onto it. Now at high half forward. Hand pass short side to Curtis. Back to Scott. Kicks in the forward pocket. Kicks it out on the full. Hawks by 6. 13 behinds for Hawthorn. They're 3-13. North of 4-1. The Hawks lead it by 6 points, half-hour mark in this second term. They go across the goal face to Day. Day runs himself into trouble, shakes the Larky tackle. Day then steadies, kicks to half-back. Newcomb's forced to spoil, finds the safety of the boundary line and a throw-in. 55 out from the Roos goal at left half forward. This has not been pretty.
The bottom teams, they just don't capitalise on the opportunities. North twice this quarter have had almost 3-on-1 inside their forward 50 and mucked up the kick going inside 50 twice.
Thrown back in. Comes down the way of Shields of the Roos. Tries to get it forward. Tackle laid by Moore. Paul Curtis wasn't in possession in the eyes of the umpire. He'll get the free kick. Out to the left, right on 50. Another chance for the Kangas just as the siren sounds for half-time. The kick was marked by Sicily in the end as Zeeble led out into the pocket. So after all their dominance in the opening quarter, the Hawks were held goalless in that second quarter, having put on 5 behinds to the Roos 3 straight. So Hawthorn lead by 6 points at half-time. Sam Mitchell will wonder what could have been. 3-13-31 to the Roos 4-1-25. Hawthorn leading by 6 points at quarter time. For the Kangaroos, goals to Larky, Davies, Uniac, Ford and Tucker, while for the Hawks, Warple, Brockman and Bruce. And on the SMS, 0437 774 774. The comparison coming through that as bad as this game is, it's potentially not as bad as the 2 last night, although GWS and Adelaide got hot towards the end.
Just quickly, Clenchy, that's their 11th goalless quarter of the season, Hawthorn. The next worst in the competition is West Coast with 9, and the next worst after that is a bunch of teams with 4.
Wow.
So that's almost 3 times as bad as most of the competition if you stand West Coast out. 11 quarters this year where they haven't kicked a single goal, Hawthorn, and now against one of the bottom 2 teams in North Melbourne.
When they kick 5 points. Yeah.
5 points.
It's disappointing, isn't it? I think where they're falling down from my point of view, Clinchy, I assume we're going into what we're seeing.
Please help us.
Yeah.
What are you seeing, Brett?
Well, I think they're falling down with their lack of a key target up front, Hawthorn, and inability to equalise down there. they're getting a drop-off. Hawthorn always like to spend their numbers up to, or one of their numbers, their high half forwards up to the contest, and it's just allowing North Melbourne to set up either Mackay or Core back off the stoppage, and they're just not getting any sort of run through. The only time they looked like it was when they actually changed direction, come through the middle of the ground, and instead of going long, which North Melbourne thought they would, there was that short little kick to Green at the top of, just inside the centre square, and then he found McGuinness. That's what they need to do. They need to change angles, but then not always look long and just bomb in, because you've got all your numbers up at the stoppage. You've got to run it and get it going forward. Use short possession change versus the long one. So change that up. I think they're a chance to dominate like they did in the first quarter. But again, you kick straight. This game's probably to bed well and truly, but you've had zip 5 in that quarter, 3-13 for the half. It's sort of, you're shooting yourself in the foot, and it just gives the side like North a sniff. They're as bad as North have been going forward with the footy. They've had multiple opportunities and kicked it out of bounds on the fall, or just kicked it over their teammate's head. That's where you're really struggling to see the polish and getting the full reward for effort at the moment, Berkey.
Yeah, if we had a heat map of how North Melbourne used the ball, first quarter, all the play was on that far side, city side of the ground, because that's where they used the ball. That quarter, all their play was on this side. It's like all of their defenders are right footers, and they just all turn out to the right and actually kick the ball out this side of the play. And it's very, very predictable the way they want to move the ball up and down the ground. For me, they just need to take some risks. This is the type of game, the type of season where, if it doesn't come off, we'll back our defenders to still be down there and play on their opponents. But get the ball through the middle of the ground, chain through the middle of the ground, get the ball from one side of the ground to the other. Just do something slightly different, because the way that he's coming in at the moment, can't think of how many times Larkey has actually been the target going inside 50. He kicked one goal. That was from the ball getting hit over the top, which wasn't really targeting him at all. So they've got to find a way to switch the angles to get the ball at least to him, so that even the small players then can be a little bit predictable. That's where we're going to go. That's where we're kicking the football. So changing the game, changing the angles is something that North Melbourne really need to do. Look, the positive for Hawthorn is, they didn't kick a goal, but they have 6 shots at goal, and probably some easy ones that they should have kicked. So really, 2-4 should have been the least that they got if they had have kicked straight. So they're still having shots on goal. They have another 6 shots on goal this quarter, and they kick 4-2. Well, then the game will be beyond doubt. But certainly, I think we are seeing 15 play 16 at the moment, and or was it 16-17? 16-17. We're seeing that at the moment, and there's probably good reasons why they are 16-17.
Feels like there's a bit of a gap to 15th, it must be said, at the moment. Hawthorn by 6 points at the main break. Let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Tom Melville. The Deputy Prime Minister, Richard Marles, is playing down the implications of a Queensland by-election, insisting it's a poor result for the opposition. The LNP easily retained the federal Gold Coast seat of Fadden yesterday. It came after the resignation of outgoing member and Liberal Cabinet Minister Stuart Robert. Richard Marles has told Sky News the Peter Dutton-led opposition has little to celebrate from the result.
I don't think this result provides any comfort to the Liberal Party. I mean, to have a by-election against the sitting government where you only get a 2% swing in an area which is in your heartland is a very, very lethargic result.
A report has found more than half of women in New South Wales do not feel safe after dark in public spaces. Helena Burke reports.
The Safer Cities survey polled more than 5,000 community members between December last year and February this year. 80% of respondents identified as women. 59% of the women either feel not so safe or not at all safe in public spaces after dark. This compares to 32% of men. The state government will increase lighting around Moore Park to ensure people can safely walk between the Sydney Football Stadium and public transport stops during the Women's World Cup, which starts next week.
A terminally ill 50-year-old man who's lived in Western Australia for more than 4 decades is facing deportation after his permanent residency visa was cancelled due to a criminal conviction. Robert Taylor immigrated from the UK when he was 10 months old, but as a non-citizen, his visa was cancelled on character grounds after he was convicted for aggravated burglary in 2019. Mr. Taylor was moved from prison to immigration detention in 2021. His daughter Keisha says time is running out after her father was diagnosed with cancer and given less than 12 months to live.
The longer they wait to make this decision, the less time we have. So I just, beg for their compassion. Let him out, let him come home to us.
A spokesperson for the Immigration Minister said Andrew Giles is aware of the case, but due to privacy reasons wouldn't comment further. Agriculture Victoria is investigating a series of sudden horse deaths on the Mornington Peninsula. The department says the cause is currently unknown and has urged horse owners to report any sudden deaths or illnesses in their horses to authorities. Dr. John Russell from the Wood Range Specialist Equine Hospital says he believes at least 7 horses have died in the past 7 days.
It's important to be vigilant and monitor your horses, see if they're dull, if they're eating, if their manure is normal. And if you have any concerns, take the horse's temperature. If that temperature is above 38.5 degrees Celsius, that's a high temperature, and it may indicate that something's not right.
Heading overseas, where at least 2,000 people have been forced to leave their homes on the Spanish island of La Palma because of the threat of a massive bushfire fuelled by a heatwave. Many parts of Europe and northern Africa are sweltering through unprecedented temperatures, with the Mediterranean one of the worst affected regions. Callum Hick managed to save his grandparents' house at Catral, a small town in southeastern Spain.
The field next to us is completely burnt. There's a few bits of grass just here and there towards the edges that have been able to survive, but the vast majority of it is just black and ashes. Luckily, both ourselves and the neighbour that we were helping were able to sort of save our gardens, just working as a collective.
Meanwhile, rescue workers in South Korea are scrambling to reach people trapped inside their vehicles in a tunnel in central Chungcheong, where one person is reported to have died and at least 9 have been rescued. The BBC's Jae Sung Lee reports.
The operation to rescue people from the tunnel is continuing. It's still not clear how many vehicles are stranded, nor how many people are actually inside them. Earlier, there were reported to be 19 vehicles in the tunnel, but officials later corrected that to about 15. Meanwhile, there's growing criticism of the authorities, with people asking why they didn't restrict access to the tunnel sooner. Floods and landslides caused by torrential rain have killed more than 20 people over the last 3 days.
And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been rushed to hospital after complaining he felt unwell. The 73-year-old, who had reported feeling dizzy, is conscious and has undergone tests after being transported from his home. Mr. Netanyahu is the country's longest-serving Prime Minister, and he's been at the centre of mass protests for months after he announced his government was going ahead with controversial judicial reforms to limit the Supreme Court's power to overturn any government decisions it found unreasonable. You're up to date with the latest ABC News. For more news at any time, you can download the ABC Listen app.
With ABC Listen, explore a whole new world of podcasts and live radio. Like unpicking fast fashion in Veronica Milsom's podcast, Threads.
The marketing tricks being used on us right now.
Or learning to spend less and live better with Nazim Hussein's Pineapple Project.
Do we all really need it? And if we do, how do we get it for cheap?
The ABC Listen app.
A whole new world of live radio and on-demand audio entertainment.
Download it now from your app store.
The World Game is here.
Great touch on the edge of the box. Right foot strike. He scores. Unbelievable.
The FIFA Women's World Cup 2023.
Near the corner post on the left side. Dribbles to the edge of the area. Strike. Oh, it's in. What a wonderful goal.
Live and commercial-free coverage on radio and on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the World Cup button.
Kerr in descent. Dribbles into the area. Kerr strike. The Aussie captain scores.
The FIFA Women's World Cup 2023 starts Thursday.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Sheasel again, kicks top of the goal square. Ford goes up, can't complete the mark, he's going to get a free. So Eddie Ford to try and put the Roos into gear. He goes back, pops it through, and North have their second. And in a game in which they've been outplayed throughout, they're only 13 points down.
Reeves going back, spoiled by his own teammate. Here's a chance. Davies-Uniacke dodging, weaving and goaling. The Kangas put 2 on the trot and close the margin back to 13 points Hawthorn's way. Running the boundary is Thomas. He looks up towards half forward, tries to kick it over the head of Curtis Taylor. Racing with Weddle, taps it to his own advantage, has Larkey over the top, slaps it to his advantage, outside of the boot. Great finish. Nick Larkey able to make something out of nothing. All of a sudden, Hawthorn's lead is just 4 points.
George Wardlaw is out of the game. I think it's an arm issue. We're just waiting to have clarification from the Roos. Jack Zeeble about to come in.
McGuinness
doesn't hit the goal this season. Can he break the duck for the Hawks in this second quarter? He can't. 5 behind.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time from Docklands in Melbourne. Sunday afternoon footy, the standalone Sunday match in Melbourne. It's the Hawks 3-13-31, leading the Kangaroos 4-1-25. Hawthorn leading by 6 points, despite the Kangaroos booting 3 goals to 5 behinds in that second quarter. Matt Clinch alongside Corbin Middlemass calling the action. Ben Cameron's down on the boundary. Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke are your experts on this Sunday afternoon. The final match of the round, the West Coast Eagles taking on the Tigers. So I'll take you there to the West. And Adam Simpson's going to join our commentary team in the lead up to the final match of round 18. It's worth recounting just how even the ladder is on top of the AFL ladder. Collingwood sit on top, a game clear of Port Adelaide after their loss yesterday to the Blues. So they're on 46 points. And then a few games back, the Brisbane Lions in third position, a game clear of Melbourne in fourth with 11 wins and 6 losses. And then the Cats just 6 points further back. All of a sudden, Geelong have gone from outside the 8 up to 5th on the AFL ladder. 9 wins, 7 losses and a draw. The Saints, despite losing against the Gold Coast Suns, are in 6th position. 9 wins and 8 losses alongside the Bulldogs and Essendon, with the Giants just outside on percentage. So all those sides locked at 9 wins and 8 losses. The Blues in 10th position. Carlton back, 8 wins, 8 losses and a draw. The Adelaide Crows in 11th position, 8 wins and 9 losses, and probably the Suns in 12th position is the last side in calculation for September. So 6 rounds to go. All of a sudden it's starting to heat up, and we have some cracker games next weekend. Probably starting on Friday night. Corby back here at Docklands. Bombers taking on the Bulldogs all of a sudden has a fair bit to like about it, with both sides on the losing end.
So if the Tigers win today, there will be a game and a half between 9 teams, from 5th through to 13th on the ladder. So what a great run home with 6 weeks left to try and fight for positioning. As you touched on, there's so many games of huge consequence. If Richmond win today against the Eagles, which they're a heavy favourite to do, they then get Hawthorn next week, so that they'll keep putting pressure on the teams above them. They're one of those, or will be one of those teams in the mix of 9. And then the Saturday game. So as good as Friday night is, you've got the Saturday twilight game, Brisbane-Geelong. Feels like Geelong now undefeated in the last 4 weeks, starting to find a bit of their best footy. Brisbane almost never lose regular season games at the Gabba. And then Saturday night, 1v2 over in Adelaide. The Power and the Magpies, the 2 Magpies, depending on who you ask.
Bit to like about that one. We're together on Sunday for the Demons and the Crows. Adelaide having failed their test of coming to Melbourne only a week ago against the Bombers. They get another look at it against the Demons, who had a vital win in the dying seconds against the Brisbane Lions. So if you missed any of Grandstand AFL Sunday with Corbin, Lids and Berkey, it's available under the Best of ABC Sport, wherever you get your podcast from, as is the lead yesterday featuring Max Gawn. If you want to go back and have a listen to the Melbourne captain, and of course all of our audio contributions, there's so much to look forward to, especially on the ABC Listen app. The Women's Ashes starts to heat up tonight, so 2 one-day internationals to go. The first ball gets underway from 8 p.m. tonight on ABC Sport Digital once the footy is done, and the NRL in the northern states. But on the ABC Listen app, just look for the red cricket button. The Aussie women can just about close it out if they can get a victory from the last 2 matches. England have fought back, having won the last couple, and the second, or the third one-day international, if required, is on Tuesday. We're hoping the Australian women, who all of a sudden have just lost their way a little bit, can go back to their winning ways tonight after dominant win in the Test match, which went down to the final day. It was thrilling, but Australia seemed like they were on top of that stage. It's probably 50-50 at this stage.
Absolutely. So it was like the series starts again. It's 2 games, and whoever wins them both or win the series, Australia had the added benefit of being the holders, so they only need to win, as you said, one of the last 2, whereas England need to win the last 2 matches, and they've got all the momentum. So it's well positioned for the women. And grim news with the men. I don't know if anyone's seen the forecast in Manchester.
Looks like rain. You're kidding me, aren't you?
I know. We've waited 9 days for the 4th test after a sort of second and third back-to-back, then a long break. Now we're all counting down for Wednesday night, and unfortunately showers every day on the radar this week in Manchester.
Probably good for my relationship, though, if we're being honest. My wife hasn't been overly impressed with cricket all during the week into the footy on the weekends, Berkey, but it's probably best if it does rain.
I'm certainly in that category. She's just lost track of the days as to how long in between tests, so 9 days certainly helps. And then, we'll be back into it, tuning in on the ABC Listen app in the NRL round 20 today. So off the back of the State of Origin during the week, the Warriors lead the Cronulla Sharks 10 points to 6. Later on this afternoon, it's the Dolphins and the Panthers, and Parramatta and the Gold Coast Titans to close out the weekend. So that's also available on the ABC Listen app, as will be the Women's World Cup and the opening game on Thursday night. We can't wait for the Matildas taking on Ireland. So had 50,000 in the house here at Docklands. Said, what do you reckon? The surface has held up pretty well.
Allegedly 50,000. So, we've had this battle all year as to what's a sellout.
You reckon there was some sort of Flemington Melbourne Cup numbers?
I think so.
Just counting a couple on the way through twice.
Damien Peck, who we work with, sort of took some photos, and he was sitting, I think, up in the bleachers, sort of at the Coventry end. And there was sort of a lot of patches of empty space here and there, but the staff here at Marvel Stadium or Docklands tell you all the time that because of the Medallion Club membership, it's so hard to get 50 nowadays because you're basically relying on every person that owns a membership to roll up to tick over the 50,000. So remember last week we had that laughable situation where it was a sellout and there was only 39,000 here. Yeah. And then there was a sellout supposedly on the Friday night and there was 43,000. So the Marvel Stadium people will tell you that generally a sellout here nowadays is around sort of 46 to 48. But yeah, there was certainly no tickets available to buy on Friday night.
Why aren't we smart enough to do a StubHub type situation in Australia?
Yep.
Are we that stupid? We can't organise that?
But bang on. If you've got a ticket and you're not going, you may as well put it up for resale and try and get some money back for it.
Even if the stadium takes 10% of that resale, they're making money, double the money off the seat.
Yep.
There's money going begging.
It should be as easy as a click of a button. So if you own your Medallion Club membership, you just say, look, I'm not using it tonight. Someone else can purchase it for a one-off if they want it. You get some sort of return for it.
I was going to say, for every game you sell your ticket and someone else comes along, you get a discount potentially on your membership.
It's got to be. It can't. And you're right, to trap so many people out. Like the Matildas tickets are the hottest tickets in Australia right now. They've sold out every World Cup game. Everybody wanted tickets to that friendly on Friday night. And unfortunately, even though they say there's 50,000, you couldn't buy a seat because all the tickets were sold. And yet there was a heaps of people that probably wanted to go and would have come along and didn't get the chance to. So I agree with you, Berkey. There's got to be a better way to do it.
So we shall wait and see. 50,000 asterisks from Corby on Friday night. How many will be there for the opening night in Sydney where they can get over 80,000? So we shall wait. But Mary Fowler, goodness me, will bring on the World Cup with Sam Kerr there leading the Australian green and gold. Ben Cameron down the boundary as players head out into position.
Just an interesting observation. Justin Reeves in the crowd, not far from me. It's hard to miss him. He's a lump of a man here watching his young lad, of course, run around. So former CEO of the Hawthorn Football Club. Good to see him here just as a dad and a fan of the club. No change in terms of the sub for Hawthorn. So Denver Granger Barras coming back to the bench. Just repeating, George Wardlaw subbed out late in that first half with hamstring tightness.
And no Alistair Clarkson here. It must be said he was at Princes Park watching Country and Metro.
Yeah,
your boys had a win there.
Country got the job done.
Yep.
Corp, as you expect.
As you know, I'm more a Metro guy. That's well done to the Country lads.
Probably would be a bit of a circus if Clarko was here, but won't be returning next week to the main role against the Saints, but in the hopefully next couple of weeks. Hawthorn leading by 6 points as we head into the second half. Here's Corbin Middlemass.
WA were putrid, by the way.
It's young Reeves who got a crooked bounce. It's not our man Harry Birch. It's umpire Rebashini.
Was the Allies win a big significant moment?
Yeah, huge. They played so well.
The Hawks by 6 points, back in the middle again. As Reeves leaps up, wins the hit out here. Out in front of Newcombe, feeds a hand pass forward. Warple is tackled and the umpire says, I'll have it. So the state of play here, North Melbourne are 4 goals won, Hawthorn are 3-13. What has really been sort of a clash of two of the bottom teams in the competition. What did we say, 16th, 17th, leading into the afternoon. And Hawthorn had 21 more inside 50s in the opening term and yet couldn't capitalise, and now they're in a dogfight. A one-score game as Warple's tackled in the middle. So we're going to have a fourth go at this Clenchy, trying to get a centre clearance. Another ball up inside the centre square. Hawks by 6 points, 50 seconds into the third term.
Sherry and Reeves can't get a run at it. Newcombe tried to charge in. I think he was held and he might get the free kick. So eventually we will get a break from the congestion and Jai Newcombe will take the free kick for the Hawks. just attacking side of the centre circles. He looks inside 50. Mitch Lewis comes out on a lead. He flies against 3. Core got a fist to it over the back. Meek races after it. He goes out of play in the right forward pocket. Of course, we had the last Thursday night game of the home and away season. So just the 2 games today. I'm not sure this is what the AFL by design. We want more eyeballs on this sort of game.
I'll come back to that.
Okay. Yep. Thrown back in, Meek in front position. It clears he and Sherry. Newcomb couldn't take it. Core tries to gather for the Roos. Brought down by Bruce. He turns towards the umpire over the top. He's going to ball it up.
Well, it's incredibly sad that, the fallout in the situation between Clarkson and the Hawks, but I'm sure maybe when they drew the fixture up, they'll be thinking this is great. It's a bit of a pseudo-grudge match, the so-called, theatre of sport, and yet it's sort of soured to a point that it's not really even a sell on that front anymore.
Ford got the hand pass to Zeeble. He was tackled and brought down. I think illegally in the end, and he's a bit worse for wear, Cam Zurhaar, but he'll be okay to take his kick. Just got legged in the end, and that resulted in the free kick. He's still inside the defensive 50 for the Kangaroos. He looks up towards the dog swing, puts it out towards Zeeble and Ford. It clears the 2. Over the back, Hardwick left it for Moore. Gets back for the Hawks. Hand pass around the back. Carl Amon's going to retreat all the way back inside the defensive 50, and Scrimshaw takes the mark.
Scrimshaw switches play from one back flank to the other. He's Josh Ward. Good user of the footy as he kicks it into the middle of the ground to Newcomb. Takes the mark. As soon as I said that, I thought, I'm putting a lot of pressure on this one kick, and he finds Newcomb in the middle of the ground.
Benny will give us an update on Zurhaar, but he's limped to the ground. He actually did a Mitch Wallace and kicked himself in the back of the leg.
Jeez. Newcomb comes out wide for Amon, who's got up logo broadcast wing, kicks inboard to Warple, who's been good today, sweeping hand pass to Impey. On a run, pokes the pass up for Bruce, works his way to the front, no mark, hits the deck, front and centre, Wingard, snapping, missing. Behind for Chad. Another one for the Hawks. They're 3 goals, 14 to 4-1, 3.5 minutes into the third term. The Hawks, by the way, were 3-4 when Bruce kicked their 3rd goal, so that's 10 straight behinds, the last 10 scores for Hawthorn. Ben Cameron's on the boundary.
Yeah, Zurhaar limped off. Looks like a right foot, so a little different to the Wallace injury. Wallace, of course, broke his plant leg, if my memory serves me correct. Zurhaar seems to have hurt his kicking right foot in that motion.
Thanks, Ben. Goda from centre half back for the Kangaroos. Out to Bailey Scott, who marks centre wing on the City side. Looks up towards Zeeble on a lead. Sicily there with him. Makes the spoil. Ball spills towards Cooper Harvey. He's locked up by Newcomb in the back. And the Roos will get a chance to go inside 50 here. The son of a gun at right half forward. Feeds the hand pass off. Davies Uniac with a high kick inside 50. There was Sherry trying to bring it down to the front. Tackle laid by Stevenson. Spills the way of Day. He's brought down by Shields. Good pressure. And the ball is stuck underneath him. And the umpire will ball it up with Will Day face down on the turf. 45 metres out from the Kangaroos' goal.
It was interesting that Hawthorn did not have a free kick in that second quarter.
Wow, 11 to zip.
As Reeves grabs it out of the ruck, kicks it forward. Ford attacks it, lost it in the process. Falls down to McDonald. He's taken high by Wingard. Free kick for the co-captain for North to the top of the goal square. Hands to it. A good mark for Scrimshaw. It's going to be paid. Rips it away from Thomas.
That's confidence, isn't it?
Yeah.
The last line, just reaching over the top of your opponent.
One of 3 pick 7th that the Hawks have on their list. Of course, he was taken by the Suns in his draft before being traded. The other 2, the last 2 years, Josh Ward and Cam McKenzie. Goes short to Newcomb. Newcomb out wide to Impey. Back flank for Hawthorn. Long kick to the 2 big men on the wing. Meek flying for it. He got a shove, and I think, no, in fact, shove on Reeves, and Big Ned Reeves to take it for Hawthorn.
McInnes has got out the front. He can mark it right half forward. He's got Lewis in the goal square, sends him there. The reinforcements can't get back in time. He stepped around Young, hoping that Scott would be able to get a fist in there. And in the end, it was the easiest of marks from Mitch Lewis at the top of the goal square.
Yeah, it was a great help side run from Bailey Scott. He got down there as the winger to support, but it was all at sea under the high ball.
Mitch Lewis with one behind. He now has 1 goal. And Hawthorn have their first goal since the opening quarter. The Hawks back out by 13 points. 4-14-38 to the Kangaroos. 4-1-25. 6 minutes gone. Third term on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Bull Zurhaar has hobbled down into the room, so The physios have prodded, pushed, questioned, and he tried to jump on it. Didn't look overly comfortable and now down in the rooms.
It was a good kick by McGuinness. He realised that he had a tall player, one out against a smaller player in the goal square, so got it there as quickly as he could. If you want a masterclass on how not to defend high ball, probably look at that one.
It was ordinary, wasn't it? No body contact nor play on the footy. Exactly not what to do.
Hawthorn by 13 now, ends the run of 10 consecutive behinds for the Hawks with their fourth goal as Reeves wins it down to Nash. Hand pass away to Warple, who turns and drives the Hawks forward. Here's Lewis again. In that leading lane through centre half forward, searching lead. And there's sticky hands as he hangs onto it, centre half forward for Hawthorn.
It was just a kick in hope, really, wasn't it, from Warple coming out of the centre clearance, but there was a lot of space there. And he got the jump on Mackay. He's pretty quick himself, Mackay, but well done. Great hands from Mitch Lewis.
Injury interrupted year, Mitch Lewis, their blue chip prospect, and that's why. He's kicked 2 in 2 minutes. Hawthorn out by 19. An equal game high, 5-14, 44. North Melbourne 4-1, 25, 7.5 gone third term. A hot start to the second half for the Hawkers.
There's still no better side in our game, is there? It's a centre bounce clearance to Hawthorn. Warple bangs it forward. A full forward comes out, full steam, takes the ball at the highest point, and then goes back from 52, I reckon, he kicked that ball. Yeah. Absolutely straight through the middle. That's it's a rare part of our game these days, but it's still great to see.
You don't see the big boys being able to actually clunk a lot, do you? Like they're more mobile than what they ever were, but they're not as strong overhead as what the players from the bygone era. He's crying out for a partner in crime down there, I reckon, Mitch Lewis. That'll be something they really need to attack in the off-season.
Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport. The Hawks managed just 5 behinds in the second quarter. They've kicked 2 goals in the opening 8 minutes of the third. Back in the middle, Sherry wins down the tap for the Roos, trying to gather a Stiesel in the centre square. He's tackled and locked up. Slightly North Melbourne's way of the centre circles. George Wardlaw subbed out in the second quarter. Jack Siebel came in. 10 for Granger Barras, the sub for the Hawks, not used as yet. Warple gathers from the tap down and then slipped over, turned it over. Stevenson for the Roos. Hand pass out in front of Cooper Harvey, tries to knock it on. Siebel comes out, gathers at the top of the 50. Hardwick lays the tackle, can't quite knock it clear as the numbers dive on top. And the umpire will ball it up at centre half forward for the Roos. Hawthorn by 19 points, 9 minutes gone third term.
Danger moments here for North Melbourne, so equal game high, and they're a bit banged up on the bench as well, with Wardlaw already subbed out in the first half. From the restart, Hawks out the back door, Warple to Day, hand pass to Ward, kicks down the wing. Wingard stands in front of McDonald. McDonald spoils, grabs the footy. Impey's got him. McDonald doesn't release. He's in strife here, McDonald, holding the ball. Free kick for Impey on the wing and the Hawks.
The old fake try and get it out, and it's cost you Lukey McDonald. He didn't really want to release it. Umpire was wise to it.
Impey goes short to Hardwick, so Zerha and Ford both with some work being done on the bench. We'll get to Ben Cameron for some updates in a moment as the switch heads out to that City wing. This is Weddle, tucks it under his arm. He's run a long way. In the end, has a bounce. It's closed down by Coleman Jones. He wants to wrong foot him, he does. With a little bit of a jig as he turns and kicks inside 50. Big fly from Meek, no mark, falls through to Core. His hand pass broken up, live footy inside the Hawks forward arc. A pack forms. And a ball up 40 metres out from the Hawthorn goal at left half forward. Hawks by 19, 10 gone, third quarter.
Must be nothing worse as a ruckman, seeing a little bloke wanting to take you on.
Gathered by Tucker for the Roos. Hand pass to Core and now to Scott. Sends a clearing kick up towards the City wing out in front of Siebel. He gathers just inside the boundary line. Sicily lays the tackle. Hand pass to Cooper Harvey. Links up with Taylor. High kick to half forward. In front position is Frost. Larkey had to spoil. Spills to Coleman Jones. Good clean pick up. Couldn't get it past McDonald to the Hawks. Gathers on the second attempt. Hand pass to Frost. Feeds it around the back. Switching kick from McGuinness, and the Hawks are away. Connor Nash, the Irishman, takes a bounce. Hand pass back inboard. Links up with Ward. Chips to Wingard, just short of half forward. The Hawks have players on the overlap. Hand pass to Carl Lehman. Gets to 55. He's a beautiful kick. And through it goes. Not a lot of pressure coming forward. And as a result, Carl Amon, given that sort of time and space, sails it straight over the goal umpire's hat. There's a little bit going on off the ball as Jaden Stevenson is being told all about it. And Hawthorn's lead is 25 points with the opening 3 goals of the third quarter. 6:14.50 to the Roos. 4-1-25. 12 minutes gone, third term.
We've just seen a little bit of byplay going on in the centre-half back there for North Melbourne, or for Hawthorn, I should say. James Sicily just giving Jaden Stevenson a bit of a rub on the head. I'm not sure whether he's questioning the hairline or not, but that's what it looked like from me from back here. Carl Amon, though, how good was that finish? Love that. That was just smooth play, end to end. Win it back at centre-half back. Switch it out wide. Connor Nash running. Done that all day. Wingard handball off. Amon finish from 60. Love it.
As wide as it's been. 25 points Hawthorn's way. They've kicked the last 3 of the game. It's been a run, though, of 3 for the Hawks, the next 3 for the Roos, and now the last 3 for the Hawks. So by that pattern, it's North's turn as Shields kicks out wide to Curtis, heads inside 50. Zeeble brings it down, hand pass away to Taylor. Handball inside to Tucker, he's under pressure. Look away, hand pass, a turnover. Ward has it for Hawthorn. Hand pass to Warpool. Kicks long into the middle of the ground. A core stands in front of Green and keeps it in the front half for North Melbourne. The defender goes short to centre half forward and Shields marks. Collected as he does so. Nash trying to break it up last minute, so Shields would be outside his range. You'd think he'd have to kick it 55. Hasn't got this in him, does he, Lids?
Nah, at his absolute best, I reckon Pup's got this one in him.
32-year-old on the back of a calf complaint. He's just going to lay it up to the top of the goal square. Curtis competes. Now he lays a tackle on Warpool. He got a hand pass out to Zeeble. He's tackled. Not a bad result. A ball up. 25 out from the Roos attacking goal. Hawks by 25. 13 gone in the third.
Thrown up. Lloyd Meek, a late inclusion with Ramsden out. A concussion, having been hit by a footy yesterday. There's no opportunity to clear as all day as, in fact, it's John Newcombe who's locked up by Sheasel and Tucker. And the umpire to throw it up. Coleman Jones wins down the tap. Sheasel couldn't take it. Carl Lehman trying to find a clearing path forward. Kicks it up to the wing over the head of Mitch Lewis. Racing back, Core got a hand to it. Now he needs to deal with Lewis. He's tackled. Hand pass back to Goda. He's corralled by McDonald. Hand pass straight to Mitch Lewis of the Hawks. He knocks it down. Trying to combine with McDonald. He lost it. Gathered by Young of the Roos. Hand pass to a stationary Core. Cuts past Brockman a little too easy. Kicks him in the middle of the ground. Finds Shields over the head of Warple. He gets the hand pass away to McDonald through the middle of Docklands. Spots forward. He marks attacking side of the centre circles. Hand pass to McDonald. Long kick towards Curtis. In a wrestle with Weddle. Used his body superbly. Little shove from Paul Curtis. Got rid of Weddle and takes the mark directly in front, 15 out.
Trying to look back on who was the player on the half-back line for North Melbourne who actually hit there. It was a slightly risky kick into the middle of the ground, had to lob it over Warple's head, but it just completely opened the game up rather than just going all the way around the wing like they've done the majority of the times. Brought it back into the middle, overlap handball, shot for goal, 15 metres out.
He's got some tricks. Paul Curtis from directly in front comes in and puts it through for the Roos first of the third quarter. As Corby mentioned, it's been a game of runs. The Roos have kicked 3 goals unanswered in the second quarter. The Hawks with 3 goals to start this third quarter. Maybe it's now the Roos' turn as the margin is back to 19 points. And the Kangas with their first goal since the 13-minute mark of the second quarter comes at the 15-minute mark of the third. Hawthorn 6-14-50 to the Kangas, 5-1-31, 15 gone, third term.
Yeah, just having a look and see where young Harry Sheasel is. I spoke in that second quarter he was going to have 50. They had the one to start this third term. Back on ball now, so hopefully get him around. He's such a good user, got a good work rate as well. McGuinness was probably doing a job on him halfway through that second. Seemed to have shaken that off now. Hopefully get a good go at it.
Hawks by 19, halfway through this third term. Meek back in the middle, wins the head out. Down to Warple, he's tackled, dispossessed. So Davies Uniacke, hand pass to Ford. Away to McDonald, hand pass onto the wing for Tucker. He sends his left footer down to half forward. Wanted Larkey, slides past him. Zeeble collects. He's tackled by Sicily and out of play. Throw in 55 out from the Roos goal. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Granger Barras is on the phone at the moment. The sub card has been handed over. He's about to come into the game. I'll wait to see who comes off. And just with North Melbourne, Zurha is back, sitting on the front row of the bench. We'll wait to see what happens.
Thanks, Ben. Their sub already used. Wardlaw out of the game with hamstring tightness in the first half. From the boundary throw-in, Davies Uniacke wins a contested ball, hands it to Sheasel, puts it on the chest of Zeeble. He marks slightly worse than a 45-degree angle. 35 out, left half forward.
Don't you love when you mention a player and they go and do something special like that, Berkey? And that's why you want him. I know they've get him in the back half to be able to deliver and use it out of there, but geez, his front half play is so much more valuable, if you ask me. A bit like what Nick Dacos has become for the Pies. Just that front half stuff. Amazing work.
Jack Zeeble, the sub for the second week in a row. His set shot is poor. He's missed everything. Out on the full. 5-1 to 6-14. Hawthorn by 19 points. 17 gone in the third term. Grandstand AFL.
Hardwick to Scrimshaw, to Impey, trying to sidestep around Stevenson. Hand pass back to Scrimshaw. Curtis offers the chase. He arches the back, gets the hand pass away. Across half back, kicks in the middle of the ground. It's a turnover. Goda takes the intercepting mark through 50. Hand pass to Cooper Harvey. Centering kick. Curtis flies, can't take the mark. Spoils down. Impey knocks it on today. The Hawks inside the defensive 50. Hand pass to Sicily. Kicks up the wing. Granger Barras into the action, takes the mark. Thomas called to stand, now called to play on. He charges in, makes the smother. The kick ricochets back to Denver. Granger Barras kicks towards half forward, going back. Mark dropped by Coleman Jones, gathered by McDonald. Hand pass to Wingard, chips a kick out to Newcomb. Ford spoils it down. Ward slides in. Hand pass out in front of Newcomb. The Roos have the numbers. And Scott gets it to Core. A centering kick to Davies Uniacke. And the Roos have options on the City side.
Swings a kick out to Taylor. He'll take the mark. Peel it off half back. Has it bounce. Runs down the City wing. Lewis gives chase. Short kick finds the chest of Larkey. He's a long way from goal. Forward at the logo City side. Hawks by 19. North trying to ride a bit of momentum here. He kicks it straight into the man on the mark. Ricochets back into the defensive half. Mackay's there for North. Hand pass to Young Archer. He's running, carrying. Hand pass back to Larkey. Lifts a handball to Taylor. Collects on the half volley between wing and half forward. Heads inside 50. Curtis had hands to it. No mark. Bounced square off his chest. Sits on top of it and there's a ball up. Centre half forward for the Roos. Hawks by 19 points. 18 and a half gone in the third.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Fergus Green subbed out, icing that right knee, injured earlier in the game.
Thanks, Ben. Coleman Jones does the ruck work and the roving. Kicks towards full forward. Hardwick was tripped. He got the hand pass away to Day. Up towards half back. Big collision. Archer and Taylor over the top. Taylor seems to be okay. Hawks get it through Lewis, away to Day as they run the outer side. Weddle chips it to Wingard. Dropped the mark. Spoiled away by... in the end, a good effort from Young. Hawks still have it though. Moore works the hand pass forward to Nash inside 50. To Impey, 35 metres out. Puts through another. The Hawks are able to extend their lead back out to 25 points to answer after the Paul Curtis goal at the other end. Their seventh goal of the match. 7-14-56 to the Roos. 5-1-31. 19 minutes gone, third term. The Hawks with 4 goals, 1 in this third quarter to the Kangaroos, 1 straight.
Disappointing, the ability for North to not get any pressure on after that first layer. You know, I thought they covered the exit quite well. They weren't able to spoil that ball back inside their forward 50. And once it got out the back, it was just a chain of handball all the way through. Good running in waves from the Hawthorn mids and forwards. Jarman Impey coming off half back. Always good to the slow jog back, Berkey, after you've snagged one. Thought he might have chipped it over to Granger Barras. It was all on his own, but luckily enough, he snuck it in.
That's Impey and Eamon off the half-back line, both with goals this quarter. Good running.
Hawks by 25 points now. Back to that equal game high from the restart. Reeves wins it down. McDonald had it, lost it. Hand pass to Newcomb. He's wrapped up, caught in the tackle, holding the ball. Sherry did well. Well, Liam Shields is down and holding his left knee. So this is not good for the Roos veteran. Liam Shields, the 32-year-old, back from a calf. He is really not moving much at all as he's grabbing down at the lower part of his left leg around his left knee. And play is going to be stopped here as the trainer runs out Looks to try and give him a hand. Did you catch that, Berkey, on the replay?
Yeah, so the tackle came from behind, and the tackler's knee... The tackler's knee landed on the sort of the side of the calf area, twisting the ankle around. So I hope it's not a lower shin injury and just an ankle injury. He's walking off now, which is good.
So he's jumped up. He's got a trainer alongside him, but he's walking by himself without support. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, just breaking into a little bit of a trot at the moment, which is a good sign, but could well be down to 2 on the bench. Cam Zurhaar is back out, but hasn't moved. They've made a number of rotations since he came back out, so I have a feeling that his day may well be done.
Thanks, Ben. Sherry's going to lay it up to the hot spot. Oh, it's hit Coleman Jones straight in the forehead. Bounced off his bounce into the hands of Impey, and he's tackled. And a ball up centre half forward here for North Melbourne.
I do enjoy when ruckmen get a falcon.
Hawks by 25 points. Both sides are a little worse for wear with a few injuries. Scrimshaw with a clearing kick for the Hawks up to the wing. Moore almost juggled the mark against Young. Gathered. Hand pass to McDonald. This is where Hawthorn have looked their best. Charging off half-back. Pulls his kick looking for Mitch Lewis. He can't gather the half volley. McDonald swoops back in. Locked up by Young. Somehow got it out. Laying on his back. Gets it to Bruce. Hand pass away to Brockman. Hand pass to a stationary Newcomb. He's tackled and loses it. Although Core under pressure. Brockman lays the tackle. Retreating back. Tucker gets it to Archer. Hand pass to Goderhart against the boundary. Over the top to Scott. He looks up to the city wing. Puts it looking for Zeeble. Spoiled away by Impey. Stevenson gathers. Almost tackled. Just gets a kick up the city wing. Down low for Coleman Jones. Tries to knock it to the advantage of Scott. Shoveled out hand pass for the Hawks to Sicily. Links up with Newcomb. Here they go again.
Newcomb reloads, kicks inside 50, hands to it down there, no mark for Granger Barras, he's getting a free. And Denver is going to get a kick centre half forward for Hawthorn. It was Luke McDonald coming back to try and spoil, just took out the arms of Granger Barras, and he'll shoot from 40 out dead in front.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you end up vertical and on your back if you haven't had your arms taken in the marking contest. One arm from Newcomb, he was involved initially with that first foray forward and then exited out, filling the corridor, but then to be able to get it to Granger Barras. I thought he was a backman when he was drafted, but they've swung him forward. He's the likely type up there with Mitchy Lewis.
Pick 6 back in 2020, getting a roll up front. A right-footed drop punt is pure. Straight through it goes. And Granger Barras kicks Hawthorn's 8th. New game high margin. It's at 31 points. 24 gone third term. 8-14 to 5-1. Nathan Burke, Brett Delidio, Grandstand AFL.
I'm going to go back to the contest on the wing. It was only looked like a minor thing, but Stevenson was kicking the football, went along the ground because he was almost tackled. The ball bounced back to him, and it was just a simple ground ball in the end. But he failed to get that simple ground ball, and then the ball just was straight back into Hawthorn's forward line, and the North Melbourne defenders didn't have time to reset themselves. If you don't pick up the ground ball, you've at least got to hold it in there and cause a stoppage on the wing. It's these little tiny things, that little skill errors like that really hurt you. And Jaden Stevenson's probably not going to be noticed in that big whole passage of play, but your inability to pick up a ground ball is what cost your team a goal.
Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport. Sherry wins down the tap for the Roos. Davies-Uniacke tackled by Newcomb. Ball spills clear. Warple locked up by Scott. Umpire will ball it up on the edge of the centre square out on the city wing. Hawthorn leading by 31 points, as wide as it's been, with 5-1 in this third quarter. Spills down the way of Davies-Uniacke. He's dispossessed. Warple tries to knock it clear. Trying to drag it in, Sheasel, but it's Connor McDonald for the Hawks. Hand pass to Weddle, off balance, hand pass miss Sicily. Stevenson trying to ride the tackle. Hand pass to Scott, feeds it wider still. Goda looks up towards the 50 and Zeeble marks on his chest. Wants to chip it back as Goda keeps running. He marks inside the right forward pocket. 45 metres out from goal, but on a tight angle.
It is very tight angle. Take his best kick from out here. You don't see a lot of them at this ground. Out there, right foot to the boundary. We finally got a nice target, outside that forward 50 area. The launch zone, we used to call it back at the Tigers.
No, free kick.
What's happened?
In his fourth game,
didn't even get a chance.
Coleman Jones, I think the Falcon affected him. It's been a goose, gave away a free kick.
Josh Goda hadn't kicked a goal and he doesn't even get the chance to, as the Hawks with a long clearing kick. And a free kick as Carl Amon send it up the city wing, and it's going the way of the Roos, and Bailey Scott is going to take it. So all that amounted to nothing.
Scott kicks the Roos deep back inside forward 50. Standing underneath it, Frost had hands to it. He's going to be paid the mark. Knocked out of his hands illegally and late by Curtis. And immediately uses it. Hand pass away to Amon. Kicks to a one-on-one on the wing. Target is Wingard. He slips over with pressure from Thomas. Loose footy to be won. McDonald soccers it to his own advantage. Hands it to Thomas. Roos back with it. Short kick to Tucker. Darcy Tucker. The first of a 3-year deal coming across from Fremantle. Sends it down to Ford. Waiting out the back is Frost. Bounces through, takes the intercept mark for Hawthorn. Here they go again off half-back. Warple to Hardwick. Inventive. Handball on the ground to Newcomb. Hand pass a turnover. And darting through Goda. Gives it to Mackay, centre half-back for North.
Mackay with the hand pass to Tucker, draws Warple, hand pass to McDonald, out to the dock swing for Goda, off balance, kicks it up and under, kick, have a go at that forward, Impey got underneath it, dropped the chest mark, hand pass to Hardwick, sold him into traffic, tackled by Zeeble. Umpire says no prior opportunity and we'll ball it up between wing and half forward for the Roos. Hawthorn by 31 points.
McDonald had an option inside and an option outside, and he just took the outside one, and that's you've got to risk failing by going through the middle. It was an easy one, but too often they go the outside these days.
He's had a few moments, the Roos co-captain in the last few weeks, as Tristan Sherry tries to get down low to lay a tackle. It's high on Day, and he'll take the free kick in front of the North Melbourne bench, not far from where Ben Cameron's watching on.
Yeah, Liam Shields has come back up. They're just strapping his left ankle, so he's going to give it a go. It is good news. Seems like it's at least a garden variety rolled ankle.
Kicks in the middle of the ground for Weddle. Marks, hand pass to Impey. Handball to Scrimshaw, centre half forward. Just fends off Scott. Then tackled by Davies Uniacke. Hand pass picked up by Scott. He gets it eventually. Bounces all over the yellow Sharon off half back. Under the closed roof at Docklands. 3 bounces. Kicks from the defensive side of the wing. Beyond it down to half forward, and Larkey marks. Nick Larkey looks inside 50. Perfect placement to Eddie Ford. A late arriving spoil from Day. Breaks it up. Down to Hardwick. Hands it back to Day. Kicks down the wing. Moore drops a chest mark he should have taken. Hand pass to the run of Amon under pressure. Gives it back to Moore. Inside for Hawthorn to Impey. Impey kicks to centre half forward. He's going to turn it over. Geez, been a bit of this today. In circle work from one 50-metre arc to the other, and now Taylor can rebound for the Roos off half-back.
Goes short to Luke McDonald, who takes the mark. He's got Davies Uniacke free in the middle of the ground. Short to him, to Taran Thomas, lunging forward, takes the mark. In front of Nash, he stepped off his line and played on. Has to kick on the right boot, inside 50 towards Larkey. Almost takes the mark against Frost, then breaks out of the tackle to Zeeble. Millimetres out, he can't soccer it through. It rushes through for a minor score to the right. Hawthorn leading by 30 points at the 28-minute mark of the third term.
Hardwick comes wide to McDonald. Kicks back across the ground to Warple. 5 goals the difference. As Clinchy mentioned, it's the Hawks who lead it over the Roos to Nash. Back to Warple under pressure. Hand pass to McDonald. Feeds it forward to Nash again. Kicks a high, floated a half forward, and Meek marks.
Shepherd.
Illegal Shepherd. Jackson Archer held out of it.
It's good protection, but you just can't do it. You've got to be able to go at the footy.
So back to the Roos defensive 50. Hand pass away to Kors. Swings it from one back flank to the other for Scott. Son of Robert Scott, North Melbourne Premiership player back in 96. Short kick to Mackay. Mackay, another son of a Premiership ruin, Brent Harvey's young bloke, Cooper. Short to Eddie Ford, playing his 16th AFL game. 0 wins, 15 losses.
Oh, that's harsh.
Yeah, and they're 30 points down here, approaching three-quarter time, as Ford is going to go back to Mackay and goes back to Core. Pokes it in the middle of Docklands for Goda.
I'll forget his Gatorade shower when he gets one.
It's over 3 years his career now. Made his debut back in round 16, 2021, Eddie Ford.
Don't forget the song.
Yeah. A short kick from Goda, trying to set up Thomas. He's turned it over. Dangerous ball on the wing. Tackle laid by Thomas right in front of us. And that'll do us through three quarters. A big Hawthorn quarter, 5 goals to 1. After leading by just 6 points at half-time, the Hawks really pulling away in that third quarter. They lead at 8-14-62 over North Melbourne 5-2-32. The goal kickers clinchy to three-quarter time. We got 2 for Mitch Lewis. They both came in that third term, and then 1 each for Impey, Warple, Amon, Bruce, Granger, Barras and Brockman. While for North Melbourne, just the one goal in that quarter, it came to Paul Curtis. The other goal kickers, Ford, Larkey, Tucker, Davies, Uniacke, all with one each.
Still to come, the final match of round 18. It's the West Coast Eagles taking on Richmond. And the full analysis from Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke with 3 quarters in the books. You're listening to Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
You'll always find top drama on ABC iView.
Tell me what you got.
Always intriguing with The Messenger and Smother.
I don't know who to trust anymore. People think I'm a psycho.
Always dramatic with Vandervalk and In Our Blood.
She really doesn't like you. The world means beautiful things right now.
And always different with In Limbo, Bay of Fires, and so much more.
I'm back for an encore.
A surprise holiday.
You'll always find the best drama.
Happy.
Streaming for free on ABC iView. Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
McInnes has got out the front. He can mark it right half forward. He's got Lewis in the goal square, sends him there. The reinforcements can't get back in time. He stepped around Young. In the end, it was the easiest of march for Mitch Lewis at the top of the goal square. Mitch Lewis with one behind. He now has one goal. And Hawthorn have their first goal since the opening quarter.
Hand pass away to Warple, who turns and drives the Hawks forward. Here's Lewis again. Mitch Lewis, their blue chip prospect, and that's why. He's kicked 2 in 2 minutes.
Moore works the hand pass forward to Nash inside 50, to Impey 35 metres out. Puts through another. Sicily links up with Newcomb. Here they go again.
Newcomb reloads, kicks inside 50, hands to it down there. No mark for Granger Barras. He's getting a free. Getting a roll up front. The right-footed drop punt is pure. Straight through it goes. New game high margin. It's at 31 points.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
16th versus 17th from Docklands, and it's the Hawks leading by 30 points. 8-14-62 to the Kangaroos 5-2-32. Matt Klitsch and Corbin Middlemass calling the action. Ben Cameron down on the boundary. Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke are your experts. Coming up after this match, it's the West Coast Eagles taking on Richmond. We'll take you there for all the pre-match in which Eagles coach Adam Simpson and David Teague will join our commentary team ahead of the final match of round 18. What have Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke made of this match? 3 quarters in the books. Over to you, Burkey.
Not much.
16th
over you, lads. Yeah, look, I've tried to go through the stats during the break there, but there's really nothing of importance that I'm going to tell anyone because they don't really mean anything.
Can you give me one positive, Burkey, for either side?
Give us the full stats here.
Okay. Right, one positive.
Give me one positive.
For the Hawks.
For anyone.
The Hawks have had 52 inside 50s. I know they had 25 in the first quarter, but 52 to three-quarter time is a good number. So it shows that they're actually moving the ball fairly effectively. And I think they're using the middle of the ground far better than what North Melbourne are. So 52 inside 50s, and the scoreboard's gone off here, but they're having quite a few shots a goal. Haven't always been accurate, but their shots for goal per inside 50s is not too bad. North Melbourne, they got better at the clearances. They were getting smashed in clearances first quarter. Second quarter, a little bit better. Almost came back even par in that last quarter. It was 7-0 centre bounce clearances once. Now it's 7-4. So they're getting themselves back into the game by a lot better clearance work than what they were.
The positive for me is that they're tackling still North Melbourne. They're not just getting absolutely nutted. What are the tackles there? 51, 39. So they're up by 12 in that stat. They've had their opportunities to tackle, and there's been that many turnovers that it probably invites the tackle and the pressure. But also Hawthorn play that handball happy game, which also invites pressure. They've been good enough to get through and get out, obviously generating 22 shots on goal. But
that's the thing, isn't it? 22 shots to 7. It could have been a lot bigger margin than what it is. 30 points at three-quarter time.
Yeah, if you look at Sam Mitchell, will be looking and saying, James Warple, I've been really pleased with your output today. 29, 5 clearances. Carl Amon off half back and wing. He's at a 27. Newcomb's tried hard. Will Day, I thought, done some really good stuff inside and out. Connor Nash as well. Bailey Scott's tried really hard on the wing for North Melbourne. He's got back to help as much as he can. He's probably just turned it over a little bit by foot at times. Aidan Cause had 22 disposals. The ball spent a lot of time down there. And Sheasel's only had the 2 touches since half-time, and he had 18 of those in the first quarter and a half. So he's been well shut down. He might have got tired.
Josh Ward rolling with the skins on underneath his shorts like it's 2004. He's sort of right back into it.
Pulled him right down, has he?
Yeah.
Sort of the old Conor McKenna look.
Yes.
He's the love running that.
So both sides have made their sub. Fergus Green is out of the match. Denver Granger Barras in for the Hawks. And Cam Zurhaar has gone black on our screen, which means he is out of the match. And George Wardlaw was subbed out earlier with Jack Siebel coming into the match. Some of your thoughts on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Wendy says, Lids, I'm yet to be convinced recruiting Callum Coleman-Jones was a wise move.
He hasn't shown much in the ruck nor up forward, has he, the big fella?
Roos missing Simpkin and Logue. Are they missing Goldstein? A few more of your thoughts as the final term gets underway. Newcomb gets the opening clearance for the Hawks. Draws an opponent. Hand pass away to Amon. Kicks out wide to half forward. It's too wide for Granger Barras. He tried to keep it in play and then Kaur tackles him over the boundary line. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Cam Zurhaar has come to the bench again. Still has his boots on, but I think it's safe to say after testing it at three-quarter time, his day is done, like you mentioned, Clinchy. And Brett Rutten electing to coach from the bench in this final term.
His 8th game in charge. Unless they do something dramatic in this final term, it'll be 0-8 in his stay as the sort of interim North Melbourne coach, with Clarkson's return imminent, we hear. Not super imminent as round 19, but perhaps before the end of the year as the boundary throw-in. Sheasel kicks hurriedly in the middle of the ground, but Impey takes an intercept mark for the Hawks.
Not sure he's having the Damien Hardwick experience of the beer on the couch.
No. Short kick to Wingard. Wingard goes out wide to Ward, pokes it across the half-forward line to Weddle. Round 10 rising star on pick 18 in last year's national draft. He's about 51, 52 metres out. In the end, he kicks to the top of the goal square. Reaching for it is Reeves, no mark. Mackay has it wrestled from him by Bruce, and Mackay says, come here, as he tackles him to ground at a ball up just alongside the goal square. Deep in the forward line for the Hawks at the lockdown. They lead by 5 goals.
Umpire not happy with Sherry and Reeves making contact before he's thrown it up. Neither get a touch onto it. Free kick going North Melbourne's way. And Sherry will take it in the left back pocket. Would he have snacks, Clarko, do you imagine watching the game, Lids?
Snacks?
Yeah, like something just to watch the Roos.
I hope so. Especially with today.
Some chips or nuts or something, or
Panadol.
Sound down.
Panadol, yeah.
Would he have the commentary on? Sync it with the ABC radio?
ABC, I reckon. Cheerio.
Cheerio to Clarko. Carl Amon has it on the city wing, goes short, and Newcomb takes the mark. Not a lot to get excited about if you haven't worked it out. Carl Amon receives the hand pass, sends it towards Mitch Lewis. Can't juggle the mark. Curtis Taylor gathers, hand pass to Siebel, running away from Wingard, screws it around his body. Bruce knocked it into the path of Weddle. It may still work. Hand pass to Ward on 50. Hard out to the left, sends it towards the goal square. Reeves is there, can't get a hand to it. Mackay did well. Spills the way of Scott. A clearing kick for the Roos out towards Ford, who marks it left half back.
So Eddie Ford drops back into a slow play and then just pokes the pass out in front of Liam Shields. Missed him. One bounce in front of the boundary line. Shields turned inside out and Frost wins the footy. Hawthorn keep it in their front half. Hand pass away to Impey. Sends a high up and under down to half forward. At the drop of the ball, Zeeple, who's back behind the footy, puts his fist through it. He sits up for Harvey, grabs it, and he's tackled straight away. And a ball up between wing and half forward for the Hawks. So problems for Zurhaar. He's on the bench. Looks like his day's done. We've got Wardlaw, who's been subbed out with hamstring tightness, and Fergus Green subbed out with a knee knock for Hawthorn in that third term.
Sherry down to Scott, trying to get it to Sheasel. They both become the tackler. With big Ned Reeves in the middle. Just short of right half forward for the Hawks, who lead by 30 points. Thrown up in the air. Reeves wins down the tap against Sherry. Pinballs around. Scott can't get a disposal away. Will Day slides in. Hand pass to McInnes, who then fumbled it. Sort of become that sort of match a little bit. Davies Uniacke can't knock it clear for the Roos. Connor Nash gets a hand pass out to Newcomb, the fend off, but missed the intended target in Brockman with his hand pass. He now becomes the tackler on Siebel. Hand pass out to Bailey Scott for the Roos. Kicks to a stationary Davies Uniacke, who marks it left half back.
Of course, missed the game last time these two teams met back in round 3. The Roos were undefeated at that stage. They were 2-0 down in Launceston and did his calf in the warm-up. So no Simpkin, no Davies-Uniacke that day, and their winning run come to an end, and they haven't won since. Lost 14 in a row. Back through the middle of the ground. Sheasel to Thomas, kicks to centre half forward, turnover. Forward the target, hits the deck, comes down to Wingard, hand pass to Weddle, just walks straight around Core, runs around Taylor too, cuts a swathe through the middle of Docklands, got past Archer, kicks inside 50, two roos collide. Zeeble and McDonald trying to mark the footy. Falls down Hawthorn's way. Hand pass for Nashel on the ground. Got it to Wingard. Sweeping hand pass to Moore. Just got to collect. Tackled by Taylor. Hand passed out to Bruce. Eventually he snaps it through. Hawks keep it going forward. It results in a Bruce goal. And Josh Weddle with a darting run through the middle of Docklands. Eventually it leads to a team goal. A second for Bruce and a 6-goal advantage for Hawthorn. 5 gone final term, 9-14 to 5-2.
Well, the disappointing thing from that passage was there's two senior players that collided, Zeeble and McDonald, and caused that spill and kept the Hawks in it. It's been disappointing at times. You could hear Berkey's groans. He's like, oh, you can't believe that they could muff that one up. Well done to the Hawks, kept the pressure on, just kept scrapping it forward. Dylan Moore losing his footing, but getting a handball out. Luke Bruce always in the right place, right time. Funny that, small forward.
I'd be getting Ben Mackay to do some smothering practice and training this week too. That's two Tyrannosaurus Rexes, as you call them, quite appropriately.
He doesn't want to go at it, does he?
Back in the middle of the ground, a free kick going the way of the Hawks. It's going to go the way of Will Day, who just spots Ward all on his own, and Josh Ward plays on. Runs towards Taylor and then kicks around his body towards full forward. Mitch Lewis can't get there. Brought down to the front by Ned Reeves. Bailey Scott for the Roos and a hand pass to Shields. So great to see him back on after that injury in the third quarter. Switches to the right back pocket and Taylor takes the mark. So you'd imagine there was no concern that he wasn't able to continue on, although they had already made their sub. As the kick from Taylor comes out to Young, he marks it right half back for the Roos. Trailing by 36 points. They did win the second quarter though, so just their 7th quarter they've won in the last 7 matches. The kick towards half forward, spoiled away. Newcomb gathers, gets the hand pass to Ward, kick is smothered. And it trickles out of play in front of Goda. They laid the smuggle but couldn't reel in the ball before it went out of play.
And Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Luke Davies-Uniacke has come to the bench, and just the clear frustration and anger bubbling over looks really disconsolate with just probably another North Melbourne loss.
Thanks, Ben. The boundary throw-in. Shields, hand pass away to Taylor, to Tucker. Hand pass back into dispute. Somehow the ball spits out to the advantage of Ward. Surge kick forward, bouncing footy over the head of Meek. Picked up by Core as he darts around the Hawthorn big man. Hand pass out wide to Goda. Sends his kick down to half forward for Curtis. He takes the mark. Immediately turns and rolls. Pokes his left footer inside the forward arc. Bouncing footy in front of Sheasel, hitting up, trying to draw a free kick, not forthcoming. Traps the footy anyway off the ground. Hands it away to Shields, shoots goalward and off hands. It's through for a minor. Jarrod Sheasel never gave up on that, crawling out after it. Now behind, 7.5 gone final term. Hawks by 35 points.
Jack Scrimshaw into the back pocket for Carl Lamont, who kicked a goal for the Hawks earlier in the match. Up towards Reeves, who's in the pack with Meek. It spills down. Good tackle late in the end by Granger Barras, but it was over the shoulder just at the last moment against Jack Zeeble. Zeeble will take it in front of the two benches. Out of contract at season's end, Berkey. Is there anything at 32 years of age Jack Zeeble can offer to a young side? Big fly from Eddie Ford, right on the back of Sicily. Couldn't come down with the footy and probably put his hands right on the back of Sicily. No free kick, play's allowed to continue on. Hardwick gets it back to Impey, who chips it to Day. Works it around the back and Hardwick's off and running. Hand pass wider still to Jarman Impey, who chips it out towards right half back, and Finn McGuinness takes the mark.
McGuinness, hand pass inside for Hawthorn to Scrimshaw. Kicks over halfway, finds McDonald. They're all running forward, plenty of brown jumpers with the gold accent. A throwback heritage jumper for the Hawks. There he's retreating here to Sicily. He marks, despite the pressure from forward, and a little bit of sunshine is bursting through from the concourse as he kicks out wide to half forward, and mark taken by Taylor, half back for North. 35-point lead for Hawthorn. Game in their keeping. Kicks down the wing, and Sicily takes the mark over the top of Coleman Jones. Just like an absolute Sunday afternoon stroll at the moment as easy sort of circle work. 50 to 50 at the moment as Day to Brockman in the middle, hands it away to McDonald, did well to affect the kick. Lockie Young, ball comes out. McDonald keeps knocking it away for the Hawks to the advantage of McGuinness. Hand pass to Wingard. He dishes it off. Bruce back on the left peg. Hooks it through for his third. The Hawks veteran puts them up by a new game high. 41 points. One-way traffic now at Docklands. 10 gone final term. 10-14 to 5-3. Nathan Burke. Brett Delidio on Grandstand AFL. The Brown and Gold by 41.
Well, I don't know whether you've ever played in games like this, Berkey, but I can remember it now looking back, what it was like and what it must have been like for supporters coming to watch the Tigs back when we weren't going so flash.
Yeah, I've been there.
It's, as a player, you're trying your backside off. You're not trying to make these mistakes. You're really trying to get your game so up and going. The coach is preaching, but sometimes you try so hard that you stuff it up, don't you?
Yeah, you do.
It's a hard watch.
You do, and you run so far and you end up running yourself out of position and you're not where you should be. There's no composure because of that extra effort. So, yeah, it just becomes a mess.
7 goals to 1 after half-time the way of the Hawks. Back in the middle, Bailey Smith gets the clearance. Bailey Scott, I should say. Hand pass to Tucker. Kicks up towards Ford after that big leap moments earlier. Spoiled away by Sicily. Charging out Sheasel to Taylor, not 15, his kick. He gets the hand pass away to Stevenson across the body. He misses out to the left. 40 points is the Hawthorn lead at the 11-minute mark of the final term. I thought the silence spoke as much as Jaden Stevenson. Time and space to finish. Couldn't do so.
Eamon short to Nash.
Just realised that doesn't really work on radio.
I don't know what else to say, though. The Roos, who are not even the worst team in the competition, they're coming up next on your radio to play Richmond over in Perth and the West Coast Eagles. But a big gap between 16 and 17 as we're seeing unfold in front of us today as Wingard kicks into the middle of the ground. Brockman clever, toe poke away to McDonald. Hand pass forward to McGuinness. Kicks inside the forward arc, missed his target. Wanted Lewis, has to run out after it and against the boundary line. Hooks a kick back inboard. McGuinness is going to get it again. Tackled by a couple of Roos. Got a hand pass in front of Weddle. Swings a hand pass along the forward 50 to Moore. Kicks back into the corridor. Good ball, but a turnover. The intercept mark. Liam Shields joins the growing list of Hawthorn and North Melbourne footballers and playing against his old team for the second time. He goes out wide to Davies Uniacke and he just chips it short to Jaden Stevenson. He's got the footy defensive side of that City wing. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. Ben.
I think Jackson Archer may well be done for the day. He's come to the bench. They've had an awful lot of conversations. I'm not 100% sure what the issue is, but a lot of shaking of the head from young Jackson Archer.
Thanks, Ben Cameron. Luke Davies-Uniacke sends the Roos towards half forward. Ford can't take the mark. Impey gathers for Hawthorn. Hand pass to Newcomb. Searching hand pass to Finn McGuinness. Works it over the top. And hand pass from Scrimshaw unleashes Jarman Impey. Looks up towards half forward. Wingard has a couple of metres on McDonald. Turns and he's got Mitch Lewis all on his own. He can stroll in from 15 metres out and put through his third. Up into the third tier where there are no fans.
That's not coming back.
There's a couple of kids scampering across the top. Can I beat the security and get the footy?
Oh, you sour bloke. Let him get it.
Hawthorn by 46 points as Lids watches the security. 11-14-80 to the Kangas. 5-4-34. The margin is now 46 points at the 13-minute mark of the final term. 3 goals to none Hawthorn's way in this final term.
So we've got a few North Melbourne players now just chasing kicks, pushing up the ground, hoping the ball will come their way, and you're going to get some easy goals out the back now if you're Hawks. They mucked up the last couple of times they had that opportunity, but not that time. Wingard, just really good vision, swings around onto his left, and Mitch Lewis all by himself, but this is going to get a little bit ugly, and the scoreboard attendant could get busy.
Good vision. I reckon Ray Charles could have found him down there, Berkey. He was all on his own. I'm not sure what Ben Mackay was doing sitting there holding hands with Aidan Core at the top of 50.
5 in a row for the Hawks, 8 of the last 9 in the game.
Chasing a kick, I think.
After the Roos were within a kick at half-time, back in the middle of the ground. Hand pass away from Tucker to Shields. He puts it inside 50 for North. Flying through Frost, no mark. Front and centre. Curtis where he should be. Jams it on the boot, through for a goal. So a centre bounce goal for North Melbourne, and that's one back. Stops the run at least of 5 consecutive Hawthorn goals at the other end. Second for Paul Curtis. North Melbourne moved to, is that their 7th goal? 6th goal. 6-4-40. Hawthorn 11-14-80. So they've doubled their score. 40 points, the lead for the Hawks midway through this final term. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Left hamstring issue for Jackson Archer. They're doing some work on it at the moment, but looks very unhappy. Just repeating, the walking wounded. So George Wardlaw subbed out with a hamstring injury in the first half. We had Cam Zurha, a right ankle issue for him, and Liam Shields with that ankle issue as well. He's back out there, Shields, but walking wounded North at the moment.
And Fergus Green for the Hawks, Ben?
Yeah, Fergus Green subbed out with a knee issue. He's icing it at the moment right in front of me.
Probably the one man rubbing his hands together is the Saints coach Ross Lyon as the Kangaroos play them next week. Sunday twilight at Docklands. Hawks get the clearance. Warper with a hand pass away to Carl Lamont. Inside 50. Lloyd meet the target. Mackay spoils it away. Call for the Roos. Hand pass to Zeeble. Links up with McDonald. He's tackled and brought down. Good tackle laid. Should be rewarded. The hand pass went straight over the boundary. So if the tackle isn't, the hand pass over the boundary will. And it should end up with Dylan Moore. No, it's going to be Chad Wingard. Opportunist to see a shot on goal. He's going to centre it though to Weddle. Doesn't take the shot himself. He's 50 out, hard out to the left. No closer to goal than what Wingard was. Everyone bar one Kangaroo. Nick Larkey is inside the defensive 50, so Weddle has to centre it to Scrimshaw. He can work it out on the City side to right half forward, where Sicily takes the mark. The Hawthorn captain returning after his 4 weeks out, 3-match suspension. The Hawks hadn't tasted success since the last time he played against the Brisbane Lions. Inside 50, Granger Barras. It was touched as he tries to claim the mark. And the umpire will ball it up in the right forward pocket. Had kicked 5 goals in the VFL. Denver Granger Barras, is he an option for Sam Mitchell to keep exploring lids?
For the rest of this year, I think so, yeah. Interesting to see what happens to him at the end of the year, though.
High pick used for him, of course. Pick 6 back in 2020. Shields wins a clearance here, kicks it to centre-half back, but the Hawks get it out through Day, so bottom of the pack, hand pass to Weddle. He gives it off to a teammate in Nash, who's crunch. Ball comes out. McDonald had it, lost it. Gets a second go. That's Connor McDonald for the Hawks. He's tackled and the ball up centre-half forward.
Some of your thoughts on the SMS, Corby. Is Blind Freddie playing with Ray Charles? I really hope Clarko gets into his coaching of this side and hopefully he'll be able to improve them in years to come. That's from Fran, and Jaden Stevenson has been one of the spectacular falls from his rookie year where he nearly won a premiership for the Pies.
James Warple from the stoppage grabs the footy, shoots goalward but misses. Out to the right or behind.
Roos should be dropped to the VFL. And Neil in Coburg. Brett Ratton unlucky given they lost that Sydney game to the interchange debacle, which Hayden McLean kicked the winner.
41 points, the lead for Hawthorn, 17.5 gone. In this final term, as the ball worked its way up to the wing for the Roos, sock it away to Day. Day's tackled and we'll have the ball up on the wing. Hawks by 41. So yeah, North just those 2 wins way back in round 1 and round 2. They beat West Coast in the opening game, Fremantle in the second, and have now lost 15 on the bounce.
Warple trying to knock it out for the Hawks. Stevenson over the top of him, and the umpire will ball it up. Hawthorn have the Tigers at the MCG next Saturday. Head of the Saints and Collingwood in their next couple. Kangaroos with St Kilda at Docklands, as we mentioned, next Sunday, and then the West Coast Eagles. Volleyed forward inside the 50 for the Hawks. Brockman knocks it down to Moore. Hand pass to Connor McDonald. Swings onto his right, across his body. Puts through a 12th for the Hawks. They're all looking to try and join the party now. Connor McDonald joins the growing list of goal kickers with his first of the match and his 10th of the season. Hawthorn lead by 47 points, 12-15-87 to North Melbourne, 6-4-40. That's 4 goals to 1 so far in this final term through 18 minutes.
Yeah, clever little knock on. I think it was Brockman, it was, to Dylan Moore. Ability just to come back inside rather than just jam it on the left boot. Connor McDonald following up from that stoppage. He's worked hard today, Connor McDonald. He adds a bit of speed and spark, I think, to that Hawthorn forward line. Not afraid to take him on. Good to see him hit the scoreboard as well. One of his numbers today, 22, 1 goal, 1. It's a good effort.
Back in the middle, Warple first disposal. Hand pass away to Nash. 47-point lead for the Hawks. Kicks inside 50 again for Hawthorn. Young tries to knock it away for the Roos. Zeeble out after it. Tackled hard by Brockman. Now holds the footy in. Zeeble. Umpire circles and says, I'll have it. And ball up half forward for the Hawks. 6 points the difference at half time. Complete runaway thereafter. Just 2 goals from that point on for North Melbourne. Hawks have kicked 9 on them after half time from the restart. Coleman Jones had it, lost it. Sheasel likewise trickles a kick out to Luke McDonald, trying to barge through traffic, and Moore holds him up. And a ball up, centre half forward for the Hawks. As we tick into time on in this final term, Hawthorn by a game high 47.
Tossed up in the air. Meek tries to knock it forward against Coleman Jones. Zeeble gathers, ran into a tackler. Got the hand pass away to Luke McDonald. Kicks it end over end up towards half back. Not a lot to be gained as Sicily lays the tackle and the ball will be locked up. With Darcy Tucker the last to rise. Hawthorn 12-15-87 to the Roos 6-4-40. Time on in the final term. From the stoppage, Davies Uniacke tries to break away. Tackle by Ward. Got it back to Thomas. The hand pass to Taylor. High kick up the city wing. Frost is in front. He takes the mark. In front of Jaden Stevenson. Fires the hand pass boundary side to his Hawthorn captain, Sicily. Inside 50, Lloyd Meek takes the mark. Hard against the boundary. He looks for options into the corridor. Connor McDonald presents it, spoiled away from him. Getting back, Taylor got a hand onto it. Now, Harry Sheasel's over the top. They turn to the umpire, but he'll ball it up 40 metres out from the Hawthorn goal.
It's been a very soft re-entry for Captain Sicily. Hasn't had to do a great deal down there today.
Meek grabs it out of the ruck for Hawthorn, half forward. Hand pass back into dispute. Bruce knocks it out to Connor McDonald. Hand pass away to Ward. He fights through a tackle. Hand pass to Meek. Gives it to Warple, who's tackled. Ball comes out again to Bruce. Tried to burst his way through, caught. Hand pass goes back to Davies Uniacke, and he can try and get it out of the defensive arc. He kicks wide for Harvey. He's outnumbered. A spoil from Weddle. Sits up for Day. Hand pass back to Weddle. Right on the 50-metre arc. There's a bit of push and shove too between Harvey and Day. The ump's going to say advantage applied as Weddle kicks to the top of the goal square. Now plays stopped again. In fact, the mark's paid. There was a spoil and then Core completed it, so he'll get it last line. How about these for some numbers? So last 4 years, if you have to go back to round 10, 2020, so it's really less than 4 years as a sample size, North Melbourne have had 3 losing streaks of 14 games or more during that period. So they lost 14 in a row last year. They lost 16 in a row between round 10, 2020 and 2021. And now this is a 15th consecutive loss. They're 3 brutal stretches to endure as a North fan where your team hasn't won a game for 3.5, 4 months.
It's hard to find the positivity for a playing group, isn't it?
In the last 4 years.
In your supporter base.
Hawks by 47. Roos work it down to half forward. Larkey gets a free. Gives it to Thomas. Kicks into the pocket. Wanted Curtis. Turnover. Hawthorn back onto it. Meek to Sicily. His hand pass out of bounds. A throw in forward pocket for North. 30 out from their goal at the Coventry end. Hawks by a game high 47. And that's how many points. 16th lead, 17th by in this competition. And we get to see how 18th go a little later tonight. They're the next stop. The West Coast Eagles up against Richmond on Grandstand AFL.
Lloyd Meek takes it out of the ruck, kicks around his body. Sherry doubling back. Mitch Lewis spoils it down, crashes the pack. Young's hand pass straight to Mitch Lewis. The Hawks at centre half back. He kicks out in front of Finn McGuinness on the City side. Taylor offers chase. McGuinness runs onto it. Looks inside 50. Granger Barras has space. It was a beautiful kick. Running full pelt. Didn't have to break stride as he marks in the right forward pocket.
Yeah, not normally known for his kicking ability. Finn McGuinness, probably the biggest knock on him. You know, his work rate's huge. He wins it hard. He'll shut the player out of the game, but that was a beautiful kick. Full stride, as you called, Clinchy, to put it onto Granger Barras's chest.
He's got a goal. Can he make it 2?
I think he can. It's a tough kick, though.
Third-year Hawk. Picked 6 back in 2020, the Western Australian. Hard up against the boundary. It's across the face. It won't be a goal. Flying through was Mitch Lewis and off hands. It goes through for a minor score. Hawthorn's lead is 47 points. Now at the 48 points at the 24-minute mark of the final term.
The big worry for me, Corbin, with those numbers you mentioned were, one, attracting players into a team that loses that much, and also keeping players like a Luke Davies-Uniacke and those sort of players who are the future of the club. How much patience have they got?
We touched on Eddie Ford earlier, who's one of their young fringe guys, a 21-year-old. He's now played 16 games without a win. Pretty grim stuff for North Melbourne. Their home game today, and there's as many Hawthorn fans here as there are North Melbourne fans, as the Hawks work it through the middle, and Young inside 50 kicks it over Larkey's head. I think Larkey's had an outstanding year in this team. Just signed a new long-term deal. It's Hardwick with the intercept mark out to Connor McDonald. Swings his kick to Granger Barras, who marks it half forward. Hand pass away to Nash. Nash turns inside, gives it to Newcomb in the corridor. Hand pass to the runner, Finn McGuinness. Pokes the pass over the head of Wingard. He missed a target. Hasn't been clean all day by Hawthorn either by any extent, as Luke McDonald can kick out of the defensive arc, and Sheasel's got it at half back. So Harry Sheasel, this is possession number 28 for him.
Zeeble across half back, kicks out to Shields. Takes the mark at right half back, who works it up to Bailey Scott. Looks for options further afield. He's got Sherry short, kicks it over his head, over the head of Paul Curtis in the end. Spinning out of traffic, Scrimshaw, hand pass back to Weddle. Tries to palm it down to Ward, he races after it. Locked up by Curtis, who lays the tackle. And the umpire will ball it up at right half forward. Question coming through from Stan in Victoria. Corbs in capitals. Do the Kangas have one of the youngest lists in the competition? I did do the numbers on this. Their average age is 23. Hawthorn's is 26 today. As Connor McDonald looks out towards Finn McGuinness. They have 5 players who are under 21 years of age, and 5 who have played under 25 games, the Hawks, as opposed to the Roos, who have 6 players under 25 games and 7 under the age of 21. Hawks in the middle of the ground through Jai Newcomb, tackled by Shields, gets the hand pass out to McDonald, links up with Sicily, looks inside 50 on the lead, Granger Barras, it's over him. And the mark is taken by Luke McDonald. 48 points, the Hawthorn lead.
He goes back to Ford, and Ford just pokes the pass inside the defensive 50, and the mark taken by Davies-Uniacke. They have generally been younger, though, Hawthorn, haven't they, throughout the year, so I think it's always been sort of Hawthorn 18, Fremantle 17 in that list for the majority of the year. It flips today with a couple of those changes. Bruce and Sicily back in for the Hawks. And a bit of experience with Simpkin and Greenwood, those kind of guys going out for North. A little bit of kick mark stuff in the back 50.
Getting your stats up here.
80 seconds left on the game clock. A 48-point margin, just 2 goals in the second half, both kicked by Paul Curtis for the Roos. And this losing sequence is going to extend to a 15th game as Scott goes short to Shields, defensive side of the wing. Back to Scott, kicks down the line. Good courage, Harvey. Never took his eyes off it. Bangs bodies with Frost and takes the mark. Between wing and half forward for North Melbourne. 19-year-old father-son academy. And Cooper Harvey just sends one as high as the roof inside the forward 50. Easy to kill for Meek, who just knocks it away. And here go the Hawks. One last attack perhaps up the back flank. Connor McDonald, hand pass away to Wingard. Weighted hand pass out in front of Brockman. Runs onto it, 50 from home. Pulls the kick back inboard. Diving effort. Bruce can't complete the mark. Back to his feet. He's tackled. Not holding the ball. Sitting umpire. It's going to be a ball up. Centre half forward for the Hawks. 48-point game. Hawthorn lead at 28 gone in the last.
Follow-up text message on the SMS. Age is only a number. This year's Brownlow medalist could be 19. That's a good point. Meek wins down the tap. Hawks in attack. Newcomb trying to make front-on contact, and the free kick will go the Kangaroos' way. As it's taken by Tristan Sherry. Kicks over the head of Taron Thomas. It's spoiled away by Nash. Cooper Harvey gathers. Hand pass inboard to Sheasel. Links up with Tucker. Ran into a dead end. McDonald lays the tackle, holding the ball. And Ward tries to take the advantage. That won't be paid as Sheasel lays the tackle, and the siren sounds. In the battle of the rebuilding sides, Hawthorn record a victory. 9 goals to 2 in the second half to win by 48 points, and a 15th consecutive loss for the Young Roos.
We're the mighty fighting Hawks. We love our club and we play to win. Riding the bumps with a grin at Hawthorn. Come what may, you'll find us strong.
The Hawks led by 19 points at quarter time. They booted 3 of the first 4 goals of the match, but they kicked 3-8 in the opening term. And then a good fight back from the Kangas, kicking 3 goals to Hawthorn's 5 behinds in the second quarter, in which the Hawks led by just 6 points at half-time, and then 9 goals to 2 from that point onwards, by 30 points at three-quarter time, by 48 points at the full-time siren. 12-16-88 to the Roos, 6-4-40.
Happy team at Hawthorn, we're the mighty fighting Hawks. We love our club and we play to win, riding the bumps with a grin at Hawthorn. Come what may, you'll find us striving. Teamwork is the thing that talks. One for all and all for one's the way we play at Hawthorn. We are the mighty fighting Hawks.
It was 71 inside 50s to 41 for the match Hawthorn's way. The Hawks winners by 48 points in front of 30,201 fans. For the winners, Mitchell Lewis finished with 3. They all came in the second half. Luke Bruce with 3 as well, 2 of which came in the final term. The individuals to Impey, Warple, Eamon, Granger Barras, McDonald and Brockman. Meanwhile for the Kangaroos, 2 goals to Paul Curtis, individuals to Davies Uniacke, Tucker, Larkey and Ford. The Hawks record their 5th win of the season. Winners by 48 points over the Kangaroos. The thoughts of Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport.
Well, we got there, boys. Well done. We got there in the end. It was she was a tough watch today. Well, what surprised me the most was the amount of, the lack of contested ball that both teams won. If you're looking down, it's something 89 to Hawthorn out of 435 touches. It's just such a bruise-free game, wasn't it? And it's I suppose that'd be disappointing from Brett Ratton's point of view. It's like, well, we couldn't even stop him or make it a contest to really try and...
It was a shocking game of footy, wasn't it?
Oh, it was circle work. And you guys made mention of that 3 or 4 times, especially in that second half. It was bruise-free, don't want to really get hurt. I'm sort of looking towards the end of the season here. That's how it looked anyway. And I don't want to lay those claims on any of those boys out there, but it just didn't look like a contest, and that's where, when the numbers don't lie, do they, Clinchy? You're looking down those. I think
as important as that, let's have a look at Brett Ratton, who's pulled in the North Melbourne Chargers. So clearly there's a message here, whether it's around the fact that they've lost now 15 consecutive games, or what they try and focus on to keep their spirits and their endeavours high, because it's got to be telling once you continually lose in the manner in which they have been losing.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is to try and... I don't know how you keep the spirits up with that. It's not let's get back in there tomorrow, boys, and look forward to the review, and we'll start again, and
so
let's train hard.
They've won 7 quarters in the last 7 matches since that Sydney game where the interchange infringement. So, I mean, from a coaching point of view, Berkey, you almost go back to the very basic fundamentals that we saw when GWS and the Gold Coast came into the competition, as to how do you try and be competitive when there's a considerable gap between the bottom 2 sides.
So the big danger is players start to go, okay, there's 6-7 games left. If I sort of average my 25-30 possessions, then, you know what, I'll escape the scrutiny and I'll get a contract for next year. That's the big danger. So you've got to say to yourself as a coach, okay, how do I counteract that big danger? So if I'm Brett Ratton, I am pulling out every single bit of selfish play, every bit that you didn't push over and just stand on an opponent when you should have, and I'd be highlighting everyone who does that throughout the week for the next month. That would be my huge focus. So if a player wants to get a pat on the back, because they want a pat on the back, how do I get a pat on the back from the coach? I get a pat on the back from doing the team stuff and really highlighting that. And look, it might not end in superb ball movement up and down the ground, but it's going to make them far more competitive than what they are today, and at least being competitive is going to give these fans something to actually come along and watch. So it's a big test for a coach in these sorts of times, but to me, you've got to come back to what are good teams. Good teams are really selfless. They do all the stuff that no one notices. So as a coach, you've got to notice it and really highlight it and promote it and reward the ones who do, not the ones who get 30 possessions because they've just disregarded their opponent.
So I fear with that you'll lose more players through being harsh and showing them things they don't want to see, particularly with the generation that's coming through, Berkey. Bit different to when I played, certainly when you played, and it was very much, this is how I see it. If you don't change that, you're out of the team and whatever else. Whereas now I feel like it's 80-20 positive to the negative, and maybe even 90-10. And if Brett Ratton goes in there and just shows...
That's where you got to highlight all the good ones. So you got to find as many good examples as you can of a player going, you know what, I'm not going to go there, I'm going to stay on this opponent because he's the next one in line. I'm not just going to go chasing the kick. And so there's two ways you can do it. You can point out all the bads or highlight all the goods. To me, players want pats on the back. They're either going to get a pat on the back from getting 25, 30 touches or doing all the team selfless stuff that they need to do, and that's where I would put my attention onto that. The positives, but the team stuff, not the other stuff, not the numbers.
The AFL's obsessed with the sort of the NFL and the any given Sunday model where, any side can beat each other on any given day. And it's a bit different in American football because there's divisions and there's conferences and you play the same opposition twice a year, so you get a chance to study them more than you would other teams. But it feels like we're a little way off that. So as much as we've been sort of waxing about how great the end of the season is and the 9 teams that are in the mix to fill those last 4 spots in the 8, we have a gap even in our league between 16 and 17, which was quite significant today.
Yeah.
And then we've got the Eagles, who are another whole problem again, and Hawthorn, who are a bit off the pace when it comes to the other 15 teams in the league. And so we've got these huge divisions even towards the back end of the table.
Oh, that's the thing, isn't it? We've got 3 dominant sides out in front, then we've got to wrestle to the middle of the table, and we have 3 teams that are clearly a fair bit off the pace compared to everyone else.
I feel like the gap, though, between the bottom 3 is more significant than the gap with the top 3 to the rest. So I agree, there's 3 sort of significant teams, and then everybody else. But I feel like those teams in the mid-table are more likely to cause an upset with one of the top 3 than one of the bottom 3 are to cause an upset with one of the mid-table teams. I mean, when was the last time we saw North really, apart from that Sydney game, even threatened to be in a game this year? So
them not so much, but West Coast challenged St Kilda. But I'd argue that St Kilda are probably closer to that bottom 3.
But what do we do about that as a league? Is it just a reality that that's just how it's always going to be? There's going to be good teams and bad teams, or is there something we can do to make like a team like Hawthorn, for example, as bad as it gets? That's the bottom. That the team.
It's hard because you don't want to compromise the fixture by potentially giving extra mid-season drafts
exactly. But let's not forget though, they won 3 flags only 8 years ago.
Yep.
So they're not going that bad. North Melbourne are the team for mine that's the alarm bells because of those runs that you've spoken about. They've been pretty ordinary now for a fair period of time.
And you could argue that North sort of started their pseudo-rebuild around the same time that Adelaide started theirs. Yep. When Adelaide had played in a grand final, North got rid of Brad Scott. They both kind of said, right, we're changing our path. Adelaide missed a final series under Don Pike, changed the coach, stripped it all back, went again. North did the same thing. Adelaide, been in the mix to play finals for most of the year. North is still on a 15-game losing sequence.
There's the obvious ones, which are the draft concessions, giving them extra picks and that sort of stuff. But the AFL have countless little mechanisms all floating around in the background in terms of they've got buckets of money all over the place. They can say, hey, we'll give you a bit of extra money for this and we'll get extra money for this, and you need to hang on to this player because you can't lose Luke Davies-Uniacke. So, you know what? Well, we've got an ambassador spot coming up at the AFL, and we'll chuck a bit more there. And so there's lots of little stuff going on in the background that they can do besides the really obvious ones, which are the draft concessions. And I think if North Melbourne and West Coast don't qualify for them, I don't know who does.
Oh, yeah, I can't see how West Coast could possibly get it. But I agree, though. Like, you've got to make both those 2 clubs at the moment at the bottom, even Hawthorn to a certain extent, attractive for prospective, good players to want to go there, because they don't need the kids coming through. North Melbourne need good players now to help make them competitive for next year. Not another 3 or 4 years down the track when you finally get 60, 70, 80 games into the best kids that are coming through.
So the Hawks are making their way off. Docklands winners by 48 points. And we'll get to them and their rebuild under Sam Mitchell in just a moment. But if you're Ben Mackay, out-of-contract player at the Kangaroos at the end of the year, what's the lure for staying?
It's hard to find what it is.
Nick Larkey's just signed a long-term contract, so he's going to be a one-club player till 2029, and the financial security that comes with that. But
I think the biggest thing is you got to weigh up what it's actually worth, or do you want to try and win the, what are you trying to get out of your career essentially? And that's the biggest question that you have to try and answer.
Let's join the Hawks. They're making their way into their rooms with Ben Cameron.
Yeah, they're just circling up now, about to get stuck into it, just filing in a generous amount of family and friends. Here we go.
We're a happy team at Hawthorn. We're the mighty fighting Hawks. We love our club and we fight to win. Riding the bumps with the green at Hawthorn. Come on, may you find us striving. Teamwork is a thing that talks 4, 3, 2. All for all and all for one. Maybe we are at Hawthorn. We are the mighty fighting Hawks.
So a pretty low-key song. Just a bit of backslapping going on at the moment. We'll be joined by one of their players in a moment or two.
All right, thanks, Ben. You're out when you're good to go. Hawthorn winners by 48 points, 12-16-88 to the Kangaroos, 6-4-40.
Coaching a song as well. Yeah. Sammy Mitch, just thought I'll jump in and pump out the song I've done 100 times in my career. Are you someone that sings a song with the team, Berkey?
No, that's a player's gig.
Yeah. We used to get Dimmer involved every now and again, I reckon. Yep. I think. But he didn't really like it. Yep. But that was because he was uncomfortable, didn't like cuddles or anything like that. So you just get him
John
in there.
Longmire style.
Yeah.
He seemed pretty reluctant to be a part of the festivities on Thursday night.
Yeah. They like arm's length, the coaches. They're a bit prickly.
The Ben Mackay...
It's hard when you've got to sack players at some stage. You don't want to have your arm around them a couple of weeks before that.
Doesn't it make it easier?
Yeah. The Ben Mackay one's fascinating. I would have said at the start of the year he would have been, top 3, top 5 out of all the free agents, the guys that you'd be like, wow, he'd be really attractive for another club. Feels like as the year's gone on, he's sort of almost talking himself out of money in the way that he's been playing. His form's been pretty ordinary.
So he's just a case example. A player out of contract at season's end. He's still got some good footy potentially in front of him at 25 years of age, but he hasn't been playing great footy this year, so his value probably potentially goes down on the financial side of things, and yet if North Melbourne want to keep him, they're probably going to have to offer him a long-term deal.
Yeah, and the best thing for North is that he gets good money at another club, because the more money he gets, the higher the compensation pick that they get as a free agent. So if he ends up walking for almost nothing, that's the worst case for North Melbourne. So
they're probably more inclined to keep him then, aren't they?
Well, in the end, they're like, we've got to play him, because if we drop him to the the VFL or whatever it may be, then he's going to end up going for no money. We're going to get a second rounder back as opposed to a first rounder or whatever they want for him.
And Griff Logue's out for 12 months now as well. So it's sort of like, well, if you're going to go, we want the highest price.
It's a nightmare scenario.
Hawks winners by 48 points. Let's head back down to Ben Cameron.
We've got a man who likes to put his head over the footy and win it in tight for the Hawks. John Newcomb has been good enough to join us down in the rooms. Jai, how would you explain that performance from the lads?
It's an interesting one. It's obviously nice to get a strong win, but probably should have won by more. I think controlled the game for a lot in the first quarter, and probably should have been 6 goals up at quarter time. But for them to have a bit of a momentum swing back in the second and level it up, and punish us for not putting them away, sort of thing, was good from them, and for the boys to respond after half time was pleasing.
Yeah, looked well in control at quarter time, and in the second term they were able to fight back a little bit. What were the words from Sam Mitchell at half time to the group?
A lot of it was just around mentality, and we've had the game on our terms for a lot of the first half, so just about executing and not overusing and making sure when we got blokes 1v none that we're making the most of that and getting good looks inside 50. We got a lot of entries, but didn't really take too many marks down there, so something to work on.
How important is it for this group, a clear rebuild, coming up against a team that is around your station, one spot below you on the AFL ladder, to get the nourishment of a win like today?
It is important to get that confidence and know that we're sort of heading in the right direction. We're more than competitive with some of the top sides. We've had a few close games that we haven't quite been able to get over the line, and we know that when we're playing sides that sort of are around our position on the ladder, that we should be in the game, if not winning them like we did today, so it's good.
I'll send you upstairs. We've got Brett Delidio and Nathan Burke.
Jai, it's Brett Delidio here, mate. I just want to get your thoughts on the build of you guys in the midfield, yourself and Warps, Will Day, Connor Nash even going through and spending a lot more time in there. You must be happy with the mix that you've got in there at the moment, mate.
It is. We've got a really good mix. We're gelling well at the moment, which is pleasing. We've sort of all had our moments over the last month, and if one isn't playing well, the other's been carrying the load, and we've got guys that are pressing hard at VFL level to try and get it looking, and they can't because of our form as a group together. So we're gelling really well. It's pleasing that we're all sort of moving forward and developing as players together on the same journey, and we're heading in the right direction.
You spoke about the mentality to stay focus on the task at hand. Did it feel a little bit bruise-free out there at times? And there wasn't a lot of contest work. It's where you're obviously really strong, but the numbers aren't overly impressive in terms of contested footy, mate. Did it feel a little bit bruise-free?
I think sort of when we're playing well, I guess that's kind of our strength, that we sort of win one or two contested balls and get to the outside and use our run and dash, and we've got plenty of guys that are fast enough to work hard and get uncontested possessions on the outside. So it's probably not unfamiliar for us to play well and have a probably high uncontested game, but sort of take what the game throws at you, I guess, and win what you have to and go from there.
Jai, Nathan Burke here. Congratulations today. There's a bit of a logjam ahead of you for teams pushing into those finals, so it's let's call a spade a spade. It's unlikely. So what's the aim for the rest of the season? Is it to take a couple of big scalps? Is it to solidify your game plan? But what's the big goal for the rest of the season?
Yeah, definitely both of those things. Just being competitive with sides that are all pushing for the top 8, and if we can ruin some of their final series, then that'd be positives for us to take into next year. But just the main thing is competitive, stick to what we know, play our way, making sure that we're taking steps in the right direction as a group, and if that results in a win or competitive games, then that's what we'll be aiming for.
Have you targeted anyone on the run home that you think, hey, that team there, I reckon we're looking forward to playing them?
No, we'll take it week by week.
Please. I think if you could beat Collingwood, that wouldn't be a bad tip to the cap if you could finish on a real flurry. Giants, Matt Clinch here. Just in terms of your personal challenge, the dynamics of the list, how much it's changed over the last couple of years. Are you sort of one of the leaders now who is really instilling the standards on this young group?
There's sort of a bunch of us that I guess have had to shoulder a little bit more of a leadership role. I think with us all sort of going through the same sort of scenario and doing it together has made it a hell of a lot easier, rather than sort of one or two guys being thrown under the bus and having to do it all themselves. So it's nice that we're all making progress together rather than just singling a few guys out. And trying to fast track the leadership as quick as possible to get us where we want to go.
And last week I think you had the least experienced team with an average of sort of 66 games. So how hard is that when you have fluctuating sort of maturity in the group to try and make sure everyone is playing the game plan in which you're trying to implement?
Yeah, it comes part of it. I think with a younger group, they should always be full of energy and be up for the fight, which is sort of what we pride ourselves on, is allowing ourselves to be in contests and have enough energy to run out games and perform well for 4 quarters and be competitive the whole way through a game. So with a younger group, it's sort of easier to stay upbeat week to week and come into each game with your heads up and a bit of confidence behind you. So from that point of view, it's not too bad.
Jai Newcombe with us from the Hawks. Jai,